through those TAs. We're going to look at your initiatives, and we're going to look at the action items that have been placed under each initiative by the city team. And my job is to get you out early. Does that sound like a plan? All right. So we will work towards that. Want to remind you, again, looking at, as I said, page 14 in the guide plan, where you start to see the TAs. Remember, there are 7 TAs. When we get to the action items this morning, what you will be doing is saying, hey, you will be given the green light with a yellow card. Makes sense, doesn't it? All right. And saying, yep, we're good to go. If there's an action item that you would like to see added under the strategic plan, then you will have that opportunity to do that if there's consensus among the commission for doing that. Make sense? But our job today is to be able to give this to Sean and say, yes, you take this with the rest of the city team and make it work. All right? The other caveat to that is budgetary processes. And we'll talk about those more again as we go into the TAs. But what I've heard from you and from the city team is that budgetary process were a big part of the strategic planning. And I see you shaking your head, Commissioner, so thank you for the confirmation there. That's not what this is about. So you have a whole nother work session dedicated to budgets. You talked yesterday about affordable housing. That was a top priority, one of the top priorities when I had my interviews with you. You had meaningful discussion yesterday. Another one that came up last year, up again this year, is the trust fund. So do you move or do you not move? So I want to emphasize, and I'm going to go back to what Commissioner Madden said yesterday, because that was so poignant what you said about dreaming yesterday. That's still resonating with me. All right. Strategic planning is the vision. It's the dreaming. It's the dreaming, but with strategy, with action. Where are you going? All right. And so don't get caught up on dollar items today. What you're going to do is you're going to put the vision down. You're going to say, this is what we want. This is how the action items that we want to see. And then you will come back with the city team at what time you have budget. And it may mean that you hold some things in abeyance. You may have some things that are in for fiscal year 22, and you get with Mike and Sean and Emily and the rest of the city team, and it might be, we might have to push this back a year and that type. And that's all part of the strategic plan, but it doesn't waylay the vision. All right? Any questions pertaining to that? All right. So let's moving on. Our first presenter this morning, privileged to introduce to you Carrie Falwell. Many of you know her, and she's the executive director for Explorations 5 Children's Museum. She is also the chair for the Mayor's Council on the Arts. And I want to emphasize what this council is about even before Carrie comes up. It is not just about allocation of dollars. That's 7 years ago. That was money that you all graciously allocated towards arts agencies, and now you put them to a group collective, an arts collective, to use those monies in a competitive factor to support those groups as well as economic development. All right, so we can talk about that, and I'm certain she'll have that in her presentation here. But it's about the collective of the arts together. It's not just the money that's handed out. And I say that because I heard that yesterday. It is not about that. That's a byproduct, and that's not even one of the top initiatives of that council. And perhaps, Commissioner McCarley may speak into that because she's the representative to that council. So just going to frame that for you. And then, Carrie, thank you for joining us this morning.
Great. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, and good morning.
Oh, good morning. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. As Dr. Collins said, my name is Carrie Falwell. I have the distinct privilege of being appointed as the chair of the Mayor's Council on the Arts. Thank you, Mayor Mutz.
And she's outstanding already in the role.
Yes. I'm a walker, so this is really odd that I'm here. But if you don't know, we have this new exciting brand. So we spent the last 12 months collaboratively looking at how do the arts want to interact with our community, and how do we represent each other in a collective fashion. And what came out of that is that we invested some of your allocated funds into creating LKLD Arts. You all have a sticker. I hope you can put that on your car or your work office door and proudly say that we have a vibrant arts community. Just like the colors and the logo pop and you can see arts clearly, that is what your arts community is. It's a collection of engaged professional organizations that create your arts economy. One of the most exciting features of this new website and social media presence is a very robust calendar. So now you can go into a single place, lkldarts.org, and see the calendar of events for all performing visual and creative arts from the council and our affiliate members on a single calendar. What a wonderful way to make spending money in our arts economy easy. And I want to also emphasize that the arts event that they're participating in is the reason why they're leaving their home. But the arts economy is also all of the things that you do. Very often, I have to hire my sitter, and the sitter shows up. And if the sitter's there, we're not just going to go to the show, right? I'm going to get an Uber. I'm going to go to have a cocktail. I'm going to go to the show. I'm going to go have dessert with my girlfriend afterwards. And I'm going to come home. I said girlfriend because my husband is also a working artist. I'm usually going to see him. So our number one goal in 2021 as a council, and this is what I consider a short-term goal, is for LKLD Arts to be top of mind for every local looking for weekend and evening events, or lunchtime events, or whatever it is that's going on, right? That is our job. Us as an arts industry are responsible for advocating and educating the community that we are here for them. We provide jobs, we spend locally, we bring in innovation and creativity. We support your employees and our citizens so that they can become inspired to be innovative and creative. And we will play a significant role in helping our community heal from the COVID-19 pandemic. I also think that it's time to start celebrating our arts industries just a little bit more. This is one of my favorite slides. When you look at what makes an engaging and thriving arts community, it's these arts industries: professional dance, professional symphony, opera, either in a troupe or in a festival form, world-class art, a children's museum, and Broadway and theater. And if you look at our neighbors in Orlando, Tampa, and Sarasota, Lakeland is the only city that has all of them.
How awesome is that?
Woohoo! This is the city this is the message and the celebration we need to have, and why having a website and social media presence is so important. We, the arts industry, are committed to doing the best job possible to make sure that our community is proud of this fact, that we have a full collection, a full menu of performing and visual arts for our citizens, and that people will come to us because they can get all of those things in one place. And how does that translate to an economy? Well, you annually, like Dr. Collins said, give us a competitive pool of money for a competitive grants process of $250,000. Now, that's a county number for economic impact. I can't delineate Lakeland, but I can tell you, as an arts leader in the city of Lakeland, we make up a significant chunk of that. So your $250,000 investment that we competitively allocate through a grants process turns into a $46.5 million economic impact across our county. And I think that's something we can all be proud of. It's not just the expenditures that we have as arts organizations, where I'm hiring staff and theater techs and union actors and performers, but it's also, like I said before, the money that we spend because the event gave you a reason to go out. Because we're spending money at small businesses, at our coffee shops, at our bars, at our restaurants, because we're employing the person with the second job driving for Uber at night. We're doing all of these things to stimulate an economy at a time when we need some stimulation. If you don't know, most of the performing arts industries across our world are shut down. Half of the children's museums in the country are closed, and we don't know how many are going to reopen. But all of your arts organizations in the city of Lakeland have found a way to not only stay open, but to provide art and creativity and innovation. Florida Dance Theater just won an award for their video documentary dance performance they did out in a field and within this very industrial concrete facility. We were creative. We didn't just close down. We knew that our city needed us. We knew that we, regardless of if we could have an audience or not, needed to find a way to engage and create and give our citizens that aesthetic and human experience that they so needed. So what does an arts investment look like? Well, it doesn't necessarily. Sometimes it looks like using existing resources to capitalize growth opportunities. At the end of the day, your arts industries are also businesses, and we want to use what we have to the best of our ability. That means organizing resources for greater efficiency and maybe most of all, greater effectiveness. I would imagine you would all agree with that. Use what you got. Kansas City did this. They built the Kaufman Center for the Performing Arts. There, it houses the Kansas City Symphony, Kansas City Ballet, Lyric Opera Kansas, a Broadway series, and they have additional revenues. This is a 501c3 nonprofit, so I can see their tax returns, and in 2018, they had a $22 million revenue. Memphis does have a performing arts center where they house the Memphis Symphony, a Broadway series, and have additional rental opportunities. This is owned by the municipality. In this case, it's the Memphis Tourism Board. And I will tell you that the Memphis Symphony is thriving. There's dozens of other cities that are not big cities that do this to activate and re-energize downtown cores. Lubbock, Texas, Louisville, Kentucky, Chattanooga, Tennessee, Charleston, West Virginia, and the list goes on and on and on. And they use existing facilities in most of the cases to create a vibrant place where people want to go and invest. You can see it over in Tampa, even though they don't have all of the arts industries like we do. They have the Strauss Center, and that created Armature Works, and now they extended the Riverwalk. These things, when you create a destination, when you invigorate and energize a particular neighborhood, growth and innovation happens because it's spawned from the creativity of the arts. And I'm not making that up. It happens in cities all across the country. So what if Lakeland strategically organized resources to create a vibrant arts core? And I have to say, I was very excited when I heard your remarks yesterday. I couldn't listen to all 8 hours, but what I did catch, there was a significant investment and interest from almost all of you to re-engage downtown, to create energy, to make connections between Bonnet Springs Park and downtown, to make it happen.
Downtown West.
Downtown West. Downtown West.
You guys know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Downtown West.
So what if we did that here in this facility? What if we explored the opportunity of using our existing resources in our professional symphony, our professional dance, our visual arts, our theater companies came up yesterday. What if we did that and used our existing resource of this fine building that has done so much for our community and created something like Kansas or like Memphis, and this was the place people wanted to go. Your Ubers and your Lyfts stopped here because there was a small bar and a coffee shop, because you had dinner at Bonnet Springs Park and you had a little trolley that brought you over here, because this was where you wanted to go. You didn't want to go to the Riverwalk in Tampa. You didn't want to go to Sarasota to the Van Wezel. You wanted to come here because this had all of the amenities and all of the excitement and all of the experience that you need. So what if you effectively use an existing facility, that it allows you to invest in sustainability, to allow your arts organizations to grow? And that one's really important. This is not a lifetime commitment of housing arts organizations in a municipal building. This is giving them a reason to drive their patrons to our facility. And then they become really stable and wonderful. And then they build their own facility, maybe on the lake. Maybe there's another hall. Sarasota's doing it right now. The Sarasota Orchestra has a 40-week season. They have 60 full-time salaried musicians with a base salary of, I think, $32,000 with benefits and pension. They outgrew the Van Wezel and are now building their own multi-million-dollar facility to continue engaging their downtown core. That was after probably 20 years of investment and partnership between the Van Wezel and the Sarasota Orchestra. These things can happen if we look long-term and we think about sustainable and creative investments of how we re-energize neighborhoods, not just facilities. We can create an economic experience driver in Lakeland's core, because you know that your perception of your arts event does not start when you sit down and start judging that artist, that performance or that gallery. It starts when you leave your house. Was it raining? How hard was it to get to the door from your car? How long of a line did you have to stand in before you got your glass of wine? How clean was the theater? What did the restrooms smell like? All of those things are part of your arts experience. And so the facility and the artist have to work hand in hand so that we can create these fine experiences that make you go, man, I want to do that again. So what if we considered that the RP Funding Center became a place for arts education, enrichment, tourism, and helped us spur growth? And that's the end of my slides.
Well, thank you, Carrie. I believe they call that vision.
Yes.
Right? So thank you. Thank you. And the Kravis Center in West Palm Beach is a local example where they took an impoverished area and revitalized it both for commercial purposes, the artists, that come there, housing, very similar to what's happened in Tampa. So we have it, in a neighboring, and from one of our neighbors, okay? So questions. Open it up for questions. Commissioner McCarley, let's start with you first.
I
Vice
have more
Representative.
comments probably than questions, but Carrie and Dr. Collins have, over the last year and I think 2 years that I've been on the Mayor's Arts Council, have done an Herculean effort of bringing together all these different art organizations, and they're all volunteers. Carrie's a volunteer, Craig's a volunteer, and they all come together and they really look at Lakeland and have crafted this wonderful vision for Lakeland of how we can work together in bringing people to the RP Funding Center in this vision, which I wholeheartedly applaud and think that is a wonderful, creative way of thinking about how to revitalize West downtown, how to have traffic, how to have activity, how to have people in and out of here from all different backgrounds. One of the things I'll say about art is sometimes people get hung up in that it's a hoity-toity, Monet hanging on a wall, and I don't know how that applies to me, or I don't read poetry because I don't understand the semantics of it, or whatever it is. And what people need to understand, and I think what the general public as well as everyone here that works at the city, is art is an economy. And it's something, and also an education that helps our children. And I will say, after this pandemic, we are going to need every tool in the toolbox to help them climb back out of the trauma that they've suffered throughout this pandemic educationally, and art's going to help do that. And that's going to be in a classroom, but it's also going to be in the community. So if we have programs that are after-school programs, there should be an art component. And it might not be what we think is, everyone has their own opinion of what art is, but what it is really a human experience, and it's how you express yourself, and it gives you a safe space to talk about your feelings or to react to something that's going on in the world around you. So I think the Mayor Mutz has reinvigorated the Council on the Arts when he came into office that I believe that Mayor Wiggs had started, and really put volunteers in place who are smart and intelligent and think about this in such a 30,000-foot view that it's incredible. So your work on, and here's the deal, like most of us know, and I come from, my mom was a florist and very creative and had her own business and did a lot of creative things, so I've always been in a creative environment. I'm an advertising major, which people don't know about me usually. So I come from that art background of thinking of things creatively and looking at it from a very different vantage point. And that's what you just did in this presentation, Carrie. to talk about how do we connect people, how do we bring people back to life, especially in this post-pandemic world, and how do we engage them in different ways. And I think seeing this as a cultural corridor is really important. I think it will bring life to a different vibrancy, not that it's not vibrant now, but a different vibrancy back to the neighborhood and connect us to the downtown core, which is further east. And we have the Bonnet Springs Park piece. So a couple of things. Want to applaud our volunteers, because I go to the meetings and it's a lot of work, and they have done an excellent job. Just the arts branding alone, this is no other municipality has this. This is not a normal thing. Orlando doesn't have this. Tampa doesn't have this. I don't know that Sarasota has this, or Jacksonville, or even Miami. Miami might. They're a very art-centric thinking city. But this is huge. Those dots that you just saw on the screen that Carrie pointed out, I didn't know that we have all of these organizations. And it is a connection for people to come to and experience together, but it's also a personal connection to, you might have someone who, works at Saddle Creek or in the warehouse at Publix who has interest in art. You might not think that, but they might have something they contribute to Etsy, or that they have built as a small business online as a side hustle, or there might be things that we just don't even know about. That this kind of thinking and this kind of support from the city opens a whole gamut of jobs, of creativity, and we have a lot of problems in the world, and this is the group that helps solve them. And it's not a direct line, it's a zigzag, but it's so vitally important to the city of Lakeland. And I don't usually get on a soapbox about the arts, but I'm under the radar, and I appreciate all that they do. And I'm proud of our city for being committed to this, because I think we can integrate it and make it happen as a way of thinking that doesn't cost any more money. So thank you so much, Carrie, for bringing this up.
Thank you. Those comments were very generous. And you're absolutely right. We're part of the solution, and we're creative entrepreneurs, and I hope that we're able to lend that experience to you and to our city.
I'm going to interrupt only to add one credit that I'd like to include in Commissioner McCarley's comments. Leslie Chambers helped spur the interest to get things going differently with me, and I want to give her full credit for that.
Absolutely. And so thank you for those points. I'm going to key into one thing that you talked about, that the arts bringing people together, there is a resurgence of liberal arts right now. And the reason being is because the current climate here in America. And the arts are what bring people together, because when they sit down and they create, it's not about anything else except creating. And so when we talked about culture yesterday, and you want to build understanding of cultures, it has to morph in an area where people congregate naturally, all right, rather than forcing it. So they're comfortable, and on all those unknown biases that they come together and they just work together.
One of the things I'll add very quickly is the Congressional Classroom Program that you all know I run for the Randy Roberts Foundation. When we build our visit to Washington, D.C. every year, which of course we couldn't go this year, but we take high school seniors, for those who don't know, to introduce them to the federal government and do it in a very succinct way. And we run 100 miles an hour from 7 a.m. till 10 p.m. at night. One of the things that we are ardent about is taking the students to the Kennedy Center or to one of the theaters in Washington, D.C. And I will tell you, when you have high school students who haven't necessarily experienced performance art, it creates a whole new realm of conversations around the political system and around each other and what each other thinks, and it actually brings them into something where they're more open-minded, because even though they're high school seniors, the kids I take are pretty opinionated about the way the world works. So it's just one more thing. We also do public transit up there, which I can talk about, having Polk County students experience these different things in a metropolitan area. The great thing is they could experience here on a regular basis.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Farwell, for being here. And I appreciate the conversation you and I had when we spoke one-on-one. But I'm going back in history so I can give you a little more, and I think Commissioner Salvage would agree. Some years back, when we were having some challenges with the Mayor's Council on the arts, and the dollars that were appropriated back where it was I'll go back 9 years ago. Then Mayor Gal Fields presented and created this, what we call Council of Arts, whatever, and tried to bring the arts people together as it was. And of course, because he only had those 4 years in office, and then Mayor Wiggs came along, and then boom, here we had more synergy, and boom, and continue to morph as it has. I'm still concerned about, and I share this with you, Ms. Farwell, and I like the synergy. First of all, I like the synergy because, see, I'm not the artsy person. I can't draw a straight line. But I went to school on partial scholarship for voice. I was in a college choir. And it helped me to travel with the college choir and begin to understand and appreciate all the other things that my colleague, Commissioner McCauley, is talking about. And I enjoy it. And of course, then when I married my then-now wife, she was the artsy person, so we started, going to different places and enjoying things. Saying all that to say this. So leading here to where we're in this new synergy of how we want to make sure the arts can be more appreciated and be able to bring more people together here in our community called Lakeland, what do we do about those smaller situations like Crystal World of Dance, the Hispano dance troupe, those other cultures that's out there, smaller venues, smaller places, people they'll go to and want to be a part of. How do we get those groups involved in our now Mayor's Council of the Arts that you see more of the, I call known arts councils or agencies or groups? How do we do that? Because we still have those smaller, segments out there.
I think that's a fabulous question. And I have two answers for you. One is a very short-term answer, which is on lkldarts.org. Very soon, organizations like some of the ones you mentioned will qualify to be what's called an affiliate member. And so they're not on the resolution, so they won't be a council member, but they'll be able to post their events on the website and have their presence and be just as visible on that branding and in those communications as some of our more established organizations. So there is a quality that was pre-thought of, and it was just coming in a phase 2 of being able to build that out. So that's going to happen. And my second answer is we were all Crystal's World of Dance. Explorations 5 Children's Museum started in what's now the Pita Pit.
Yeah.
We had 600 square feet, and someone in their garage built a space shuttle and threw some buttons on it, and we called it an exhibit. So it's through partnership and collaboration and hard work and us paying it forward and saying, I will say we partner with both Crystal's World of Dance and Florida Dance Theater. So it's us as institutions to also help bring up those people. So they will have a presence, and we will help them continue to grow. And I think that's part of a collaborative arts environment. Dr. Collins, did you want to add?
I'm going to step aside for just a moment on the facilitation role and say a couple things. First of all, we've opened up the grants processes so that other entities outside the council have the opportunity to apply for grants. There's a separate pot of funds for that. So again, other dance groups, whatever, visual arts groups, there's been a wide array of individuals applying for money that will help them. The other thing is think destination. Think destination. That's what Lakeland Arts is about. We advertise Lakeland Tigers. Yes? All right. Detroit Tigers, you hear it, all right? Lakeland, or Lakeland Magic and so forth. But do we advertise Little League Baseball? And so you get where I'm saying. Do we advertise what's happening?
We do in some respect. We still do advertise Little League Baseball, Little League Football, all that in some kind of form, even among our city.
Right, and we do. And we do. And you see this. But every single group, I'm using the sports to paint a picture, every single sport does not connect with another sport. All right, they're not all what's going to create a destination. They contribute, just the example that she talked about, hey, we're going to the event and we're going to do dinner, all that type of thing. Well, the same thing. If I have Saturday morning, 8 a.m., baseball, I'm not cooking breakfast. I'm stopping by, get quick breakfast and going out and that type of thing. So it's all connected. But those things they're very valuable to the community, but they don't make us a destination by themselves. The Lakeland Arts, it's created and branded with premier organizations in Lakeland that position us as a destination for the arts. So we have to think differently. Even yesterday when we were talking about art, having art, murals, beautiful, but are they juried? What's the caliber of art that we are putting up? That's what makes us a destination. And so, yes, again, grant funding is one, and then also the opportunity to have, and there's criteria that has been established, there's criteria that qualifies them to be able to put on the website. We've had people come to us and want information on the website, Commissioner, and politically it would not be a good thing. It was art, but it would blow this community up. I'm just going to tell you. And so there's a protocol and there's expectations all geared towards art destination.
And yes, I would appreciate, while I appreciate what is just said, I appreciate that. We have to have some criteria. Mm-hmm. We have branding. Like I said, I like the synergy I'm seeing and feeling even right now because of knowing that we could be the destination point, and even this particular locale being a destination place. But I still would say we need to make sure, and I go back to the word embracing, those other arts groups or whatever they may be, whatever form of art it is, to make sure if they meet that criteria, they can still capture and be able to people know about what they do and how they're doing.
And your points are well taken and have been addressed. Just so you know, they were addressed in the conceptualization. The mayor knows that. He mentioned Leslie Chambers. I have, Carrie, we have gone out to other arts organizations that are not represented on the council, helping them structure their organization. Not just about grants, but helping them structure, advertise, market. What are they doing for fund development? All of those type of things. You just don't see that branded on the website.
Preparing for grants.
Pardon me?
And preparing for grants.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Certainly. Commissioner Selvage?
Carrie, inevitably, the discussion is always about the government's role in funding the arts, especially when we're facing hard times and talking about competition with public safety and public works. Is Lakeland doing the right balance in government funding? And can you give us other cities who are doing innovative things to fund the arts?
Sure. The beauty of this is that there's no set model. So every, sometimes neighborhood in every city or county addresses this in the way that's best for them. And going back to, they use the resources that they have. So I'm probably most familiar with Tampa because I worked in that area for so long. And they utilized the Seminole gaming tax. And they take that money and they fund their arts and cultural institutions, and that's their city investment. It's a predictable amount of funding, and for them, they base it on attendance size. So you have to meet a certain attendance threshold to qualify for these public monies. Whereas we have a set amount of money, and it's a competitive application, and non-affiliated community members rate our applications and distribute funds in that manner. So how we do it is, I think, great. I think it's been very well vetted. I think it's in line with what other county and state arts agencies do and how they select their arts funding. To your question of how much is being funded, I think that that's a responsible conversation we have to have. And investing direct funds into something like the grants process is certainly a conversation I would never turn down, but it's more responsible for us to invest in our community and our neighborhoods and our infrastructure. And that will build a community around our...
Captured it very well, very well. Sean?
Good morning. Thank you. I just have a question for clarification so that I can be sure I understand it. On the slide presentation, the $47 million in economic impact, is that based only on the $250,000 investment? Does that include any of the events, art-related events held at the RP Funding Center, or?
It would include RP Funding Center. So that $46 million is pulled out of a national study by Americans for the Arts, which is our federal level arts advocacy body. They publish something biannually every other year called the Arts and Economic Prosperity Report. And in that number came from the first time Polk County participated as a county. Before then it was a region, or we were using state numbers. So that was done by a national study through extensive surveying, and it's a county representation. So it's not just the 250 that Lakeland put in, it would probably also be the arts and culture and heritage money from the Tourism Development Council, any other monies that Winter Haven or other municipalities would put into there. But I feel very confident in saying that the majority of that economic impact is coming from the city of Lakeland.
Okay.
Good question.
Thank you.
Good question. Commissioner McLeod?
Thank you. Carrie, I loved the way you drew the connection between cities that have vibrant downtowns and a strong arts anchor, a center in that downtown core. And I think as we were talking yesterday about bringing vibrancy to downtown, more emphasis on, or coming back to our emphasis on downtown revitalization, I really do see an opportunity there for more of an arts component that's integrated into downtown. And I think when I visit other cities, I'm not even sure I realized it, but that arts element brings the culture, the vibrancy. My wife talks about creating a downtown where people want to linger. And so as you were describing that, so I'm very intrigued by the idea of what can this facility, can the vision that you outlined, can that happen? Is that possible for the RP Funding Center? And I know we have a workshop coming up on that, so maybe that's timely to be able to talk about can we do more and can we achieve the vision that you've laid out. In addition to that, are there other things that you would say to us as the commission that you would encourage us to do, or things that we're not doing, and as we vision for the future that would be essential to the vision for the Arts Council?
Thank you for listening to your wife, that people need to linger. I think that's very positive. I think if there's one thing you can do, it's to invite your creative industries to the table, to allow us to listen to what's going on. I was having a conversation with an architect yesterday, and I said, I've known my whole life that I will always have a different answer than everyone else at the table. And it's because of the intense arts education that I received throughout my whole life, and that's different. Not everybody has that experience. So we have a different perspective, and we look at the world sometimes in pictures or in stories or in composition, and that's a lens that's helpful when you're talking about neighborhood revitalization and public safety and utility uses. All of those things can lend that voice. So I think if you're talking big picture and how can we work together as a commission and as an arts economy, I would hope that you use our perspective and our lens to help these decisions move on, to be part of the conversation, because we care about our city and our neighborhoods, and we want to see it thrive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Commissioner Madden?
Thank you, Carrie. So today's presentation from you is, we like at Madden, or my business, we always love things that are a surprise and delight. And those are rare, and so you celebrate those. And to think that you came today with this idea about really, reimagining the RP Funding Center, I was curious, how many other people know this is coming today? Like, I feel like I didn't know about it. So it was very exciting for me. I, of course, you said you heard my words yesterday, appreciate the arts. I loved seeing the chart. You said that it was your favorite chart about the dots and you know, what we have, where our position is currently, and what we have to offer. I will say that even coming into, and I'm glad, you know, that we're not going to have to hurry this exact section, because I think that this is something that's not on our strategic plan that we've been tackling and delving into, you know, for the last several years that I've been on the commission. And it really would take, I think, you know, a huge pivot and focus for us to consider something like this, you know, kind of like affordable housing, you know, became like a #1 priority to really make a dent in it. And when I was thinking about coming to this strategic planning retreat, which we've had modified, which I'm grateful, we have an arts, you know, an artist, you know, focused person here leading these discussions. And yet I felt, I knew that when I came, I wouldn't have the opportunity to have an arts engaged kind of strategic planning like we would do at Madden, or, you know, at the different strategic planning events that, you know, we've hosted or done, because we would bring in Legos and play and build with Legos to get to creative solutions. And we would paint or, you know, listen to music or watch videos that would touch our hearts and get us into that creative place. And I was telling Liz from communications yesterday, she said, I really liked how you told, you know, that story. And it reminded me how you said, yes, we see, I'm a painter myself, and we see things in stories. But I read a book, you know, and I took this to our team at Madden, Orbiting the Giant Hairball. And it was an executive from Hallmark Cards. And you can imagine that at Hallmark, they're already creative, right? But even at Hallmark, the tendency is to replicate and formulate and to come into a place where everything just becomes more bureaucracy and more the same old, and everything just operates, you know, kind of on autopilot. Unless you get out to orbit, where you are accessible to all the creative genius of the universe. And in that story, they talk about, like, you have to have procedures and rules, and you have to have best practices, and it's absolutely, you know, the way that organizations thrive. And that is the hairball, you know, it's a tangled, you know, weaved. And that's a cocoon for neophytes in your organization to be able to feel safe, to learn the mission and vision, to get in there and feel nestled in and safe and secure. But the goal is not to keep them in the hairball. The goal is to get out their best juice, their best potential, their best creativity, and to send them out into orbit where they are not going to fly out into the universe. You know, gravity will keep them close enough to the mission and vision of the organization, and yet they're fully free to just tap into their very best gifts. And when you think about history, and you think about the best times in history, we all, you know, would point to probably the Renaissance. And the Renaissance is when arts are in their glory. And when arts are in their glory, think about the scientific achievements that we have that work in tandem with that art focus. And so I am a huge believer that when you go to a museum, or when you go to, like my commissioner, you know, McCarley said, and I know our mayor believes this as well, if you go to the theater, you go to an art museum, you let your mind go to orbit. You go somewhere else, outside your bureaucracy, whatever your business is, your daily routine, you go out there and you see from that different perspective, and you come back with ideas, you come back refreshed, you come back revitalized to be able to contribute your best self. And I think in our society we do so little, you know, to be able to let folks do that. We are in this rat race, and COVID, you know, kind of trapped us in our homes, which is a different kind of cage for creativity. But I mean, as Stephanie Madden, if you say, you know, all this resonates with me, I think to transform the RP Funding Center into an arts, I believe in it. But I also have a husband and 5 boys who are very sports dominated, and I spend much more time on the sports fields and in our soccer fields and our baseball fields, and that's where we spend a tremendous amount of money in Lakeland, Florida. I know we've spent a lot of money here for the Magic, and like you said, Craig, you know, we've spent a lot of money advertising for the Detroit Tigers. I think it's wonderful. My boys love that. I could probably never attend a sporting event the rest of my life and be absolutely happy and just go to museums and cities where the most beautiful art is in the world. But that is a luxury for me personally. Even this summer, when we were debating our budget, this money that we think is just set in stone was vulnerable. And I felt like I had to appeal to my colleagues to go, no, we are not letting that go for the arts, you know. Felt like just even that small amount we had to really fight for. So I am hopeful, and I love this idea, and I am all in, but I'm one of 7, and I feel like at the end of the day, when it does come down to dollars, it's not realized. So I feel like I'm looking at my colleagues, my city management, our city staff. Is this something that we want to pivot towards in our community? Have we exhausted maybe some of our attempts to find out what our economic impact is, making a business center or a sports, kind of a facility, some of the other things that this venue could be used for, and we're ready to say, no, let's try the arts in a more focused effort? I would love to have that conversation, and so my question is to my colleagues, do they share, the passion for arts? Do they feel that our time in history is now where arts are in a place where they're more celebrated and active and revitalized for us to take this kind of step? And then will this be discussed at our upcoming RP Funding Center workshop?
All right, so I'm going to remember the orbit. I like
Yes.
the orbit thing.
I will say yes. This commissioner says yes.
What,
1,000 times over.
there's, you have several things to think about, but what I heard her saying was advocating a space for the arts. I didn't hear, unless I missed it, moving out the sports. You have a lot of money invested in this, arena with the arena itself, but in this whole facility for sports. And in some places, they're together. So, you have opportunities if you wanted to investigate, because that's the first part of it. What does it look like for both in terms of maximizing efficiency? Is there a way to make that happen? Mayor?
I will just close our comments, continuing really what has already been said and adding to Commissioner Madden's comments that sometimes arts isn't really even noticed by people or appreciated that they saw it, but it existed and it changed the backdrop of what they did. A little example of this on an infrastructure basis in a city is you get out at the Denver airport, when you get off the tram to go up the escalators, the birds point to the way that you should walk to go to the escalators that hang from the ceiling. Or you've seen the turtle at the Tampa International Airport terminal where there's a turtle made of little turtles that are hanging as just an art piece. Those kinds of things bring creativeness and a touch that you can see or not see, and that can be integrated all the way through. So I think our 250, which I'm an advocate for becoming $275,000 that we will talk about in the budgeting cycle for the arts, is a piece of this, but strategically, our value as a commission is far greater for the arts than the money. And so coming alongside, which is what Mrs. Falwell was talking about, is bringing to bear the leverage points that we need to do and creating an art corridor and thinking about this arena in a different way. As an example, what's its max use opportunity? Are we doing that? And could it be changed as well? And then also thinking about even Commissioner McCarley's comment yesterday about the Lakeland Community Theater being able to be perhaps brought here in this location. That's a different presence because they remain set up and do things for a longer period of time, so they kind of need their own theater space. So some of that may require different and additional facilities as well. But having the discussions, doing the creativity, thinking about the opportunities, providing a thriving corridor through West Downtown.
Downtown West.
Downtown West. I'll get it. Downtown West.
Downtown West.
Okay, Downtown West. Through DW, a DW corridor. That is so exciting because all of a sudden you realize the RP Funding Center is in a terrific location.
Dr. Collins, may I add one last comment?
Who is, I know you're, both
I
of
was
you
down
are.
and then I'm up and down. I can't
We're
decide whether
way
it-
past time. I did not see this one
Yeah,
coming in
that's
terms
okay.
of
This is a
conversation, but
place
this is
to go
meaningful
fast.
conversation. So we're going to have to make it up on the back end. On West have Ashley waiting.
It's McCarley's
Go ahead.
fault.
Well,
Amen. I'll take it.
and the mayor said several of the things I was thinking. I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Madden's question to the commission. I think on the spectrum of passion for the arts, me personally, I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm not way over as the most passionate person for the arts in general, but I'm seeing more that vibrant downtowns have a vibrant art scene. And so, as the mayor was saying, many people, we often, even though I'm in the middle on that spectrum, I may not notice some of the things that the arts bring to the vibrant feel of a downtown, but I do believe it's critical for our vision for downtown. Thinking about this space, and I love what you said, Mayor, about looking at the best use, the max, the value for the RP Funding Center. I think all options are on the table for me. And seeing and as we're talking about that, why not consider this idea that Carrie has brought? So I look forward to really digging into that in the coming weeks.
Sean?
I just would like to respond to the commission and kind of as a reminder that we do have an upcoming workshop, and even prior to that, in our one-on-one discussions, we plan to present some of the very ideas that we've heard this morning. So we're very open to any and all ideas that are out there, and we have some of our own. So we'll be updating the commissioners individually at one-on-ones, and then following that with the workshop that will cover much of items in this discussion.
Okay, beautiful. All right, thank you, Carrie. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
Just one last Carrie comment. Thank you for your leadership. You know, those of you who don't know Carrie well, her Explorations 5 is the beginning of the art process in creative minds. And sometimes you may not think about Children's Museum as an art base. It's very art-centric in terms of imaginations, and Carrie is perfect for that. And that's the large building you see up on Ed Springs Park. On the left side, you know, in between the two hills, that's her place. And it's going to be very exciting.
And Craig, don't kill me. I just thank you so much, Mayor, for giving a lovely plug to us. And as you think about this process, I will share one thing that I talk about at the Children's Museum, which is that there's two ways to build. And Commissioner Madden brought up Legos. And there's two ways to build a Lego set. You either get bags of Legos and follow an instruction book to build something that's been predetermined for you, or you get a bucket of Legos and build something that you want. So I'll leave you with that, but there's two ways to build. Thank you so much for your time, for listening about Lakeland Mayor's Council on the Arts, and please put your sticker somewhere.
And the examples that you did with the Legos, one is creativity, and the other one is a very meaningful lesson in following directions.
They're both valid.
Yes,
True
exactly.
educators at work here.
Exactly. Okay, we're going to move on. Ashley, come on. Give him just 1 second to wipe that down. So you very much wanted to hear from the Lakeland Economic Development Council. And so with us today, we have Ashley Cheek. I think most of you know Ashley. And so she's been quite gracious in accommodating us today. And she's going to speak to you regarding DAY2, Economic Development. And then we'll open up with questions afterwards. So welcome, Ashley.
Yes, well, thank you all. It's an honor to be here. I think it's my first retreat with you guys, so I'm excited to speak with you and kind of just give you an economic development update and also just an overview on the LADC and who we are. So starting out, I know many of you guys know our organization, but just as background, we are a private nonprofit EDC, and we have about 140 member companies who pay to be a part of our organization. And our primary role in the community is to help create new jobs and capital investment. And we do that by helping recruit new companies to the area and also help existing industry expansions. And we are 95% privately funded. Wanted to give you guys an overview on kind of the makeup of our membership. So what types of industries and companies are a part of our organization. So starting out, I won't go through every industry, but you see at the top, we have 18 brokers and developers who are a part of the LADC, 14 manufacturers, 10 financial institutions, 9 contractors and subs, and so that just kind of gives you a feel of who our top members are, and we also have more on this section as well. But like I said, I won't go through all of them, but just wanted to give you a quick snapshot on kind of the types of industries that make up our membership at the LADC. So where we get leads. So we obviously work on a lot of projects throughout the year, and we just kind of wanted to show you guys a snapshot of the last 5 years. So this diagram, it's actually a little outdated now. This was at the end of 2020. So we had about 435 leads that we've received over the last 5 years. You'll see that the yellow and orange are really out-of-town brokers and local brokers. And so we receive most of our prospect leads primarily from real estate brokers and our own existing industry expansions. And so we really feel like our relationships with real estate brokers and developers have been vital to our organization, because that's where we're really seeing the majority of our closed projects coming from. And like I said, the pie chart below shows the 5 past years of lead generation. I also wanted to go over the types of industries that the LADC targets. So several years ago, we put together about 9 or 10 industries that we want to see more of in Lakeland. So these industries are already here. They're already successful and growing in our community, but we also want to see more of them. And I will say, as I go through this list, you'll hear me use the term high-skill, high-wage jobs. And I know that's always a topic of conversation. And so when I say high-skill, high-wage jobs, I'm referring to jobs that are in the 150% to 200% range of the average annual wage. And as a recap, I know Jason touched on it yesterday. The Polk County average annual wage right now is about $43,000. To qualify for incentives, you have to be at 115% of that average annual wage. That number is $49,000. So when I say 150, that's about $65,000, and then 200 is close to $86,000. So when I'm referring to high-skill, high-wage jobs, I'm referring to that 150 to 200,000, 200% range. But just wanted to give you guys that quick overview before I hop into these industries.
Yeah.
So the first one's aviation. So many of you guys know, with Gene Conrad being our airport director, we've seen a lot of growth at the airport over the last several years, and we continue to see this as a growing industry sector. We obviously believe that these jobs are high-skill, high-wage jobs, and we would love to see more of them grow, and we would love to see our airport continue to thrive as well. Corporate headquarters. We do have a Fortune 100 company in our community, and I think that's something to be really proud of. I know we talk about Publix a lot, but they are a huge economic driver for Lakeland. They have over 8,000 employees in our community, and they just finished their expansion on their corporate headquarters office. We also have Saddle Creek Logistics. So they are a logistics company, but I don't want us to forget that we also have their corporate office here in Lakeland, just off of Cumbie Road, and they have over 800 employees at that office. So we always like to tell ourselves, well, we have a Fortune 100 company, why not try to attract more? Data centers. This is a really interesting industry. So most data centers, when they locate in the U.S., they're usually going to Kansas. But if they're going to come to Florida, they typically choose Lakeland because of our location. Since we are in the center of the state, we're more inland, and we also have a higher sea level. And so a lot of financial institutions rely on data centers. So if a hurricane were to ever hit our community, they will be able to keep their systems backed up and running. So if you're ever driving on I-4, I'm sure that you've seen the big, large, round domes just kind of near Florida Polytechnic on the north side of I-4. And that's an example of where a few data centers are located, but they're also kind of peppered throughout the community. Financial services and insurance. So we have several Fortune 500 companies that have regional offices in our community, one of them being Lockheed Martin. Their back office, payroll, and accounting is here in Lakeland, just off of South Frontage Road. And so we always like to highlight them as a major industry here, and they have about 400 employees in Lakeland. And then from the insurance side, we love to highlight Geico. You know, Geico expanded their regional office back in 2018, and they added 500 new employees, but they have 4,000 employees in Lakeland. And so these are two industries that we would love to see more of. Those are just two companies that I love to highlight. We have plenty more of them, but I think it's something to be proud of to have two household names that are continuing to grow in our community. Supply chain and logistics. So this is an industry that will always be important to our community simply because of where we're located within the state. We're just going to naturally attract logistics companies. Tampa and Orlando are also seeing this type of growth. And so Lakeland has 10.5 million people within a 100-mile radius, and no other city in the southeast can say that. So because we are in between two major metro cities, and we are inland, I think that just puts us on the map in a really unique way. And so for logistics companies, they want to be close to their customers. And so we just see this will just naturally happen as Lakeland continues to grow. Flavors and essences, and also very unique industry that I was not aware of that was here until I came to work at the LADC. So Lakeland has 6 international flavors and essence companies, and there's only 2 locations in the U.S. that attract these types of companies. It's New Jersey and Lakeland, Florida. And these companies choose our area because of our citrus roots. So they're able to take the essential oils from our citrus roots, use them in flavorings or perfumes. One example of a company is Treat USA. So Treat is actually headquartered in the United Kingdom. They've been in Lakeland for several years now, but they actually just doubled their facility back in 2018. And these are all very high-skill, high-wage jobs. I believe you also heard from Randy Avent yesterday mention that there's a potential Nether Flavors and Essence company that is looking out near Florida Polytechnic, which is very exciting. So again, very high-skill, high-wage job industry. They're here in Lakeland. They're successful here. We want to continue to see them grow here as well. Medical device packaging and sterilization. So within the Lakeland MSA, there's about 200 life sciences companies that are here. And so this industry is really a way to support them. So one example is actually the photo on the back of the screen, but Seripack is a company that manufactures packaging for medical devices. They located to Lakeland back in 2013, and they're from Ireland. We have several of these types of companies that are here, and I think that we'll continue to see more of them grow, especially with what has happened in the last year. I think that medical manufacturing in general is a growing industry. I think we've seen companies be successful here, and we would love to see more of them come to our area. Software and computer services. So really these are for IT companies. And so we have FedEx that is located in downtown Lakeland. They have about 400 employees. They're a major IT employer. Publix also has about 1,000 IT employees in downtown Lakeland as well. And we have several smaller companies like QGive that have grown, or DigiArc that are in our area and that we would love to see more of. And again, these are all very high-skill, high-wage jobs. And the last one, value-added manufacturing. So we feel like this is very important for our community. We're very grateful for the new manufacturing incentive that was just announced last week and what that means for our local manufacturers and manufacturers that will hopefully be moving to our area as well. But we see value-added manufacturing as a huge advantage to the city of Lakeland. When a manufacturer moves to our community, they're companies in the area, but these are just a list of very well-known companies that are in the pharmaceutical business. 3PL logistics companies, auto parts companies, furniture companies. So we just had Conn's Furniture move to our area back in 2019, and we thought to ourselves, we really have about 5 of those companies now. So, when you think about a company that's looking at an area, if they see a cluster of other companies that are in that same area, we have rooms to go. We have Haverty's Distribution, we have IKEA. So did cons look at us and say, hey, those companies are there, and they're really successful. We need to be in that area as well. And so we wanted to kind of update, we wanted to show you guys how we're going to start measuring success as we enter into this new year. So really differentiating between high school, high wage jobs and the total number of jobs, capital investment, increased square footage to the Lakeland market, water, wastewater, electric use, ad valorem taxes, tangible taxes, and intangible items, whether it's a household name company or if the company comes to our area and gets really involved in the community, we see that as a huge advantage. But we also see these new scorecard measures as a huge advantage for the city of Lakeland as well. And it's something that I believe we met with department heads at the beginning of 2020 and told them, hey, we're going to be coming to you guys and really trying to track these projects, what their water usage is, what their wastewater usage is, and electric use, and how that is really benefiting the city as well. And so when we receive that information, we'll certainly update you guys on our new scorecard moving forward. And then just a quick snapshot on how did Lakeland do this year. So this is just a high-level overview on projects that have happened in our community that we're really excited about. I know 2020 was a hard year for a lot of communities. And Lakeland was very fortunate to continue to see construction and new job growth and development. So starting out is Center State Logistics. So Brennan Investments is a developer who's been in our area for many years now. And this is a property located just off of State Road 33 and I-4. And the Ruthmans actually sold them this 140 acres at the end of 2019. So this first building that I have starred for you is 1 million square feet of space. They currently have it under construction, and it should be completed, I believe, in May of this year. They just tilted the walls last week on this project. Again, this is a speculative warehouse. So Brennan has been very successful. They built about 1 million square feet just down the road on the old mud hole property, and they have successfully leased both of those buildings to PepsiCo. Just down the street, south of I-4 on State Road 33, this is the old Bridgewater Golf Course property. So Transwestern Development came in a couple years ago, started developing this property as a spec warehouse, 712,000 square feet of space. In May of last year, right before they received their CO, they leased the entire space to HCA Healthcare. HCA might ring a bell to you. They have several hospitals in our area. They have about 40 in the Central Florida area, and so this was really a way for them to consolidate their distribution needs, but 200,000 square feet of this space will be storing pharmaceuticals. And so they're actually building that out, and they're also creating 200 new jobs with this project.
Where's that location?
Yeah, so that is located on the old Bridgewater Golf Course. So if you're heading out towards Florida Polytechnic, right before you take a right to head to Florida Poly, it is on the left-hand side of State Road 33. And Amazon. So Amazon has been very active because of COVID. So 2020 was a year of major growth. They were already growing significantly. Amazon leased over 5 million square feet of warehouse space in Central Florida. This is a property that's located on State Road 33. Again, Transwestern was this developer. They completed the project last summer, and Amazon leased the space in August of last year. And this project is a little bit different than their fulfillment center on County Line Road. This is a project that is a last mile delivery center. So those Sprinter vans are going in, picking up product, and then sending them out to customers' homes. Rooms to Go. So we talked about furniture clusters. Rooms to Go has been in our market since 1998. They have 2.3 million square feet of space just off of Airport Road. And this is a 400,000 square foot expansion that they are finishing up right now. I believe it'll create about 100 new jobs. But again, they've been a great company to have in our community. They're very involved. So we're excited to watch them grow. Zebec. So Zebec is a developer from Los Angeles. They actually are the developer who developed the project that Conn's Furniture went in last year. So this is a project located just off of County Line Road and Witten Road behind O'Reilly Auto Parts. So currently under construction, it's a speculative warehouse. It should be completed, I believe, in June of this year. And then Lakeland North Business Center. So this is just across the street from Kathleen High School on Memorial Boulevard. The two buildings will create about 300,000 square feet of space. They're a developer from Atlanta. And so, again, a speculative warehouse. They just tilted the walls. I believe that they're painting the building now. But they were able to activate this site. And, again, this should also be completed in the summer of this year. Amazon Prime Air. So I know that you guys were very involved in this project and deal, and it was a huge success for our airport. I know that there were many conversations for years about getting cargo to Lakeland Linder. And so to have this open in July of last year, I believe, has been a huge success for our community. 1,000 new jobs. I believe that they've already created about 800 or 900 of them already. But 283,000 square feet and about $150 million in capital investment. Drainfield Logistics. So this is a project, Blue Steel Development. They're a local developer here in Lakeland. They completed this project last year. It is on the corner of Drainfield Road and County Line Road, just before Plant City. It's a smaller project, about 220,000 square feet, and they've already leased half of the space to Motion Industries, which is an industrial supplier, and so they have about half of it left to lease. Summit Consulting, another huge win for Lakeland and for downtown. This has been a really fun project to watch go up, especially in the middle of such an unpredictable year. Having two major cranes, I think the largest cranes that Lakeland has ever seen in downtown has just been very encouraging, and we're excited to have 500 high-skill, high-wage jobs in downtown Lakeland. I know they're not new to Lakeland jobs, but moving those jobs to the core of downtown, I believe, is a huge success. In 135,000 square feet, $50 million project. So we're really excited about this completion. Hawthorne Hydroponics. This is the same building that Conn's Furniture located in last year. Conn's leased about 412,000 square feet of that space, but Hawthorne took the remaining 124,000 square feet of space. They're a subsidiary of Scott's Miracle-Gro, and so they're doing distribution of fertilizer. And this is located on State Road 33 as well. You can actually see those data centers in the background, the domes that I talked about earlier. MaxPack. So MaxPack has been in our community for many years. They're located on New Tampa Highway. So they are a corrugated box manufacturer. They expanded and leased a space from the Ruthvens just off of Gateway Road of about 104,000 square feet of space. They signed a deal with the beverage manufacturer White Claw, and they're actually distributing e-commerce for them out of this space. Interstate Commerce Park. So this is tied to Wesley Beck's park where IGT and Brew Hub are located. So Interstate Commerce Park, this is his new building. It's about 100,000 square feet, but it's facing Galloway Road. So they completed this project at the end of 2020. It was built on a speculative basis, but they have since leased out the space to a medical user. It's a confidential project, so we can't talk about it, but it's a great use, and we're excited to have them in Lakeland. Cedrina's Bakery. So I talked about bakeries when we were discussing clusters earlier. So Cedrina's is a company that is from Puerto Rico. We actually met with their CEO about 1.5 years ago, and they're really growing in the U.S. So their two largest customers are Kroger and Walmart, and they really felt like they needed a new manufacturing plant in the U.S. And so they have leased 47,000 square feet of space off of New Tampa Highway. They're currently building out that space now, and they plan to create 40 new jobs. But again, I think that this is a company that will grow here in Lakeland once they continue to increase their customer base. NOAA Hurricane Hunters, so another aviation project. I know that you all are very familiar with NOAA. They located to the airport back in 2016. It has been such a huge success to have them here. These are all high-skill, high-wage jobs, but they're expanding, as you know, another 44,000 square feet, and they're adding 50 new jobs. And then Catapult. Just wanted to highlight another development in downtown. So Catapult opened their doors in March of last year, which was a hard time to open a co-working and entrepreneurial facility, but they have seen a lot of success and growth. I think that they are growing by the day with new members that are using the space, and it's just been really fun to see this site activated, and people are really enjoying Catapult's, just this new facility on Lake Mirror. So we're excited to have them. Our office is in that space as well, which is a lot of fun. RGF Environmental, this is a medical manufacturing group that moved to Lakeland last year. So I mentioned earlier that I really feel like we're going to start seeing a large growth in medical manufacturing. A lot of that is stemming from the pandemic. But RGF is from South Florida, and what they do is they manufacture a UV light that is placed into air filtration systems in hospitals and clinics. And so they obviously saw a lot of growth through the last year. But they leased 33,000 square feet. This is just off of Kathleen Road at Interstate Business Park. And they're creating 100 new jobs. So I see that they will outgrow that space probably very quickly, and we're just excited to have captured them, and hopefully we can keep them here and keep them growing. Draken International, this is another pretty amazing aviation company that I'm sure many of you all are aware with, but they're a defense contractor for the U.S. Air Force. They have been in Lakeland since 2009, but they're growing significantly. So they're almost doubling their workforce. They're adding 150 new jobs. I believe they're increasing their square footage about 24,000 square feet. But again, these are all very high-skill, high-wage jobs. Heritage Plaza. Huge win for downtown Lakeland. I think we celebrated the opening of the parking garage a year ago. Hard to believe it's already been a year. On the south side of the garage, you know that Wesley Beck built a 40,000 square foot spec office space. And that was really the first spec office space that we've seen built in Lakeland and in downtown. So he has since leased about 20,000 square feet of that space to Farm Credit. So they take up the second floor of that space and a portion of the third floor. And there is a tech company that is also moving in the corner that we're looking at here on the third floor corner of this building. And then on the bottom portion, it's been fun to watch some new retailers open with Axe Caliber. Have any of you guys been out there throwing axes yet? No? Not quite yet? But just fun to see a new retailer open up in downtown and be successful. Yes Fit. So this is a really fun tech company that we met with probably right in the middle of the pandemic. We met with them in the summer of last year, and Scott Parker, Kevin Tranzu are the founders of this company. So YesFit is an app that anyone can use. It's for people who are wanting to run virtual races. So 5K, 10K marathons, you compete with other people across the nation. And so it's almost like building a virtual community. And they really took off during COVID, obviously, because gyms were closed down. And so most of their employees are developers, like app developers, so very high skill, high wage. But they purchased a new building off of Airport and Drainfield Road, about 19,000 square feet. And they're planting their headquarters here. So we're really excited to watch them grow. Yeah, we're just excited that they chose to stay in Lakeland. And then the Aspire Executive Office. So Aspire Properties finished this just a couple months ago. So a 16,000 square foot executive office. We have several companies that have located in this space and several local executives that are using this space. And so just great to see another site activated on Lake Mirror. It's been fun to see the synergy with Summit, Catapult, Aspire, and then the joinery as well. And then Mirrorton in the background. So just exciting to watch this open up and be activated. Tampa Made Foods. So Tampa Made is a food manufacturer that has been in Lakeland since the 90s. They have about 150,000 square foot manufacturing facility just off of Kathleen Road. So this is their new ideation and R&D center. So it's a 16,000 square foot, $15 million R&D center that they opened in February of last year. And so this is really a space for them to bring their customers in, showcase their food products, and then hopefully gain new customers and clients. But their main product is breaded shrimp, breaded pickles, breaded cauliflower, all the really yummy, healthy things. So we're excited to watch them continue to grow here. But it's a beautiful building as well. And I also wanted to highlight SunTrax. So I know that Randy and Sean came and spoke to you all yesterday, and SunTrax is technically located in Auburndale, but I think the effects that SunTrax will have on the Lakeland community will be enormous. And so just kind of wanted to highlight an updated photo. The infield is currently under construction. So SunTrax opened their tolling track a couple years ago to test tolling for SunPass. But FDOT is investing $120 million in the infield right now. So it's currently under construction. It should be completed in the fall of this year. But this is really what will activate companies to be able to come in and test autonomous vehicles. So they're building out the infield to be able to have that as a space for companies to use to test either a logistics automation or a car automation, which is just really exciting. So just wanted to highlight the progress on that, and we'll hopefully be able to see a finished product of this infield in the fall of this year. So I know it was a lot of information, but just kind of wanted to give you a quick recap on the last 12 months. 3.1 million square feet of new development, 1,900 new jobs, and about $308 million in capital investment. And again, I showed you guys the new scorecard and the ways that we're going to measure moving forward, so we're excited to share those new measures with you. And then 5-year review. Kind of wanted to give you guys an idea of what the last 5 years have looked like compared to 2020. So 2020 was still our best year as far as new jobs, capital investment, and square footage. But as far as totals for the last 5 years, we've seen 6,200 new jobs created, about $717 million in capital investment, and about 9.1 million in square feet. Also wanted to highlight industries that are kind of hot right now and industries that might be suffering a little bit more as far as what we're seeing in activity. So right now, what's hot, obviously we've seen a lot of large-scale industrial. A lot of that has just been a product of what has happened with COVID and a lot of companies trying to transition to e-commerce. So that's happening across Central Florida. It's not just Lakeland. We're seeing a lot of industrial development in Tampa, a lot of industrial development in Orlando. I think being along the I-4 corridor is just a natural effect. I mentioned a lot about medical manufacturing and distribution. Some of these are temporary, but some are long-term, and we think that this will be an industry that continues to grow. Aviation, we have obviously seen a lot of growth at the airport, like I mentioned, but 3 of those major projects were located at our airport, and they were aviation jobs. And multifamily. So we typically don't work on multifamily projects, but 2020, we received more calls from multifamily developers than we ever have before. People that just wanted to know about our market, received demographic data, information on growth in Lakeland. And so I think that that's exciting. I know that that's a conversation that we've had in the past, and I think that it's definitely a need for Lakeland right now with the type of growth that we're having. And then industries that are not so hot right now, so smaller office deals, we've seen an increase in subleasing activity. A lot of this is just a result of remote work. And we did poll our members at the end of 2020, and about 25% of them did mention that they may be decreasing their office footprint, kind of just dependent on how this year goes and how bringing employees back to the office goes as well. So this is my last section. I promise I'm almost done. But I really wanted to highlight rankings and talent. So for the last 2 years, Lakeland has made national headlines, and we've never really tracked our rankings before, partially because we haven't shown up in rankings in the past. So back in 2009, our high school high wage investor group visited Raleigh, North Carolina, and their community kept telling us, you really need to track your rankings. It makes such a difference, and it really kind of shows the barometer of how your community is doing. And so I thought I would just kind of highlight what we've been seeing in the news the last 2 years. But before I do that, why do rankings matter? It matters to economic development because it puts Lakeland on the map, and it validates our community success. It helps us sell Lakeland to prospective companies and their employees, and it also shows us where we can improve. So I'll go through these fairly quickly, but I just want you guys to be encouraged on what we've seen over the last few years. So under population growth, Bloomberg ranked us the #1 fastest growing city in the U.S. in 2018. In 2020, U.S. News ranked us the #7 fastest growing cities in the U.S. And Realtor.com in 2019 ranked us as the #1 hottest housing market in the U.S., which I think has probably continued into 2020. Entrepreneurship. Inc.com ranked Lakeland the #30 best U.S. city to start a business. And they really gave credit to Catapult and all that they've done for our entrepreneur community. And so that was really exciting to see. It was a national ranking survey that had gone out, and so I think that's a huge success to celebrate. And then JustBusiness.com ranked Lakeland the #5 best place to start a home-based business. On development and job growth, Business Facilities ranked us the #10 mid-sized metro in job growth. Smart Asset ranked us #8 best places to work in manufacturing. And Business Insider ranked us the #1 on the top 10 cities for buying a house in 2019, where jobs are plentiful, construction is booming, and young people are moving in. And then from quality of life, U.S. News ranked us the #6 safest place to live in the U.S., the #18 best place to retire, the #28 city with the lowest cost of living, and the #61 best places to live in the U.S. That was U.S. News in 2020. And this is my favorite one. So do you guys think that we have the most diverse economy in the state of Florida? Yes? No? So the Florida Chamber at the beginning of 2020 ranked the Lakeland Winter Haven MSA, really Polk County, as the #1 most diverse economy. And I think that that is something to be extremely proud of, especially this was pre-COVID. So going into a pandemic where a lot of industries were affected, having a city and a county and a community that is not reliant on one industry is a huge advantage, and I think that we were reaping those benefits, and we're really grateful to have this title. And then lastly, COVID-19 has really changed talent attraction and migration. So we've seen all throughout the U.S., large cities have been considered out-migration markets. Tampa and Orlando are considered in-migration markets. But we actually found this company, MZ. They're a labor market data company, and they recently published their annual talent attraction scorecard, and their focus was on mid-sized markets where Lakeland falls in. So their scorecard this year unpacks how early data suggests existing trends in remote work. And like I mentioned, large city out-migration has been accelerated by COVID. So whether succeeding in their efforts or struggling, the pandemic is forcing communities to respond to shifting migration and telework and its impact on talent migration. So the overall findings from their study: COVID has accelerated the move of talent from major metros to America's second cities. Large metros are struggling to retain talent. Talent is going to mid-sized markets like Lakeland, which have populations of 250,000 to 1 million. Certain regions are really thriving, especially Florida and Texas. And trends in remote work are going to make these migrations even easier. Remote job postings are up by 154% from pre-COVID averages. And the ability to keep a job or get a new one is not tethered to a particular location, and that's really fueling talent migration. And we see this as a huge advantage as the Economic Development Council, because even if we can attract talent to our community, that could also mean attracting new companies here as well. And even bringing in new talent, we could also get them to work for our local companies as well. So how did Lakeland rank in this talent attraction scorecard? And this is really the Lakeland Winter Haven MSA, but we ranked 12th overall in talent migration out of 3,000 MSAs. We ranked 10th in net migration, 19th in skilled job growth, and 98th overall in job growth. So again, we see this as a huge advantage. Obviously, I know that COVID has been so hard on our community and other communities throughout the U.S., but this is also a way for us to put our foot forward and really start attracting talent to our area, and I think that we're in a really good place going into 2021. So now I will answer any questions.
Ashley, quite impressive. Quite impressive. When I think about the 5-year review and $717 million in capital investments, that's nothing short of impressive. So we're going to open it up for questions, and I know you're going to have a lot of questions, but I'm going to ask that you only ask one question at a time. All right, so when you're called on, we'll come back to you to get all your questions, but we want to make sure we hear all voices, and you know what I'm talking about. I can tell because you're smiling when I say that.
Written down,
Okay.
so now I have to pick one.
All right, Chad, we're going to start with you.
I'll start with, if I had to pick one. Thank you, Ashley, for the update. That was great. If you were to say, if there's any policy change that you, LADC, would encourage this commission to look at, to consider, that would put us in a stronger position as a city to be more competitive in terms of economic development, is there anything that stands out, that's on your radar, that you would say to us as we're in strategic planning?
Sure, that's a great question. So I think Commissioner McCarley said it yesterday of really wanting to be a city that says yes. I think that when we're competing with other communities in the state of Florida, we want people to know that they can come to Lakeland and open a facility quickly, and I think that just puts us in a unique place as far as economic development and new construction and companies that are looking at this area.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Reed?
Thank you. Ashley, it's always a pleasure to see you, and every time I hear you speak, it's just, I can't believe all the different good things that are happening to our city, and I'd much rather see you than Steve here.
I'll be sure to tell him.
It reminds me, I just saw recently where California, New York, and Chicago are losing tremendous amount of, and of course, Texas being number 1, Tennessee being number 2, and Florida being number 3 for immigration per se. And it reminds me also, we have what we call halfways and halfbacks. People coming from the north stop in Tennessee. Others come to Florida, find it maybe a little bit too warm, and they go half back to Tennessee, or North Carolina. So our southeast is doing quite well. But Jason Willie was here yesterday, and he and I are on the little component that does incentivizing. How big a issue is that, or is that a real benefit for us to give some incentivizing for employees and stuff like that? Is we're trying to step it up to the 125, maybe 150. It'd be nice to get 200.
Sure.
But give me a brief rendition of what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I think incentives are extremely important. So I would say that if we want to compete with other markets in Florida or in the country, we have to have incentives in our toolbox. And so I would say that, with Florida losing, I know Jason mentioned it yesterday, but the state of Florida took away the qualified targeted industry incentive, and I think that that was a huge hit to the state. I know that they're in conversations of bringing that back, but incentives say to companies that we're open for business. And so because other locations offer them, we have to be competitive and offer them as well. And so I would say it's a huge piece of what we do.
Thank you.
Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, and a couple of questions already been asked. So my question is probably a little more, because I hear quite a few people asking me, and I don't know what the correct answer is. I think some time ago, when I asked either EDC, Lakeland Economic Development Council, or our chamber this question, the answer was something, but I'm thinking years later, is it still the same? And that is, you mentioned all the industries and all the other particulars that are coming to Lakeland, but why we don't see some of your major, restaurants coming into our city, such as, Pre-F Chain and Cheesecake Factory, or is it something to do with the economic temperature of our Lakeland community? Is that what we find to be the case, or is it population?
Yeah.
Do you hear that, or do you have
Sure.
a kind of answer?
Yeah, that's a great question. To be honest, we've never worked directly with restaurants that are looking at the area, so I'm not sure where they stand as far as what their barometer is for moving to a certain location. It could be demographics, number of households. To be honest, I don't have an exact answer, but I can imagine that, for instance, we've tried to get a restaurant to move out to County Line Road for the amount of employers that are in that area.
Yes.
The biggest issue out there was the lack of rooftops. And so even though there's 20,000 employees in that area, companies wanted to see more rooftops. And so as far as, coming to an area like Lakeside Village or other more populated areas, I'm not sure if they've ever, considered Lakeland or what their, barometer is for moving to the area. But it's something I can certainly find out.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Commissioner Madden.
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, and it is exciting to see, even after a year like we've had, that things have been happening and growing and people are investing in Lakeland. So that was such a great, encouraging report to hear. I wanted to limit my question to the things that attract these higher skill, high wage job folks with regard to quality of life. I know that we have struggled because in the past it seemed like education sometimes was something that prevented folks from wanting to live in Lakeland, going to a nearby fish hawk or somewhere where they can get a better Googled school rating. But I also think about in our conversations, even today with the arts and with the RP Funding Center, and kind of reimagining our Lakeland West area of town with the oncoming of Bonnet Springs Park. It would be really interesting not just to have a citizen survey that goes to all of our community, but to focus on folks that actually have that additional funds to spend. And I think when we talk about P.F. Chang's and those, they want to see a number of jobs, or household wages that are in that threshold that can afford that kind of food at a mass quantity. And so I know as we're growing that number and working on, getting those high skill, high wage jobs here, it's kind of like what comes first, the chicken or the egg. Right. So they want to have, it would be really, I would think that would add value to us as policymakers if we knew that arts was of huge importance, or if green spaces was the most important, or if sports was the dominant theme. I think that, not just getting a citizen survey, but specifically targeting the folks who have that money that they want to spend, not just folks in general who like free parks, that we subsidize, but when we're considering investments, the things that cost money, for folks to be able to participate in, I'd really love that. I think that would really add value to our conversations if we had that information.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that could look like us surveying our members, and I don't know, kind of gauging even just the executives of the companies that are located here, what they would like to see more of. But I think it's any and all of it. Just to answer your question, I think the presentation before mine was wonderful. I kept thinking to myself, quality of life is such an important piece of economic development. Arts and culture is a large piece of that. Having a community that is unique, that people can experience things and, grow in community with one another, I think is important. They want to have, things to do and things to see. I think Bonnet Springs will be a huge advantage for families moving to our area. But to answer your question, yeah, I think that quality of life is such a huge piece of economic development. We can't attract those high school, high wage jobs if we're not a community that people want to live in. If they're used to living in a Winter Park or a Tampa, how could we get them to want to move to a community like Lakeland? So I love that, and that's something that we can certainly follow up on if we need to. Yeah.
Commissioner McCarley.
Thank you, Ashley. It was a great presentation, and thanks for listening yesterday. I think that's helpful. Commissioner Reed mentioned yesterday about the Southwest residential developments that are happening in and around the airport, that maybe we should temper that or calm it down. So I just wanted to see, after this whole presentation with all the different hundreds of thousands of square feet of space out there, if you have any thoughts on that, or LEDC, and if that's too much, limelight on you, I totally understand. We can talk about it offline. But I was just, I'm trying to connect the dots from Commissioner Reed's point yesterday, which is well taken. And as we see this growth, and if we get more aviation and more support out by the airport, how do we balance that? And if you all had any thoughts on that.
Sure. Yeah, I can share my thoughts on that. So I would say, Lakeland has several pockets where there's been a lot of industrial development. In a lot of areas that were previously zoned industrial. So it's really just infill. So the Southwest market that you're discussing right now, I would say that there's obviously been a lot of growth, not only on the Lakeland side, but on the Plant City side as well. And so I think that will continue to grow. I don't know what that means for single-family homes, but, the airport is obviously just getting going, in my opinion. I think that they've been such an economic driver for our community for a long time, but having Amazon come, having Drop-In continue to grow, and NOAA, I think that if that continues, I think that area should certainly, stay industrial or more commercial if possible.
Thanks.
Commissioner Reed.
I'm sorry, I was just listening.
Are you done?
Mayor Mutz.
All right, I'm converting my question to comments, and as observations. It is interesting to reflect upon. Well, first of all, let me do a clarifying thing. Data centers, when we think about data centers, and this is really just for the public at large, are different from online business developments in that they are data mirrors. In other words, they really are places where data is a repository. So our hospital, for example, has 2 locations nationally, so that if data went down in their location, they can immediately come right back up due to a storm or some other kind of thing with the existing online data that they had, continue to be able to run as soon as they can reestablish a data line. So in an era of time where the cloud has become so imperative, a data center is a hardline cloud for the ability for large organizations to do so. So those are very, very important to be located in a place like ours, and it's wonderful to see those happening, and they have to be able to survive during storms, et cetera. Shifting from that, just as a clarifying point, LEDC, which is over 30 years old, maybe 35, has been a wonderfully contributing, creative idea development source for us in our city. Adversity always creates opportunity if you have the momentum to attach and the creative minds to move forward when required. And so we had adversity when the citrus businesses and phosphate businesses started to move away, and that was the genesis of LEDC. We look at a COVID year like the adversity we've had this last year, and we see how solidly we were able to survive and grow and expand because of existing momentum that happened starting 15 years ago from visiting cities and getting ideas and attaching those ideas, and many of which were mentioned even in your presentation of things that were met along the way that we made opportunities for here. So when we see many times LEDC get some criticism for contribution, I want us to really recognize that part of the fruit of what Ashley's been able to discuss as what has resulted in this last almost dismal year in many respects, business-wise, has been a result of that existing momentum. And it is imperative that we think about and continue to provide those elements that we learn from others that are the gold nuggets of opportunities, and art is one of them, as we've discussed today. Multifamily housing is one of those things. And certainly higher technological warehousing is one of those. We're not just putting in warehouses per se, we're putting in higher tech warehouses as we go along the way. And to recognize the values brokers have because they can be attracted to a city that does have rankings that cause people to turn their heads. We are in a very cusp moment in our history. And we need to take a look at some of what has happened historically because of these opportunities to attach momentum and make certain that we're wisely also reorienting our direction to continue that same kind of momentum. And so, Ashley, you've done a remarkable job in your leadership role within LEDC as well as in this presentation, and coming up to grips with the history of what has passed, with enabling it to continue to go forward. And the grace in which you do it and the knowledge from which you do it is commendable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Mutz.
Terrific message, Mayor. All right. Any other questions? I saw several table tents go down, so I think we're good. Ashley, anything that you want to share with us in part?
No, I'm just grateful to be here. I think that, I echo what Mayor Mutz said as far as we're on the cusp as a community. I think this is a really exciting time for Lakeland, and we're excited to partner along with you all as we journey through this next year. So thank you for having me. We're excited for 2021. Thanks.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you. All right, Commission, what we're going to do is we're going to make up time. We're going to pause for a 10-minute break, and so we'll reconvene at 10.
Thank you.
Always.
seats. During our interview times, a topic, and I'm coining it this way, just the political culture right now, the climate as we are because of many things that have happened over the year. And you all had some same perspectives, some different perspectives that thought it might, and I say might, be meaningful to have conversations. So we have open discussion wherever you want to go, whatever you want to share with your peers. If there's something that you want to share regarding the topic, if you have questions regarding the topic, then most of these would fall under TA6, the resiliency. All right, Mayor?
We've talked about the airport a couple of times and the flights that are increasing and will continue to increase over the next several years. And I think it's important for people to know that, citizens to know that that is a high concern of our commission. We want to make sure that we're doing everything on noise abatement possible and on those approaches possible, which is a matter of public record. But it's a certainty that planes will continue. It's an airport, and we can't have invested at the federal aviation level the amount of the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been invested there with the expectation it's going to become a quieter place. So you can do housing around airports, and there are disclaimers done today by the real estate agents with respect to the awareness of being near an airport. Anyway, you can do housing near airports where people like living near airports anyway. They don't mind the noise, and we need to recognize that as we think about that, that doesn't make those lanes only industrial. Certainly we want to have industrial buffers, and we want to be able to utilize wetlands in wise ways with solar panels and things like that, as we have done before we start our hydrogen cell production factories, which will be very shortly forthcoming. And but there are also people that don't mind living there. We will have commercial air traffic at our airport. It is a matter of time. It's wise for the state of Florida. Just like you have looked at logistics providers moving to the center of the state and the population density and growth that's here, it's going to be wise for carriers to be in Lakeland and Tampa and Orlando for commercial airline connections because of the growing population densities and the ability to have it be much easier travel. And it takes people off of I-4. So we need to live with the expectation of airline and large air growth at that airport on a continuing daily basis. And then work together to try and find the ways that we make that as manageable as possible, but not to expect that that is going to become something that's lessened. It will increase. And I just want to make that comment because we have to grow that way. We will continue to grow that way, and air traffic is a large part of it. And today, people are only 25% of commercial traffic has been restored in terms of passengers. So we have 75% to go. The airlines are not expanding now, but there are regional channels that are closing that are causing them to consider ours. And so those discussions are occurring, and we hope to see them become fruitful.
So I always say that knowledge is power, and then having information, we can make informed decisions. But you live near an airport, you live near an airport. You know, my wife and I, we live in South Lakeland, not near the airport, but every once in a while that Amazon plane comes low, you know, and we hear it. But going back to some of the points yesterday, and then what you're saying here, when we talk about the climate and having an informed citizenry, what would you recommend for that topic with the airport? You said you want the citizens to know. So if they're listening, then there's a small group at.
So I guess my recommendation is that the Commission provide a pretty united front on its support of the airport, and that portion of our economic growth is something that we can rely upon, and then should manage the growth around the airport wisely.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, sir. A couple of things, if I could. As you heard, Ms. Ashley, as she was sharing this very good information with us, how well, you know, we've done with through this course of the past year with the COVID-19 pandemic, and still having seeing the kind of growth when it comes to our economic development area is concerned. If you notice, there were about 3 different particular businesses, or I should say commercial properties that got developed. And they were whereabout? Right off exit 38, if you notice that. And I'm just impressing upon us as we continue to have that talk and that dialogue with, of course, Department of Transportation, that we got to continue to, and as I heard, I think Mr. Bonby mentioned about construction being so far out. That's just too far out. We got to make sure as we continue to see these developers and developments coming into place, those trucks, that traffic is going to continue to grow, continue to expand and expound. So I think it's incumbent upon us, and not that we are not, but we got to continue to keep our fingers on the pulse, to make sure that we can get that maybe construction date moved a little closer in than so far out as it is. I think it was 2028, or was it past that?
Right.
Yeah, and that's what it's 28. That's 7 more years. And thinking, what with development the way it's going out there on exit 33, and the three or four industries already there, developments already there, and what we hear from Dr. Advent about the FPU, we got to continue to make sure, hey, let's move this thing a little closer. That's one thing. Secondly, and like I mentioned yesterday, I've heard it for a number of years as I've been on the commission about, and of course, it's come out as being, a culture of yes. I want to know, what are we not doing to make us a culture of yes, to help support businesses, help support the process, help support to make sure we can have those particular situations done or things in place to get business to continue to want to thrive here, and those that already here continue to expand their business. Because I've heard it over and over so many years now, and I think we've seen some things change. Well, could there be some additional changes that need to happen? And if there are, what are we not doing to make this culture of yes to be what we want it to be? Those are my 2 things.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner McCarley?
I'll speak to that since I brought that up yesterday. Thank you, Commissioner Walker. I think what it means to me, and I can't speak on behalf of everyone else, but for me, there are little things that, of course, I think Lakeland provides a wonderful level of service with regard to businesses and permitting and personal issues. Right now, my home, we're doing some exterior. We had it painted and we had some things done, and now we want to have a change in our columns that sit on ours, so we're not changing placement, but we're still waiting on a permit. And so I'm not going to call and be like, this is my house, because I'm going to go through the process like everyone else, and actually I have a contractor who's going through the process. And so for me, I think it's the speed of the environment in which we live. So technology has sped everything up, and we're actually an instantaneous society, what we used to call an ATM society. You used to stand in line at the bank, and then you got to get an ATM card when I went to college, and I could get my cash there, and I didn't have to do that. Now, I don't know what the technology is called, except that I have a, supercomputer that I hold in my hand. So we're a very impatient culture. So I think when I'm talking about the culture of yes is all the information provided to our customers up front? Do we tell them every box they need to check in order to push something through, whether they're starting a new business, as Mrs. Madden was talking about yesterday, or whether they're trying to get a permit to redo something on their home? Are we giving them all that information up front so they can check all those boxes? Or are we saying going back to the analogy from yesterday morning that I thought was so poignant and so on the mark with regard to my opinion of the culture of yes is, do we say, okay, you did 3 things, and now it's another week, and you got to do 3 more things, and now it's another week, and oh, by the way, that person's on vacation, so no one else can help you, and you're going to have to wait on them. And that's that's not just in city government. That's in healthcare. It's in education. It's in all of our major institutions. So I think when I'm saying that is not saying that everything is dire and that the world is ending and that, oh my gosh, we only say no. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, are there more efficient ways that we can provide services to people who need our service? Are there more efficient ways of doing that? And do I think our department heads are constantly looking at that? Absolutely. I totally think they're looking at that. But I think the culture is, in a bureaucracy, is to say no first. And I'm not excluding that again to City Hall. I think that's the federal government. I think that's the state government. I think it's in any government entity that we work with. I don't think it's exclusive to us. But how can we, instead of putting up an obstacle, say, oh, these things are right, you've come down the pike, and done all these different things, but could we provide the whole picture? Can we provide the whole picture at the beginning? It's just like changing classes in high school. I mean, it's any kind of process. So for me, even though I have a creative part to my brain and love the arts, I also am a process person. And what's the highest, most best use of time and efficiency in serving others? So that's kind of, I don't know if that helps you. I'm not trying to say it in a negative way. I'm just trying to say, how do we help people that need our help most efficiently?
And yes, I would agree. I'm not saying, and I just want to know what more can be done, because I want to make sure that we don't continue to hear over and over, as I have heard for these last number of years, as City Hall is not doing what they need to do to keep us and keep our business, be able to get things done and get the CO that we want. If you hear what I'm saying. So I want to know what more can be done. I want to have that kind of conversation among us, and staff to tell me, hey, what can y'all do to make sure y'all can make it right? As you just mentioned about, these are things that got to be done in order to get this situation going.
Right.
Are we doing it? Have we done it? Can we do it to make it happen?
And I think it reflects back, and I think staff does this really well, and I think there's always room for improvement, just like when we discussed our city attorney's review last week, and Mrs. Madden brought up the 360-degree review on staff. Do we do that to our process? Are we constantly looking at our process to do better? Do we listen? And I think having the new button on our app that says, ideas from the community, having that in place, that maybe somebody does something that they're like, hey, this is a hiccup that you might not know about. And listening to our constituents and listening to the people we're providing service to, like, that might be better to do it this way. Just like last week or 3 weeks ago when we started the COVID, not us, when the county health department started, getting COVID appointments set up, the phone system obviously was overwrought, so they pivoted and created an online system. So I think it's just a constant evolution and discussion and dialogue. But what I hear in my emails typically are reflected in process and how to do it better, and that sometimes it's beyond the boxes that are checked. Maybe there's something else going on, that there's more personal context around it.
Commissioners, to both your points, you are talking about process. You're also talking about the big view. And so when you hear, as you coined, the city's not doing, or they're not following through, or holding me back, whatever, it can be an individual or department. Well, that's when the city management goes in and then they deal with that. But when you're talking about processes, you can have every single department in the city team working high functionally, all right? But it doesn't mean that everything's being connected and conveyed to the consumer. And so one of the examples when you're talking about buildings. So when you're talking about processes, have they connected? I'm just going with what you both are going with, and partly what was conversation from yesterday. Have all of those processes been identified within departments? Have they been connected so that if I'm coming in and I want to go through the process, I have it all mapped out? Because what I heard you saying yesterday, it's segmented. So they complete one set of processes, thinking they're done, they go to another set of processes. But have we streamlined all the processes together and then shared them with the consumer so that they know right up front, beginning to end? In other words, going through the process with the end in mind. Commissioner Madden.
Thank you. So I did want to respond, since I used that as my one major point, one of two. So I will say that I feel like there's a couple of things at play. I know that our community development department has so much on their plate, and this has been, even though it's been COVID, they've had a ton of permits. I know that they've made some strides with their express permitting, and that they've worked in the culture, because that goes top down to be customer centric. I was glad to see on our HR report yesterday, all of those things that we see as key attributes of an employee. I would cheerlead for all of those things. I think that when it comes to, it's like, think about your LPD or your fire, those folks that keep us safe. They also have a demeanor that is, they're in charge, they hold the power, and you're powerless in their presence because they will either, approve you or disapprove you or send you to jail or give you a ticket. And so when it gets to things like the fire inspections, sometimes it's the point at which it's been several weeks and you're so exasperated and out of money and everything costs a lot that you're not wanting to be ugly or hide things or be conniving, but your personal communication style might be telling that inspector, like you could be freaking out, and that could be misinterpreted by the inspector, like, oh, what are they trying to hide? Don't they know we just want to be safe? I think there's a disconnect, almost like we need marriage counseling between the inspectors and the folks, because that's why I brought up you're not going to get paid. Because that's the case. Like, they are not getting money until they open. Zero money's coming into that business until they open. And so that causes someone to get into an emotional place where they're like, I don't want to call the fire chief because he's a personal friend, but if I have to, I'm going to. I don't want to call the city manager because I'm desperate, but I might have to. I don't want to call my city commissioner because I just want this to be over with. I want to do the rules. I want to have a business, but I'm at my wit's end and I don't know what to do. And every single time they come, it's one more thing and one more expense and 2 more weeks and 3 more months. And some don't even open. And I know several. They've invested in businesses as tenants, leaving those investments in the landlord's property because they're now connected, and they didn't make it because of our process. And they don't want me to share their names because it's like being mean to your waitress. They could spit in your food ultimately. And you don't want the process to last any longer. But these are exasperated citizens who come to me at a last resort who just want to be able to have a paycheck. They just want to be able to start their business, move into their offices and be able to function. So if our folks who are enforcing the laws and doing the inspections and permitting knew, that's why they're frustrated. They're not trying to resist arrest or get around the rules. They're really at wit's end, and they really need this to happen. And I think part of it in communication is knowing that. It's like why you bring in a marriage counselor, so you have a mediator to say, listen, this is where we are, folks. And then I think at the same time, if the citizen knows, gosh, you wouldn't realize how many more permits we had this year than last year. Even in COVID, it has just been extraordinary. Like somebody, and I think, like, I'll just bring to attention Jason Willie. I mean, he is such a wonderful, calming influence, and I've heard so many good things about him when he's integrated into a process, just what he brings to the table, and he's rarely celebrated. I mean, we don't really have him in our meetings. But Jason Willie's name is one that always comes, has a sterling reputation of helping people through the process, helping them avoid pitfalls, expedite things. And he would be a great person for us to put everyone in the rocket ship. Let's put the fire inspectors and, the other inspectors and Jason Willie and some really upset customers who have been at their wits' end because they didn't get their CO. Put them in the rocket and send them to orbit so that they can figure it out. Like, we need to be able to have them hear all of the worst case scenarios in a safe environment where they're not going to be penalized for their frustrations and their comments. And we can kind of come together and have a powwow in how we get to a best practice. And that's what I would do. I mean, I use the, orbiting the giant hairball. I think that if our inspectors and if our permitting, our staff stay in the hairball, then anyone who tries to go get a permit will get trapped there. But if we send them out to have some creative space and to be able to explore, listen to the critics like their best friend. That's what I always think about. I hate that criticism, but my husband always tells me your worst critic is your best friend because they see things what other people see. One person says it, more people probably think it. Just listen to what they're saying and try to be better. And I think that that's what needs to happen.
So you have 2 parts of that. You have the doing, all right, making sure that everything is in order for them to be able to move forward. And then you also have the communication, all right? And so the inspections, that's the doing. Is everything in order? And sometimes it gets convoluted, but the message, the way that we share it, and I'm not saying good or bad, I'm just saying, you know, you're in government, so it's always out in front of everybody. But there's not a business here in Lakeland with 3 employees that does not have the same issues. It's just that yours are in government and everybody knows about them. And so, you know, for all of you, you know, there's the opportunity to say, hey, how can we communicate more effectively? And how can we be a better listener? And Jason, you mentioned Jason. Most of you all mentioned Jason both last year and this year in your comments. So, yeah, he's very, very nurturing. So I'm going to volley right over to you, Sean.
Thank you. So just to respond to some of what I've heard this morning and have heard even prior to this morning, of course, you know, the answer is we continue to listen, just like today, and learn and innovate and make changes and improve the process. And I can tell you, you know, I've worked at 3 different local governments. And specific to some of the conversation about the building department and all of the review and permitting and inspections that go on there, it's a difficult task. Those are hard jobs to do. And it's frustrating at times, you know, on both sides when we have, you know, reviewers and inspectors who want to get to yes, but at times are impeded by codes that are not even our own. You know, they're state level codes and the like. And so we try and will endeavor to continue to try to improve the process as much as we can. We're studying it every day to find those changes. And I'll give you an example. And it's an example that I've kind of been holding off on sending an email to the commission, so I'll just go ahead and reveal it today because it speaks to what we hear, what we experience, and what we do to innovate and improve. I've been dealing with a business for several months now, going back to, you know, even before the holidays, who were frustrated because they were hearing how much they were being held up through that process. And so every time I would go in and check the system, there were notes that was showing otherwise. And so I was sharing that information with, in this case, the tenant, Commissioner Madden, who was then going back and having discussions with their contractor about what the real issue was. So from that, what I discovered, and I've worked with Nicole, and we've already implemented a change. The way the system was operating was that the contractor who would apply for the permit was the contact. That was the email address that was in the system, which then gave the contractor the ability to go into our systems to e-permit and e-track it and be able to track along with the progress or the delay. Well, that's only one person involved in that development. Who was being left out is the property owner and the tenant. And so what I've asked for and what has now been implemented is when a contractor pulls a permit, we get the email address of the property owner, and there's an option for us to receive the email address of the tenant. And what that does now is it will give the property owner the ability to go into the system and track along with the progress rather than being dependent upon one person who's telling them, you know, what the holdup is or the delay. So there's just an example of from experience, from interacting with this one business, that we found a kind of a hang up in the system that we've now changed and improved. And so that's the answer. It is a difficult process. It is frustrating for everyone involved. I've never yet heard someone who woke up and said, "Yay, I get to go pull a permit today." You know, and so everyone goes into that apprehensive. Now, we need to help remove some of that apprehension in the way that you're talking about, in the way that we communicate, and in the way that we relate to what these people are experiencing because as much as it may be difficult for staff, it's our jobs to deal with that difficulty, and we will continue to encourage that type of behavior. Get to yes, I fully agree with it. One of the things I've asked HR to do is one of our recognition awards that I want is a Get to Yes award. When we see examples of staff who got to yes, who went out of their way, who were innovative and creative, we want to celebrate that. And we want to then show that that's the behaviors that we're looking for, and we will through that type of recognition. Another difficulty that I'll just point out, and it is, because of interest rates being as low as they are, we are experiencing, construction and permitting at a record all-time high. And it's a difficult decision. And I will tell you, I've had Nicole and Brian, come to me and talk about how far they're starting to run behind. We have lost some of our reviewers and inspectors because when permit activity is at an all-time high, the private sector is also paying a lot of money for those folks, and it's hard for us to retain them. So when we then consider, well, should we put on additional staff to complete those tasks? Well, we got to remember we're at an all-time high, and we're going to eventually sink back down to the low, and we don't then want to have too much overhead by adding on too much staff. And so that's the balance in those limited resources that we play. There's also contract services that we consider, but we pay about twice as much for those services. And so we're, again, making those business decisions. We certainly want to move as quickly as we can, but it's competing resources, and we'll do the best with those that we can. So hopefully I've addressed at least how we're trying to get to yes and how we will continue to try, and we'll continue to review our processes and make the changes like the example that I gave today that will help us be more transparent. And hopefully by being more transparent, that apprehension that I talked about will be lowered for both our citizens and our customers, and also that will probably make it lower for staff as well.
I'm going to get to your questions. You may not like what I'm going to say, but you're going to like me this afternoon when we finish, I promise. All right, so you get 1 minute, because we're out of time already. So if you have something, put it in 1 minute, all right?
Thank you, Sean, for those examples. That's helpful. I know you talked about in your interview process that it bothered you that at times there's a perception of bureaucracy among our residents, and you wanted to work to try and improve that. And so I think hearing some of that is important. I think to Commissioner Walker's question about where do we not have a culture of yes, I think it's imperative that we're asking our residents about their experience in the process, and they will tell us. And there are times where maybe we need to make changes. Maybe there are times where our hands are tied, and in those cases, it's definitely the communication of what's happening and how important that is. I think this is a great discussion. For us to be able to take hard looks at our process. A lot of times, when I first came onto the commission, I felt like there's a lot of cheerleading, as we should at times. We should do that and celebrate wins. But with that, we need to be able to look at where we've fallen short and be willing as an organization to say we need to do better here, to say that publicly, not be afraid to say that, and work to implement those changes. And I see that, Sean. And I know he and I have had one-on-one meetings where I've said, Sean, I'm hearing from people in my inbox, people calling me saying, we need to do better here, and I think you're committed to hearing that feedback and working toward those changes.
Thank you. I always say build on your weaknesses, and people say why? Because your strengths are your strengths, all right? And if you're running on all cylinders, but if you don't focus on your weaknesses, then you're always going to have that separation. But to your point, you focus on the weaknesses while you continue your strengths, and then look what you've done to the organization. All right, that's a good point. Commissioner, 1 minute.
Thank you. A couple of items briefly. There again, in reference to what Bill was mentioning earlier, in reference to the airport, there again, I think the areas that we need to be most concerned with is Medela and Hamilton Road. Again, those are right next to the airport, and if a plane were to divert one way or the other, it could be catastrophe for our residents. If it hits into a big box, those places are not occupied as often, and anyway, so Hamilton and Medela Road are my two big areas of concern. To address what Philip was talking about a while ago, there, get Enterprise, Florida, Tallahassee has a big impact on the development and stuff that comes into our area. We're also competing with Tampa and Orlando, Plant City, and even now at Bartow, their airport, that's getting a lot of, in Winter Haven, stuff like that. So, and then to be brief there again, I was going to get a CADU for our building department. I've talked to our builders. I was going to basically say the same thing that Sean was going to say. We've heard we're doing a lot better job. The e-filing is usually is a clog between the contractor and the communication of that group.
Okay.
Because I had the same thing happen at a property I have. I think we're doing a lot better job. I've been trying to get a piece of property divided in half, just get 2 folio numbers in Hillsborough County. I've been 18 months trying to get that done. It's communication between the surveyor and the guy who made the permit for us and the different agencies within the Hillsborough County to get a simple property divided in half with the 2 folio numbers.
That's kind of what he was speaking to.
And
so.
I'm down to the traffic component now. I got one more guy to do.
You're over.
I'm done.
15 seconds. 15 seconds. 15 seconds. State it. Go ahead. Commissioner?
No, he was done.
He's done? You're done? Okay. All right.
Over the years, I found that the people who complain about the process are the people who have been told no. And so I think we have to be careful in that we're not reacting to individuals who fail to follow the process or who want to use shortcuts to get to where they want to go. So the challenge with this and other things that are controversial is, are we listening to a systemic problem or a well-placed or a few individuals who have not followed the process? I'll just end with saying Ashley just gave us a tremendous briefing, so I would say we must be doing something right.
Well, I will just say that every company that I mentioned are some of our favorite places in town, and they are in business, but they had a hard time getting there.
Okay. Mayor?
I'll echo what Commissioner Selvage just said. There are a lot of things being done right. And I recognize there are constraints as well. And I do believe we are process-oriented, and I know we have a city manager who is. So that, and team. So that's good news. I would only want to make one comment with respect to hiring on constricted places like we have discussed here. When it is a catalyst opportunity to provide the right kinds of growth, the right kinds of opportunity seizing, we need the staff in peak periods of time to support that and figure it out later as we go along, as we contract later again, because there is attrition. There are ways we can shift other people. But when we are at a point where that fulcrum point is our limiter and it's people, staff for it and fix it until the peak is gone. We'll figure out how to handle that as we go forward, because it provides us economic growth. It provides us more citizens that want to live here. It provides us additional reputation. It feeds everything else that we're trying to do. And we can cut some places. That's probably not the place we'd want to cut as a recommendation.
All
Dr.
right.
Collins, can I have 15 seconds? I'm sorry. I should have recognized, I mentioned some names, Jason Willie, because his name came phenomenal. Jason Willie does a phenomenal job. Before he was reassigned to the city manager's office, and he and I work as closely as we are now, I once told Jason Willie he's one of the best communicators I've met in my life, and he proves that every single day. Commissioner Madden, to your point, one of the things that I've got staff researching right now is the idea and concept behind, and it's adding a staff position, but where we have Jason, who is that point person liaison for kind of large development, I think we're missing for small business.
Yes.
And so a position like Jason that would then be that point person and liaison for small business, I think can go a long way. So that's just a preview of some upcoming budget discussions. Thank you.
Beautiful. All right, thank you. I know that we could have gone longer on that, so thank you for honoring the time, even when I'm pushing you there to the end. So next up, Parks and Rec. You all spoke very, very favorably regarding Parks and Rec. I'll share some information with you later that when I was looking through some of your comments and how you scored. But tremendous, tremendous accolades to Bob Donahue and his team. And then you also pointed out a couple areas that perhaps may fall under Parks and Rec that may or may not be there. And so you'll get to those questions. Homelessness, we talked about that yesterday. There was a recommendation about putting that under Parks and Rec. So all those things will be on the table when we get to the question and answer time. So Bob, thank you for being here.
Thank you for the invite. I was watching the previous presenters go, and boy, y'all in for a letdown. That's a hard act to follow, those two ladies. I'm going to tell you that right now. We talked about, you had questions about how some of our areas were doing with revenues, expenditures, and how it all laid out. And so I tried to keep it short, to the point, and please, if you have any questions, please let me know at any time. COVID has been horrible for our economy. In reverse, COVID has been outstanding for golf. Who would have thought? Anyways, golf rounds were up. In the first quarter, we're already up over 1,900 rounds. In the first quarter, again, we're experiencing over $36,000 above where we were last quarter of this time last year, which is well better than we've done in a long time. The golf industry is up 25% worldwide. What we saw at Cleveland Heights is folks that didn't necessarily grow up playing golf, is the 20s, the 30s, whatever, millennials coming to the door left and right. They don't buy the high-priced balls. They buy the multicolored balls that are cheaper because they look cooler. And you can tell them when they come in the door, they're there to play golf, have a good time, and go to the restaurant where they get done because we have an excellent restaurant business. But the thing about it is, and you can tell when they walk up from their cars because they're not carrying their bags over their shoulders. They're walking in them like it's a briefcase. It's a totally different group. It's a fun group. And they've been great for our business, for what we're seeing so far. So, like I say, we'll go to the next front. You can look at where we rounds. In 2019, rounds were down because that's when we put for 5 months. We did the force main project with the water department that ran right through the center of the golf course. We also did our irrigation project. So for 5 months, we were down in rounds because of that. And then in FY 2020, you can see where we landed versus the operating subsidy. But again, we were closed 38 days due to COVID. And so, and that was during our in-season rate that we normally would have got. Just for comparison's sake, I took a blended rate of, normally that rate right in that time frame was like $39 a round. I took a blended rate cheaper because I tried to factor in 9 holes and different things that we do, and took a blended rate of $25. And I took the attendance from the previous year and equated that, well, how much the 38 days cost us. So conservatively, we feel that that was probably around $172,000. So again, we add that onto there. And if you look at the operating subsidy and the amount of money that, that the general fund subsidized the golf course, please remember also, $197,000 of that is the irrigation project loan that will be paid off in the coming years. That's not a long term, it's a 6-7 year obligation. And we've already paid a year into it. So that'll be gone one day. So with that being said, like I said, I promised I'd keep it short because I just wanted to give you the overall numbers. Any questions?
Questions?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner
Thank you,
McConnell?
Bob. Thank you for taking me around recently. I had the chance to go out and ride around in a cart and tour the Heights and meet staff and just kind of firsthand get more knowledge and exposure to the golf course. What do you think it would take to really cut that subsidy in half and just get it down to half of what it is now? Is that feasible? Is that something we could expect to see with rounds going up and more people coming to the course?
Well, like we just talked about, we were shut down 38 days in season. That cost us $172,000. Hopefully, we don't get shut down again. Second of all, I know that within 6 years, our loan will be paid off for the irrigation. That's another 197. That's almost 200,000. So we just cut off $370,000 off of that figure that you're looking at right now. Now, here's the thing about the golf course is, when I became director 9 years ago, the golf course was a dirt track. Greens, tee boxes, bunkers, trees, you name it. It was a mess. Legal Heights, our tournament, the four ball, was the granddaddy of all tournaments in our county. They were ready to walk. We started our renovation program in 2013, where in-house we renovated all 27 holes. Then after that, then we saw we had an irrigation project to do. I'll be honest with you, whatever. I'll never lead you astray when you ask me a direct question. We don't know how good the golf course can be because it's never been in this good of shape since I've been around for a long time. So, and that means including cart pass, our food and beverage. When I became director, we made $8,600 that year. You have a full service bar, you got to work at losing that much money. So I'm telling you right now, we get $45,000 a year, and we don't serve the first cup of coffee. We have a great product. So, yeah, I really feel confident that this number will come down. I'll let Mike weigh in if you like, but I'll let you feel confident that we're definitely coming. We're going to keep working to decrease as we go along. Obviously, tournaments will come back and other money-making sources will come back. And so, like I say, if you want me to forecast, whatever, I really would rather, I'll give you a historical perspective of what we're doing today, but we don't know how good 27 holes will be because each quarter we seem to do better than we did the previous year, previous 5 years, previous 10 years. It's been just an unbelievable journey. The business plan that we came up with has worked well beyond expectations, I'll tell you that. Yes, sir.
And if I can, I do want to ask Mike to weigh in on that because as Bob is mentioning, we do think a part of the growth that we're seeing is because of the condition of the course now, which included the irrigation project and a long-term debt. But I want Mike to talk about an opportunity that we have there.
Good morning. The Public Improvement Fund presentation that we had a couple weeks ago also referenced the possible prepayment of the irrigation loan. I showed you that in 22. That's my recommendation. A way to save money. We've got the money right now. If we knock it out, the better part of that is that if we can keep the blended rate at where it is now, that $197,000 that they're using to service the debt goes directly into the general fund to lower the amount that they need as a subsidy. Okay, so that takes to your question. Here's putting the Carnet card up. If rounds stay the same, if folks continue to play and we can continue to charge the blended rate that we're charging now, that immediately takes the $800,000 subsidy down to $600,000. Okay, can they continue to work to get another $100,000 out of it? I have complete faith in Bob's staff and what they're doing. We're talking all the time with them from a financial standpoint. What can we do? What can we find to do better? We've learned a lot over the years. Where can you cut to save money? How can you have a minimal staff here and there? If that happens and you get to a 500, I realize you asked the question, sir, how can it be half? I would suggest looking at what you think is a reasonable number to subsidize this type of entity. And if it is $400,000, so be it. I think having dealt with this for as long as I have, I think steps are, we know we can get it down but to $600,000 if things stay the same. If they can find efficiencies and, more importantly, keep bumping the rate up slightly and keep the rounds the same, and they can get it to where it's a $500,000 subsidy, that may be a more attainable number in the near future than, say, just picking half of where we are now. Again, it's your call, but I think 500 may be more realistic.
Thank you, Mike.
before I came in and then when I came in. And so I've tried to grapple with the costs and weigh them and think about if it was developed differently, and then listen to the, Facebook frenzy of, the potential loss of the golf course and all of those things. And I think for me, in my mind, when we have this Parks and Rec discussion, especially now that we feel like we have some solutions on the way with regard to our public improvement fund and things like that, we'll at least know what we know. We'll have we know how much revenue we have coming in, and then we decide what are our best community amenities, service to the most people, and also, that which our community loves and cherishes the most, because all of them are subsidized. But you have to have the confidence that you're subsidizing the things of most importance, to your community, and the things that attract, new folks, and the things that keep the folks that we've had for decades. So if you'll consider Commissioner Selvage's, discussion on public spaces, and you think about, like, during COVID, how desperate you felt to get to a green space or to have fresh air, and you think about the quality of life with the oxygen that the trees and the grass provide, and then you think about the traffic and Edgewood being a failing road, quickly, and also that Cleveland Heights traffic. What other development, so if you had more people who loved that amenity, what does that do to traffic? So I've really grown fond of Cleveland Heights as an amenity. I'm thrilled that COVID has, brought back the popularity of golf. I still have talked to the golf pro about, just being a cart rider as an amenity, to just pay for the cart and be able to drive around, because it's so beautiful to see the lakes and the trees and the green grass. It really is in such better shape than when I took my kids when they were little to golf lessons. I know my colleague, Commissioner McCarley's son actually is trying to get my youngest to get back, or to get into golf. But, and also, so I would say that, like, my appreciation for green spaces within your city that you don't get back, once they sell and develop, and the traffic concerns in that corridor. And then also, I felt like, I will say, I'm wanting creative solutions. I feel like I want to give credit to those who went before us, who really took an analysis of the golf course and did make it that multi-park complex. And that when you look from the sky view and you see the Three Parks Trail, which I got compared to Lake Hollingsworth being shut down, the Three Parks Trail is what I've received so many emails and phone calls for bikers and pedestrians. And if you think about how we've increased the pedestrian and bike traffic there, instead of increasing an amenity or development that would bring car traffic and parking, constraints there, I think we really have done a lot. If we look at the last decade, to both improve the course, it's beautiful.
Thank you.
And also add amenities that were not, the dog park didn't cost that much, and it didn't bring parkers either to the parking lot or people to Edgewood Drive necessarily to take their dog to the dog park. And then the Three Park Trail, and then also the, synergy with the Publix Charities Park now. So I just wanted to give kind of my personal feelings and my journey over 3 years with the Cleveland Heights Golf Course, and just really give my kudos to Bob. I hate when we even have the budget talks, because Parks and Rec are like my favorite department, and I feel like I've had to be, the most loud critic, just to make sure, that we are putting our money in the most valuable assets, because those revenue streams, in my opinion, were under threat. I feel more secure that we're going in the right direction, even after a COVID year, which is amazing. And I really do appreciate all that you've done at Cleveland Heights. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Reed?
Thank you. And I'm going to, I had a similar situation as deputy when I first came on board. I thought Cleveland Heights needed to be gone. We needed to sell it and do something else with it. But over time, Commissioner Salvage got to me as public space, because I was a soccer guy, and the soccer fields, lots of kids playing, and of course our soccer fields, we subsidize our Little League, we subsidize soccer, we subsidize everything, all of our parks. And of course, I think we could probably make a little bit more money if we'd raise our golf cart fees. And I'm going to encourage you to do that. Of course, the COVID, we only can play so many rounds, and I know we had to cut down only 2 persons per cart, or 1 person per cart when this was going on. So that, I don't know how that really affected it. Of course, years ago when Reuben ran it, it made money. How they did that, I don't know. But I'm not, of course, I guess it'd be nice if we could get some stipend from the restaurant and the bar. I think was just a kind of a wash. I know we pay the utility bill there, so, but overall, there has been some discussion about selling off 9 courses and having 18. There again, it's going to come back. We're going to have less playable space. The tournaments might not be as prevalent at that point, but it is in the best condition I've ever seen it in. All my buddies that play golf are excited about playing it. I don't hear the horror stories that I used to hear, but I think overall it was. I've had similar to Stephanie. I've had a transformation in my thinking about the golf course, and ultimately we may have to do something. But as we can continue to dwindle our subsidy down, if we could get under $500,000 or $400,000, it would make it a lot more palatable for me. And of course, we put it under the umbrella of the Parks and Rec versus being an enterprise area. It kind of changed things a little bit too. But so I've said my piece for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Walker?
I won't prolong the discussion because I think I've already heard it said. And the key element behind all of that is that when the commission at that time, because of all the conversation, because of negative comments and kind of dollars that we saw leaving to support this particular enterprise, because it was enterprise at the time, and of course under that current commission at that time's decision to bring it under Parks and Rec, we can still, well, we understand now, as you all say, what another kind of, park entity that we have in our city to come to appreciate that others may not do. I didn't golf. My son golfed. So I can appreciate those who might go to Beerman Tennis Court to play tennis, or those that may go swim, or those that may go to the soccer fields, as you just indicated, Commissioner Reed, because I think when you think about that, and the subsidies that we still pay for those amenities to appreciate, and I think it's all part of quality of life for our individuals or our residents that live here in our city. So I would say yes. I would love to see it continue to dwindle down, and I think it will, as we just heard from our budget expert, finance director, to see it to continue to come down and dwindle down as far as the transfer of monies coming from the PIF, our PIF. But certainly, don't we support the other amenities that we have in our city? They're subsidized to make sure those that enjoy swimming, tennis, soccer, baseball, softball, whatever you want to call it, is being done. Or just going to a park and have pleasure to have your family there. And then allow children to run around or whatever. It all calls, become part of what our cost is to help to have an excellent quality of life for all of us that live here.
Commissioner Selvage.
I've only lived in Lakeland a little over 20 years, but because I'm a golfer, I was immediately attracted to this beautiful municipal course. And because of my bias towards golf, I've been drawn into the constituency that supports that golf course. Cleveland Heights is in the DNA of this city. You talk to people who learned the game of golf, who grew up on Cleveland Heights. Cleveland Heights served as the babysitting service, I think, for many kids because of youth programs there. So I just want to tell you, I have learned after my lecture about listening to people who bitch about the process of permitting that the constituency that supports Cleveland Heights runs deep and very vocal, as Philip and I have learned some 10 years ago. So I hope that this commission continues to support the golf course because it really is a part of Lakeland that is a gem. Enough said.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments? So I think there's probably more consensus now because of the data that you shared. So thank you. Again, based upon your interviews, there was some common understanding, and then some opportunities to be informed. And so you did so today. Thank you, Bob. Appreciate
Thank
it very
you.
much.
Commissioner Selvas the other day hit it on the head about the swath of recreation that we enjoy in that area, from Peterson Park down to the YMCA, the golf course, common ground, tennis courts, Lake Hollingsworth. I tell you what, I'm from Miami. It's a pretty big town. And I have friends that are Parks and Recreation directors up and down the state. And when they'll come and come to Lakeland, and I'll show them some of the amenities we have. If there's another town that has that, 250 acres right there, center on Cleveland Heights, whatever, show it to me. Because they're amazed when they come to Lakeland, the things that we're doing. And you as the commission should be proud because Cleveland Heights, the last 4 out of the 5 years, has been named the best golf course in Polk County. So, I mean, that's all because of you and Brock and Dustin. I hope you're watching this because of their hard work. And I appreciate it, though. Thank you very much.
Here, here.
Now, we're going to talk about the Lake Mirror Complex. Two things Lake Mirror Complex and Cleveland Heights have in common. Cleveland Heights came to existence in 1925, so they were 4 years away from their 100th anniversary. As Commissioner Selvers spoke about, it's ingrained in Lakeland's DNA. Lake Mirror was dedicated in 1928, so they're coming close to 100 years also. As we look, when we ask about the Lake Mirror Complex, we look at the complex as a huge public park that stretches around the lake. It's not just a couple buildings. It's all the green spaces that are incorporated into what makes Lake Mirror. It's basically 5 rental spaces and 11 park spaces. So that's the whole Lake Mirror complex as entirety. Here's the map of the master plan that we've used for years, and it gives you an idea of how it all stretches out around the lake. All the way from the other side to Krieger Park, and then to the Loggia, and then you go to the railroad area, the green, the amphitheater, Hollis Gardens. So it's an entirety. That's what makes the complex. Costs. If you can look up here, we've got it broke down to personnel, operating expenses, funds expense, operating revenue, operating subsidy. When you see the 936, that's for the entire Lake Mirror complex. All the park spaces, Hollis Gardens, everything that you see, the amphitheater and the buildings. That's utilities and operating. Now, but I don't want to leave out one piece that Mike and I discussed last week. When we talk about, again, those are just operating dollars. Now, there has been money from the PIF put into the improvements at Lake Mirror. $750,000 in 2018. That was for the chiller system for all 4 buildings. That all connects. And then there was $375,000 also in 2018. I'm sorry, chiller was 19. The renovation of the auditorium for $375,000 was 2018. Those are the 2 large expenditures from the PIF for those buildings. Now, there are subsequent dollars in 23 and 24. I believe $100,000 in 23 for furniture, which is basically tables and chairs. And then there's a $500,000 expenditure out there in 24, and that's for any renovation of the complex of those buildings that needs to occur. So, again, they're older buildings, and so that keeps us up to, well, I'll give you, for instance, in the theater, for instance, I was looking at a report that I asked some staff to bring in an independent contractor and looking at a rigging system in the theater. Some of the things that, to me, as a layman, looked worn, and I reviewed that. Sometime in the next year to 2 years, we're going to have to spend up to $100,000 on the rigging system and the components that keep everybody safe at the back of the house. Those are the kind of expenditures you have with an older facility. Went too far, sorry. Only had 2 slides.
Yeah. All right, questions. Commissioner Reed?
Thank you. Don, with the Little Theater operating out of there, if that were to be moved to the RP Funding Center, would that hurt the revenue by about how much?
Well, the revenue, well, the community theater and how Tony books the RP Funding Center, 2 different animals. And I'll explain to you why. Community theater, they take over your building. It's 365 days out of the year. It becomes their storage place, their practice place. their summer camps, their winter camps. It becomes, they need an office to operate out of. They also need their own, they usually have their own ticket office. But basically, it kills any possibility of outside rentals because they take it 365. And because they use it for so many different things. When I go in the back of the house in our community theater, it's wall-to-wall wardrobes. It's, it's just stuff everywhere. And then I have to make a call. Yeah, we have to have a housekeeping day because this place is a mess. Or I get a bad email from the fire inspector who's not too happy about it. So, again, they take over the building. I went over when they opened up Winter Haven, the field house. And they have the theater in Winter Haven is probably the granddaddy for Polk County. And with them, they renovated the theater as part of the field house, but also there was a small gymnasium. They gave them the gymnasium part, did some minor renovations to it just for storage. And basically it's the same thing. They take over your building. It's not a bad thing. I want to be honest with you. I love the theater. It's one of the few recreational activities that a child and a senior can participate at the same time on the same stage. Yeah. We talk about lifelong sports, golf, tennis, whatever, even though you're not a pro or you don't get a college scholarship, but it's something you enjoy doing and you play it for the life. Theater's the same way. It's the same exact way. It's from children all the way up to seniors. And that's what's kind of cool about it. And I've always liked that about it. I was at Watson Clinic this week, and the nurse was talking to me because she knew what my job was. And she said she has one son, football, baseball, like Commissioner Madden's kids, sports, everything's outdoors. She has another son, same household. He's all about the theater, Lakeland Community Theater. And he's in every performance that they have. Just as this one's ingrained in athletics, this one's ingrained in the theater. And that's what's kind of cool about it. So as far as a recreation program, and let me tell you something, our theater in Lakeland has a rich history. It started in 1951. It evolved to another group in the 70s, another group in the 80s. And this group, Lakeland Community Theater, has been in existence as a group for 38 years now. So, I mean, but like I say, when that theater, when the community theater, you're basically giving them the building. It would be tough for Tony to program the theater here with that in existence. Does that make sense?
Commissioner Madden.
Thank you. So I was just curious on the acreage of what you consider the whole Lake Mirror complex.
I had a feeling you're going to ask that, and I will get you the answer.
Okay. And
Whatever it is.
And the second
You want me to include the lake or just the round?
Well, in the golf course, you don't include the lake.
Okay.
Right.
We'll include.
And then, so we're comparing the golf course subsidy dollars to the whole Lake Mirror complex. We're not including, like, when we talk about the golf course, that is all municipally owned, not like the public charity park that had a lot of philanthropic dollars.
Right.
So I'm just curious also if you had the fund, you gave us the PIF funds that have gone into the Lake Mirror complex. I was wondering if you had the charitable dollars that went into Hollis Gardens, the Barnett Park, the Peggy Brown Belt, because if you're measuring the subsidy of that whole acreage, I think it makes a difference also that, Cleveland Heights hasn't had charitable funds, has it?
No. Cleveland Heights generates a lot of charitable funds, but no, has not received charitable funds. The $1 million we got from public charities, that was basically a donation to the Lakeland Park system and to use as we will. And part of that was giving them naming rights and also signage in that particular park, in that particular area. But no, Cleveland Heights has not received charitable dollars from an outside entity, outside money that was contributed from tournaments and stuff.
And then the mayor was clarifying no revenues, but we do receive revenues for room rentals in the Lake Mirror, Magnolia, and in that, right?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all, again, that goes
Peggy
to
Brown.
the operating revenue that's rolled into that. And basically, I'll give you, for instance, in 2019, Lake Mirror's auditorium, just the revenue was a little over $50,000. Magnolia was $99,000, a little over that. And then the Peggy Brown was a little over $50,000. Well, actually, it was $62,000. Theater in 19 was $1,161 because we only take 2% of their ticket sales. That's the contract we negotiated because we wanted to keep them viable. But yes, we do have that. Now, again, I believe one time Commissioner McCarley and I touched on this after a meeting that we had. You have to remember, with Lake Mirror, with the building rentals and the spaces that we have, commissions now and prior have always kept those rents artificially low because they want the citizens to be able to afford them for their charities, for just a long list of items that, and also personal, wedding receptions, the whole 9 yards. So when you want to put that in a business plan, you have to remember, you look at the revenue figures, say, well, we need to make more money. Well, but then again, we've always kept it artificially low because that's been the wish of the commissions over prior years. And then on top of that, we offer subsidies for different charitable groups. And for instance, 100% discount for city-sponsored event or an event where 100% of the event proceeds are donated to the city. 50% a free special event, which is open to the public and sponsored by a 501c3. And then a 25% a free special event, which is open to the public and not sponsored by a 501c3, and that is not charging any entry fee. So again, now they're low, and then we offered a deeper set of discounts for charitables to be able to raise dollars, because it was always a give back to the citizens.
Well, and it would be difficult to quantify the number of attendees to the Lake Mirror complex when we have our city events there versus, attendees at the golf course. I mean, that could be something that you would want to put it in your data analytics too, is just how many folks, come to that Lake Mirror complex. I mean, not just the theater, but the whole complex.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, you look at the amphitheater, you look at the July 3rd events that we do, you look at, we did Snowfest this year. We did something totally different that we've never done before in 40 years. And we always have a great number. And then if you throw in fireworks at the end of the night, oh my gosh, you're going to see 30,000 people around the lake. But Sean just cringes when I say that right now, whatever. But the thing about it is that you have to, like I say, Lake Mirror Complex, it's a public park with some with some buildings. And the buildings are kept artificially low for rent, so the public and our citizens can enjoy them. And they offer, again, we're back to the arts with the theater, whatever. That's been since 1951. That has always taken place in that. Actually, with 51, 58 is when the theater opened. That's when they moved to the theater. It was actually in the old Mayhall Auditorium, which is located right where your office is at, right on that part of City Hall. That's where it all started. So it has a rich history in Lakeland.
Bobby, over the years, we've talked about the Lake Mirror Center and the community theater, the use of those buildings per se. I mean, the chamber approached us a few years ago about putting their business resource center there, and they talked about even expanding the Lake Mirror Center, adding a second floor. But as I recall, one of the most restrictive problems is parking. If we use those two buildings, which are now one story and used for events, parking is still an issue, but we can handle it. But if we expanded the size and use of those two buildings, will parking be a non-starter?
Parking's going to be tough. Parking's tough now. When we have events there on a Friday or Saturday night, when a lot of the buildings are all booked at the same time, parking can be special. And and then also you throw in Texas Cattle, whose patrons also park in our parking lot. Nothing bad about them. I love eating there. But the thing about it is like I say, all of that in one little lot, and then also all you have is some street parking, and then a little bit right there back by the Magnolia Building. Parking's tough in that area. If you add it, depending on what that is, unless there's a parking garage in the equation, that's going to be really tough for people to be able to access that. Anytime you go to a special event down there, one of the concerts that we have, or anything, you experience it. So yes, sir, you're correct. Parking is a challenge.
Thank you, Bob.
Commissioner McCarley?
Thank you. And thanks, Bob. We've had lots of conversations. I didn't say much about the golf course. I have a child who actually texted to see if he could go today after school. So he's there regularly and enjoys that course immensely. But with regard to the Lake Mirror complex, and to piggyback on what was said earlier about the charitable support that the city provides so many nonprofits, some nonprofits might cringe at what I'm about to say, but I think for Mr. Brossart and for you, if it could be reflected sometime, not right now, but down the road, if we could see how those artificial rentals that you're talking about, what would be the in-kind contribution of the city? Because I think as much as we talk about budgets and as much as we talk about hard conversations with regard to what's provided to our citizens, our city does a lot of in-kind support for a lot of entities. And I think that gets missed sometimes. And I would love to see that quantified, because I know especially our Parks and Rec department give back continually. And so they are as much a philanthropic force in the community as a lot of our donors are. And I appreciate that about you all. You and Pam both do such a great job, and Beth and everybody on your team. But we don't always see that in these budgets. And I think it might be a nice thing, even when we go into the budgeting and we look at what the commission can say yes to or no to, it'd be nice to have that in-kind number kind of quantified as well, so that we can say, the city of Lakeland is as much of a good neighbor as anyone else. And I don't know that we always get kudos for that. So I just, to go along with what Mrs. Madden was just asking about, the rates that we do, and that you keep them kind of lower. And then really quick, I can't speak on behalf of the community theater, but I sat on their board for a while. I know they appreciate all the support. I do think we can think creatively about how we can support them down the road, and if that looks like staying at Lake Mirror or maybe potentially being here, that yes, you're correct, that a lot comes with it. It's a traveling vagabond group, but there might be some creative ways that can ebb and flow, and we can continue that relationship as we move forward.
Thank you.
Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, sir. But not only, as I'm hearing my colleagues mention about nonprofits,
Can I ask you to speak into the mic?
not only does it what this particular entity does to support our nonprofits, but also on an individual basis as well, keeping the costs down so people can be able to afford not having to go to a much higher or much more expense kind of a cost to rent a place, but able to still do it at a lower cost, but enjoy the kind of activity they want to have. I've come to appreciate that over the years, even before I came on the commission, and having to see how you can go to a place, still use a facility, still have a nice venue, have a nice reception, have a whatever you're doing, and still have an economical price to do it, compared to speaking to going somewhere else. So I think all of us citizens in Lakeland probably can appreciate that at best, not only just our nonprofits. But if you look at the numbers, and I'm just looking at the numbers and not knowing what could have happened in fiscal year 2020 if we didn't have COVID, as far as the revenue is concerned. We could have probably did much better than what we did in 18. Who knows? But because of COVID, everything got slammed. So I'm looking at even how much more even we could have had additional monies that would not have had such a higher operating subsidy that we see for fiscal year 2020, barring COVID, of course. So again, I appreciate, knowing that we have the kind of facilities there that our citizens can use at nominal cost, but still be able to go somewhere and use it and have a good place to have any kind of activity we wish to have. Thank you, brother.
Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you, and thank you, Bob. As I think about the transformation and the development that's happening around Lake Mirror, and thinking of particularly the building space that we have as a city, I think it's important that we keep an open mind about what those buildings could be. Not to say that those changes are immediate, or certainly there are groups that use that building space, and as Commissioner McCarley said, there may be opportunities for creative thinking, and just to think creatively about what is the best use for those buildings down the road. Is it for the city to have that much building space, or are there other things that could complement what's happening around Lake Mirror? So I would encourage us just to stay open in that regard.
All right, Commissioner Madden.
That's exactly, I thought, okay, this is not the budget
Right.
retreat, this is the strategic planning retreat. And so I didn't want to finish with my initial, request on the acreage and nickel and dime you on the prices of everything. But I do agree. You know, when we think about really Munn Park, this area, Lake Mirror, you know, it's the heartbeat, you know, of our community and where we assemble and where guests come for, you know, multi-thousand person events. And that's what kind of makes me think, you know, is this the best use, you know, for this bill? You know, even though we're not saying anything about the history of the community theater, or it's just that, you know, like as people gather, it is a lot of folks in that area. There's not very many other places in town where we have that type of community event that can all gather. And so I think it would be important when you put your creative, you know, lens on to go, okay, you know, if our strategic planning is more reimagining, envisioning, and, you know, how could we think differently, think outside the box, I do think that that could probably have some opportunity to say it shouldn't be pro or con, you know, with regard to the Lakeland Community Theater. I think it should be with that building there strategically located, and now the other things that have been added to even have, you know, generated more attention and people at that spot in our city all the time during the week, you know, for Summit and Catapult and the businesses. You know, what do we see for the next couple of decades that is the best use of that property going forward?
Sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed.
Thank you. And, you know, it was ironic, I guess a year or so ago when Chamber came and had an interest in that particular property. And I'm reminded often that people are upset that we let Summit go there, that destroyed the vision and view of the lake from the city. And, of course, I remember when the Elks Club was there. I remember when the Presbyterian Church was there as well. And there again, I have no desire to diminish the city, relinquish any ownership in that east side of the lake, is my standpoint. And of course, I think we've done a beautiful job there. I know there's been more development to the north. And I know there's been some somewhat discussion about maybe even expanding that a little bit more towards the overpass, which I'm not in favor of. I'm not necessarily was in favor of a dog park. But invariably, we're going to need that little area for additional parking, whether if it's not a dog park. But so I kind of like the program. They're going to repurpose a building, maybe something that if depending on the theater and stuff like that. But as far as diluting our ownership in that particular area, I have absolutely no interest in that.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right.
So, excuse me, Tiger, you're saying that you have no interest in looking at alternate uses for those?
Well, repurposing the building, yes, but not necessarily for the private sector per se.
Oh, okay. All right.
Any other comments? Any other comments? Bob,
Thank you very much.
I just want to affirm you for just a moment. Number one, you're a terrific communicator. I've always seen you to be very sincere, and the way that you communicate, watched you over the years, and appreciate the information today. So well done. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
It's
you.
from a communications dean, so that's good.
I did have a question, Bobby. What did you do an autopsy on the turkey when it died?
No, there was no autopsy, whatever. Talked to Chief Garcia that day, and I wanted to know how many patrols he was putting out and where was camera surveillance, and how come we didn't have a drone on the turkey. We laughed, got a pretty good laugh on that, but yeah, thank you, that was funny.
And the pelican with the...
We cannot catch that pelican. We've been trying, I get the Facebook posts, I got a message from Sean last night, catch this pelican. And I was like, we've been trying to catch it for weeks, and every time we get close to it, it takes off, because it can fly, obviously, and it takes off. It's not like the swans that are clipped, whatever, so we've been trying, I promise.
Commissioner, he did do an autopsy of Aaron Rodgers twice this season after the Bucs got finished with him. I just want to point that out real quick.
You realize you just derailed us, right? All right. Now, Commissioner Reed wants to go ahead.
Bob, you know, I got your email the other day. I'm really disheartened that we don't get our free tickets, but that's, I understand. What are they going to limit the seating to at the Tiger ball games?
You guys about the seating, whatever. I'm going to tell you guys this, is that if you email me or text me and you want to come to a game, there'll be tickets waiting for you at the game. Whatever. I do Zoom calls every day between them and the security and MLB. And so we had to come with a restricted number. And so it was like, when I sent out that email, it was, I wanted to put on the bottom, just kidding. If you guys want to come to a game, we'd love to have you come to a game. Please shoot me a line, and there'll be tickets waiting on you. Just remember, this year, the gates they open 1 hour before game time, not 2 hours, as in previously. But we would love for each and every one of you to come to a game and bring your families and who else you want to bring.
Do you know how many tickets are going to sell per game?
Well, what we're going to do is in the stands is going to be a little over. We can seat in the stands a little over 8,000. 25% pushes at 2,000 in the stands. It'll be 50% in party areas, 75% in suite areas. And then usually day of game, we're going to probably sell at least 300 to 400 SR standing room only tickets, so that if Joe, whatever comes from Michigan and just happens to wander up on a game, we'll have something available that we'll be able to go and see. Whatever. The bottom line is taking care of not only our Lakeland residents, but for us also it's our out-of-state residents, because we want them to come back next year. We're at 100%. So right now we're basically moving all the season ticket holders to somewhere in the stadium to satisfy that. Obviously taking care of our rented spaces, and then at the same time leaving a block available for the general public and anybody that comes to the game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. All right, yesterday we ran short on time with the Lakeland View survey, and we were going through that data. Stephanie presented, and then question time we ran short on. So we're going to ask her to come up here for just a moment. And if you have questions pertaining to that survey, looking at the data, we're going to pick. I know it's hard to switch and get back into that gear without going through the presentation, but if you have questions for her regarding the survey or the AHP, either one?
I think Commissioner McCarley had a question that I couldn't get to yesterday, if you remember it. It had to do with priming and information.
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you for that. I think I haven't gone back through my notes, but I'll just shoot
Okay.
you an email, but thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else? Commissioner Madden?
Well, since we were just talking about Parks and Rec, I had, thought about when we went into the citizen survey, it's like quality of life and Parks and Rec. Is there an opportunity to rank our Parks and Rec facilities or amenities for citizens? 50 things, and you picked your top 5, just so we could kind of get a feel for the respondents. They're parents with kids who all play soccer, or they are, older folks who love the, pool aerobics at Kelly Rec, or is there any way to rank, or do we do that? Do we do kind of an audit or a ranking of, what our folks really just love inside Parks and Rec at large?
We don't have any questions about any of the specific departments on this year's survey. It's something we could add if there were interest to do that. Whether that would be specific to Parks and Rec, or we have done that for RP Funding Center in previous surveys. In our previous survey, the Community Value Survey, we asked specifically what people were interested in seeing at the RP Funding Center. So we could do a similar thing, whether that would be a separate survey or included on this one.
Because I think that, going into the budget, especially after COVID and with things being tight, it's nice to have, make data-driven decisions, not just who, is having a battle on social media, for their favorite amenity. I'm sure a lot of those amenities, never come into the limelight. So, if there was a way for me to know that out of 1,000 respondents, these were the top 5 amenities of the city, and if they were threatened, that gives me, I feel like a reason to advocate or fight for dollars to be spent. Like we talked about, most of the Parks and Recs are all, subsidized things that are just a benefit and a luxury for our community. But as those things ebb and flow, like I've come twice to the last 2 budget hearings. Once was for clay courts and tennis clay tennis courts, and the other was for lighted pickleball, which I didn't even know what pickleball was until all of a sudden it's really popular in COVID. But to be able to have that feedback for constituents on how we vet what we do forever and have always done and how we add new amenities. And then when we actually get to the line items in the budget and have to approve or disapprove or make cuts, I think some way of getting to some more granular data on what particular Parks and Rec amenities are the most popular or most valued would be really powerful for me to have.
And I will add that I know I've been working with Parks and Rec, and they're doing a lot to capture their own customer service data and numbers. I know I've helped them set up several surveys and dashboards, so they probably have a lot of their own data they can share with you.
Great.
And one of the things, just to that point, that we went through several years ago in the community value survey was we significantly reduced the number of questions soliciting responses because we did find out that so many people were not completing it because it was just too lengthy. So, I mean, we really cut it down and probably would need to try to do that. Not, though, to say that we couldn't do a separate survey through Parks and Rec similar to your request.
Commissioner McCarley.
That actually is not the same question I was going to ask, but where Commissioner Madden is thinking, is there any way, and I don't know if your office does this, where you overlay different departments' surveys that they do with your own data? So instead of us going to Parks and Rec to determine that, is there a central hub, or could there be a central hub? And this kind of echoes back to an idea that if we ever had a chief innovation officer, I would think that might lie under that purview, is where, you know, that kind of information could be kept and live and breathe so that you can, so it's not as fragmented. This goes back to transdisciplinary and, you know, alignment of, if we could do that, I think that's a splendid idea of being able to see for us as policymakers, you know, that information that we can make better, clear decisions on. If we know, okay, we do know the golf course is untouchable because they're very loud. But, you know, if there are other things, if there's a priority for our constituents that we could point to, I don't know if that's something you all already do or how that works.
Yes, like I said, I have been working closely with Cleveland Heights. I think we've set up 3 customer surveys, Parks and Rec, 3 customer surveys for the Parks and Rec Department on different facilities, Lake Mirror Complex, Coleman Bush, and the new
Lake Crago.
Lake Crago. Yes, I've set up 3 dashboards for them to collect customer service information. I haven't overlapped any of the city survey data with theirs, but I would certainly I would welcome that idea. I would love to do that. And as for other departments, whether they're doing their own customer service surveys, I'm not sure, but we could certainly work to overlap our data and look for common points and see where those connections are.
I think it would be really helpful, and maybe, you know, over the next year when we return to strategic plan, if we return to strategic plan next year, since some of us are up for election, that we would have something like that. I think that would be a really great asset to review, as if it's housed in one place and you can find those common threads where you can consistently say, this is what has risen to the top absolutely across the board. That would be very helpful. So thanks for your willingness to consider it.
Yes.
And then we would just have to have certain factors that would be common, though. Like, for instance, the population that the survey would include would need to be
I think you could probably strategically look at all of it. I don't know that you would have to drill down to be, unless we're doing, those are apples and oranges. If we did a true scientific survey that comes from a research and development group, that's one thing. What we're doing is really constituency opinion. So I don't know that, and I'm not a statistician, but I don't know that you would have to do that. I think you could find commonalities in all those disparate groups, I think, and those common threads. I don't know that we have to force it to be something very, very structured. We could just say, this is, if we look at all the data on the table, here's the common theme that runs, throughout. Just in my history of strategic plan direction with boards and nonprofits over the years, is that's what I've kind of done. It's not been scientific theory, it's been more of an opinion.
So you're talking about just looking at comparisons of overall
Yes.
results?
Yeah, I don't think you need another meximechanism. I'm not trying to add work to your plate.
All right, all right. Points well
But I
taken.
don't
Anybody else?
I don't want to leave out,
Put your table tent up for me if I know, so I'll call on you. Thank you, sir. All right. There you go.
but I don't want to leave out the fact that many people do not do the survey. So if I'm hearing what I'm hearing, because we got different segments of our city that don't do very well with this and participate in the survey. But we know they do participate in going to different places and doing different things to help support their livelihood. So that would be a concern of mine, because if we just take what was been received and then want to say, well, based on what we receive, we find this particular place is a better place, maybe, again, maybe getting down in the weeds, which I don't want to get down in the weeds now, somewhere I am. But I certainly want to leave out the fact that we have some different segments of our community that don't do very well and have not done. And we've done some different things to help support, to try to get them to do. And we still know, hey, as I think it was just alluded by a city manager, you got traffic going in some places that can show, hey, they're taking advantage of it because they're going, they're participating.
I think that's too, when I said at the beginning, and maybe I said this yesterday when you spoke about the Lakeland Vision Survey that goes out, the way that they collect their data is at events. It's across the board, and you all do that too, I know, at OMB. I know that you try to go into different pockets and figure out that it's not just online, it's not just through social media, but it's also face-to-face. So I think even integrating some of that Lakeland Vision data that they get, you know, there might be other entities that do this well, and then that you can look across the board, and then, I know it's a pain, but you could cite where different things come from, and then that way you have cast a wider net, so you would get more.
Yeah, if I understand it, you're talking just like a warehouse spreadsheet of
Yes.
all of the results.
Yep.
All right, last question here, Commissioner Madden.
Sure, and I don't know for sure if this is, but I'm listening to the OMB discussion and how important the role you play every year for us, aggregating data, getting the citizen survey. But it also reminds me of, you know, the Bang the Table citizen engagement tool that we discussed that, you know, to our city manager's point, you know, how do we differentiate what is actual, how we're going to help that community development department, you know, in every single city department. And then also, how do we field all of this information we're getting from the citizens? You know, we don't want to bombard staff with that. That's really what our job is. Our job is to field this information and then make decisions. But the decisions have a huge consequence. So I do think that, you know, if Bang the Table already does this for other cities as a good tool to already survey and to get feedback, and I've never used it personally. I've got some information on it, but I think it, you know, something that we should at least look into if it's a best practice to just gather some of this information prior, especially to a strategic planning retreat or depending on how much it costs, you know. But I would feel like if it added benefit to us and we made more strategic decisions and yet didn't overload staff, you know, because in every department they are already, you know, tasked with so much. I think that if a tool aggregated all that citizen feedback, you know, we could do different surveys every time we had a thought, anything was under consideration for cuts. I think that's what we're saying from our side. We are not in those departments every day. We don't have as much rich history and information. Our job is supposed to be the voice of the citizens, and we can't really do that effectively unless we really hear those voices.
And so, to your point, Commissioner, well, there's many valuable aspects to the data that Stephanie is sharing, but when you have it disaggregated by ethnicity, by age, and so forth, that's very, very important information because it helps you identify what voices you have and what type of sampling you have. All right, you can conduct a survey, but the sampling that you're pulling for that survey determines in part the validity behind that survey. So if that makes sense. So,
And I just wanted to add, Commissioner Madden, I really enjoyed all of your conversation with City Manager Sean Shirouz about process improvement and looking at the processes and trying to drive improvement. And I will say that the customer service surveys that I've worked with Parks and Rec, all of them contain customer feedback where they ask specifically how they can improve their services to their customers, where they can isolate those suggestions and work on those to drive improvement in their department.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Thank you, Steph. Let me just capture a couple of things here briefly, going back to the Lakeland View survey and as we prepare for the TAs. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of things. When Commissioner Madden is talking about the voice of the citizens, and of course they are not here, but they are here. They are here represented in the survey. When you look, first of all, at your AHP process that you all did when you evaluated, when you put a difference between 5.06 and 6.72 between 1 and 2 and then 2, 3, and 4. You're saying, well, what do you mean by that? Meaning your top two areas were right here together. And then 3, 4, and 5 were over here. Big separation. Okay, so you can think of it in terms of grouping. Remember we talked about numbers and what is the narrative behind the number? Quality of life ranks low with the commissioners, but is ranked high by the community. Yeah. Why? It beckons a question. Are they evaluating it high because you have done what you need to do? All right? Or is there another optic to look to view that? Efficiency and effectiveness of operations was a 59.66. That's really good for a survey. And value for taxes paid to City of Lakeland, 61.27. Combined average for 60.46. That's pretty good numbers here for a survey of such. So when your number one priority is fiscal management. And so is it rated well by the community because the committee and the city team make fiscal management a priority? So you're making it a priority. Is it being recognized as a priority? You gave more priority this year in the AHP process to governance. Meeting the COL mission, the community scored at 62.02. That to me tells me that by and large the citizens recognize that you are mission-minded. Ease of driving scored 40.98, and ease of parking downtown 34.97. So obviously these are two topics of significance as we talked about yesterday. Difference from top-rated, which was cleanliness of Lakeland, and ease of parking downtown was a 47.02. That is incredibly significant. So when you go into the budgetary processes, that is not for today, and you have to make those difficult decisions, then you might have a voice in your ear saying, this is what the citizens are saying, this is what they need. Do we have to reprioritize dollars and so forth? I don't know the answer to that question. I'm just proposing the question for you. Are there also things today when we go through the TAs? Are there opportunities for you to address? Have they already been addressed by the city team in the action plans? Asian, Black Americans, Latino, and white respondents gave highest rankings to both quality of life and cleanliness of Lakeland. When I think about our interview time and what you as a commission demonstrated interest in the political climate for our city, I'll say once again, capturing the quality of life aspect is an area of opportunity, whereas you bring cultures together to promote understanding. I am not talking about just arts. I'm not talking about being arts-centric. I'm saying it can be a park. I look at the park there, right there at Lake Mirror, and I go by on a Saturday, and you see children, adults of all ethnicities together. And what are you building? You are building understanding, all right? And it's in a continual metamorphic state, and it's continually evolving. But it's when we work with children all the way from infancy, and that from the first time that they can walk, we put them with other children so that they can build social skills. It's important for us to do that here within our city. I've always said in job philosophy, never stay at a job where you are tolerated. You always want to be where you are celebrated. And I heard I can't remember who it was today, talk about celebration. I want to go to Commissioner Madden, but I can't remember if it was or not. But that's what we need to do with our cultures. And then it's not always doing the awards, but how do we celebrate and recognize the value and how they come together as cultures. All right, so just a couple things there that wanted to share as follow-up with that. Also, I gave this sheet to you. I don't want to spend a lot of time. It's in your folder from yesterday. If you remember our interview process, I asked you to go through the TAs, which at that time were 8, and I asked you to assess those in terms of early implementation, emerging, adequate progress, and fulfilled. I don't normally do that as part of a strategic process in year 2. The reason I did that is because of COVID. And I very distinctly remember Commissioner McCarley over here at this table last year and saying, I think when we revisit this next year, that resiliency might have a different focus because of COVID. So I just wanted to see where we were. And so you see the TAs listed by title. You see the averages that are there. The ranking is how they appeared. You say, well, why is there 9? Because remember, economic development has 3 objectives. Then I looked at the reprioritization and how it all played out. Resiliency was pretty close to where it was last year. What I do want to point out is in terms of Parks and Rec. So I look at the data, and then I go back and I look, spending time reading through the narratives that I collected from each one of you. And Parks and Rec, you gave tremendous accolades to Parks and Rec in terms of the entire team. But then it only scored a 1.86, which is just, hardly past high end of early implementation. And when I went through the qualitative aspects of the data, it was for the things that you talked about today. All right, it was for the golf course. It was for Lake Mirror Center. It was for a park, which you talked about briefly yesterday, a park down Southwest Lakeland. So it's talking about needs, not in terms of function. All right, so what we're going to do right now, we're going to try and push. Well, we have 15 minutes. Sean, I'm going to defer to you. Do you want to push forward for 15 minutes and break at noon, or how about if we break for 40 minutes and come back?
You're going to look at me, and I'm going to look at the commissioners and decide.
Yeah.
Break time?
Break.
All right. So let's take a break, and I'm going to ask that we come back and make up some time. And so if we can be back here at, say, 12:25. All right. We'll see you at that time. Enjoy your lunch.
Okay, excuse me.
Sure, go ahead.
I did find page 16 about the target area update for target area 2, but I didn't find in the target area, what page, you said it's page 7?
7 in the front tab.
Strategic plan document.
First tab.
Oh, the first tab.
16
Yep.
in the second tab.
So the document was created based upon the retreat, and then the update from our city team telling you all how we've been tackling it. And then, excuse me, Dr. Collins is going to take you through the spreadsheets that we then transcribe the updates that you all have into linear items.
That we don't have a copy of.
Right. Because it's going to be a working document that we're going to go through the TAs one by one.
And in terms of the plan, what you all decide, everybody say working document.
Working
document.
I've got about 4 of the 7 of you, all right? But we'll go with that for right now. It's after the lunch blues, so, all right. But you have the working document, which is what we're going to work from. That's your blueprint that Sean will bring back to you in August and will report out from. What you make available to the community, yes, it's all public record. But if somebody will say, I want to see the strategic plan for the city of Lakeland, what you're going to advertise is you're going to advertise the TAs, and you're going to look at the objectives, and you're going to look at the initiatives. The updates are constantly going to be fluid. That's the working portion of it, okay? Questions about that? All right, so we're going to move forward. Anything? I'm
Well,
sorry.
I just thought of a better way to maybe articulate what I meant. So the strategic plan document is your communication to us from the last retreat. The updates that are in the guidebook are our communications back to you all, how we're tackling the target areas. And now this worksheet is now going to be our working document of collaboration to make sure we're still speaking the same language.
Perfect.
Okay, cool.
All right. And the screens are switched. I just want to make sure that anybody viewing has access to the working document rather than a stagnant.
I can't see that.
And I am not going to read this to you all. All right, we'll be here all day with that, and I don't read PowerPoints. That's just one of my rules. All right, that you all read. Everybody has different rates of automaticity, and so it's more of a detriment for me to read to you. Having said that, can you all see from where you're at?
No.
If we turn the lights down, then we have problems with camera viewing. We're going to have to turn them down because they absolutely have to see the text on this here.
Can we make it bigger? Is that
I can't see it.
screenshot bigger? So that it is only the chart itself?
Just the chart.
No header, no side?
I can't find a way to zoom.
View right in the middle of the top, I think. Straight up.
And normally, again, I said this yesterday, we do this on charts and we're all in close proximity where you can see and everything, but with the social distancing and so forth, it's just not possible. So it was actually Mayor Mutz who suggested this last year to use the dual screens.
That's better.
Better?
Excellent.
better.
And this just roll it up. Yeah. Can you kill the header?
And Sean, you and Emily and Mike, any of your team are going to weigh into this. I know that Emily's supposed to have them on standby with if there comes questions and so forth, but we should be pretty good with it. It should be pretty tight, but I'll volley to you with questions. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to go through. I'm not going to talk about them. You're going to read them, give time to read, scroll down, and just go through. If you have questions, when we get to the bottom of a TA and it's blank, I'm going to ask you, are we good to go? You'll use a yellow card, say yes, or you say, I would like for us to consider the action item, boom, 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 right?
I'm trying to get with it. Please help me
Scrolling down, please.
Great.
And again, if you see numbers, we're not going to talk about the numbers today. That will be in your budget meetings. Okay, scrolling down, please.
If there was an action item that we wanted to do, for example, the road diet, should we say that now?
You say you want to add to it, or
Well,
you want to adjust here?
Just on the measurement side, I think it would be nice for us to be getting quarterly updates, for example. I don't think we say that. So if
Can
you
you
go
speak
down,
just a little bit more into the microphone for me?
Stephanie, can you go down, bring it back up where it was? Yeah. Okay. There we go. I'm trying to find it. A little down farther, please. Thank you. Right. It's about the road diet. Yeah, there it is, yes. So the increment we have there is fiscal year 2021, obviously, and it's in progress. E, what is column E for? Comments from staff?
That's for budgetary items.
Okay.
If you'll scroll up to the top, so they can just see that very quickly, so you can see the top header.
Okay.
And the only thing that is not there that we'd typically see is persons responsible, but that would be the city team, Sean and the city team, so he designates that.
So I'm just trying to use this as a way to understand what you're asking for from us. But for example, that would talk on that item that we would want to have that within the first quarter. It'd be satisfied within fiscal year 2021. If we were wanting to make some changes or requests from staff to say we'd like to have some quarterly data update, should we say that now?
Yes, absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely.
Then I would add that to our road diet one, for example. So where we have, if we could go down, Stephanie, just a little, please.
State Road 37.
Yeah, the State Road 37. You had it just a minute ago. Or is that it?
It's down a little further. It's 10.
Just go down a couple, right,
That's it.
right there. So on that State Road 37 for the road diet, that we would add in there, the commission would desire quarterly updates on accidents and time spans, something like that. Travel time and accidents. Okay.
There you go, very good.
And that's what you want to accomplish in this session, right?
Exactly.
Okay, all right.
And when we get to the end, if you say something, there's an action item that has not been covered as a result of the conversations today or yesterday, and you want to add to it, then you absolutely have the latitude to do that. So thank you, Mayor. All right, if you're scrolling down for me, please.
Dr. Collins,
Yes, sir.
I cannot read it at all.
Is there any way we can get this printed out so that they can at least see the template?
Does this help at all?
Start.
Put it on these monitors?
That's too small. That's blurred.
You can move our chairs up.
Come sit by me, Commissioner.
If it's permitted, then I got another question.
Okay.
Because I'm not following the flow. And maybe it's because of me just not understanding what I'm supposed to be following.
Okay.
You told me to go to target area updates, right? Then you told me to go to these target areas over here as well. Now, how am I supposed to have some correlation between these and that information?
What I requested that you do is look at those target areas with the updates so that you see this action plan, and based upon the TAs that we heard from yesterday or today, and if there were things that you felt like based out of the conversations that took place that needed to be added, then mark them in that area as we go through it. So that is a terrific guide for all of this content here. Okay. And Emily will help you there. But Commissioner, most importantly, you need to be able to see. So
Yeah,
thank
I
you for
can.
asking that question. How about if you come over here and take my seat over
That's
here?
fine. I can move over there. No problem with that, sir.
Are we ready to move on?
Dr. Collins,
Somebody who's
go
calling.
ahead.
Is that, okay.
I can see, but I'm struggling to figure out what you want us to do here. Are we looking at these as each person individually? Or are we walking through them as a group? Or
We're looking, if you go back to the top, you don't see the whole thing. It's TA1 infrastructure. We're going straight through them. We're going through the objective. We're going through the initiative. Each initiative, what they have for action items. The initiatives are what you all spent so much time on last May. The city went back and put action items to them. We want you to see the action items. And is there anything else that needs to be added or changed in order to meet the initiatives that you determined?
okay,
Okay? And so we're just going straight down sequentially
Okay.
by TA.
okay.
The only thing is you just can't see at the top.
Okay.
So I'll try and make sure I get that.
That's helpful.
pulled
I
up.
just had 3 or 4 different screens to try and figure out
Well,
where to go. But I
we're-
got you now. Yes,
yeah.
that makes sense as a reference point to.
We're also in the process, in Tony Camarillo's office, we're going to print off these, and they should be delivered in a few moments.
Okay.
That'll help us see them and have them right in front of us.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you, Sean.
All right. Are we ready to go on with those?
Are we still on TA1?
Yes, we are. I'll tell you when we get to.
We're going to get an email too.
All right. So we'll hold on for just a moment then.
Dr. Collins, while we're waiting, I had a couple of thoughts. One is on the 98 premium transit. I wanted to ask staff if that includes, does anything in here include the kind of the advocacy for a bright line stop going forward? I know that that's nothing that we can do immediately, but just kind of that's always in our sight if that opportunity arises that we're sort of, remember us, we'd love that to happen. Is that anywhere in this infrastructure when we talk about intermodal or premium transit?
Sean?
I am not sure.
Okay.
But that's a good question because as we go through, that would be in the infrastructure section.
Mhm.
So I would think it would be here.
Okay.
If it were in the action plan at all.
Okay.
And so I think that's a good example though of where if it's not in, now is the time
Right.
for us to hear that and be able to add
So
it.
that's what I did. I just glossed through all of them and said what's missing. And I felt, just keeping that always in our mindset as strategically as possible going forward, knowing we don't know when or if it will come to pass. But I think bright line stop considerations should be there. And then,
Say it again, how you frame that should be there.
so when we discussed, I think it was in the line item that was taken down that talks about, 98 core, it gives ideas for intermodal travel, premium transit, just all of the different kind of emerging technologies, AVs. I think that Brightline, is something that we have collectively talked to as a body that if and when they start, bringing that towards Tampa, we want to be at the table and always advocating for that. I know that Chuck and all the team knows that as well. But if it was just on there, I think that we'd be remiss to not include that in our strategic plan.
So let me bring some clarity right here. Go back to the initiatives. And I'm going to say again, this is the 3-month process. This is different than everything else you've done the last day and a half.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Well, it names specific things, the road diet, the
Yes.
intermodal center, so it needs to have Brightline on there.
So where you can be of immense assistance besides stating it is writing it out.
Mhm.
Because then what we'll do is we will bring it forth.
Okay.
All right? The initiatives, you all did the same process in determining the objectives and initiatives. We gave it to the city team. And I'm going to ask, there's a lot of communication that's taking place outside of who's speaking. So even in the back of the room. So if we can hold that in abeyance, I certainly would appreciate that.
Turn your computer on, Steph. It's on the screen now.
So back to what I was saying, the objectives and the initiatives, those were done by the commission. It was given to the city team to come up with the action items, and then they were bringing back to you to see if everything was incongruent with your initiatives, which is what you're both doing right now. This was an add-on, right, in terms of reporting out on a quarterly basis. This one right here, you go ahead and write it out. We get to the bottom. You don't see it here. Then you bring it up, propose it, yellow cards, vote. We add it on, go on, we keep going.
Well, I think it's really a question for Chuck, because it could be in this, it could be that I'm just missing when it says, we're looking to FDOT grant technology for AVs or innovative intermodal
That's different.
He's supposed to be on standby. They are all supposed to be on standby.
Yeah,
so we can-
we're researching that right now.
Okay,
So staff is listening, and we have them on a go-to meeting. If we need to pull them up, I'm talking to the folks behind you, I'm sorry. We don't need to worry about that right now, but Chuck and I and Nicole are communicating, and he is looking to see if that's in one of those plans. So that's a good, I understand the question better.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I don't think it is.
It's not.
Yeah, Stephanie, that's more apt to be at Florida Poly than at 98, my
No.
understanding.
Commissioner Reed, say that again.
Debatable.
Yeah, as long as it's somewhere.
Right.
All right. Are we in a holding pattern, or are we ready to scroll down? Let's go with Chuck.
Hi, I just wanted to jump in and respond to the question, Commissioner Madden's question about the 98 premium transit study. We are making sure that there's a notation at the I-4 interchange that can serve as a placeholder for a future Brightline station. And so all the exhibits and analysis at this point do include that as part of the narrative. And so we want to make sure that we can clearly demonstrate connection between that service and Brightline. So we're definitely making sure that stays as part of the consideration in the plan.
Commissioner Madden, are we good? Okay. All right. Just out of curiosity, I was going to say, is there any way to put anybody speaking on this screen rather than this screen? No? Okay. All right. All right. Are we ready to move on?
Yes.
Commissioner Madden, we're ready? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So
Oh, I'm sorry. I remembered. I did have two. So the other one was with regard to the sensors and our analysis of the Dixieland lane expansion. Is it not
Realignment. Lane
realignment?
realignment, yeah.
I really need to get that down. How are we tracking pedestrian activity? Because I keep hearing from folks, well, what about, it doesn't look like any more people are walking than they used to, and actually, Born and Bred's not there. There's fewer people, on the street than there were before. I thought this was supposed to activate pedestrian activity. So with that question in mind, I know we think about that, and we always talk about that, but I don't see it delineated with regard to pedestrian traffic being, the data being collected.
Staff, if we would cue Chuck again, please.
That's actually, that's a very good question, and one that we will convey to DOT. I know DOT is looking at ways to be able to measure pedestrian traffic in the corridor. At one time, we had a request for a sensor at the Frank Lloyd Wright Way intersection, kind of as a midpoint. That wasn't able to work out, but we've got a meeting with DOT staff tomorrow, and that's one of our talking points, or one of our questions of them, is to circle back around and make sure that we have that data. The other question that we have of them as well is what kind of pre-COVID data they may have available. Literally, when the counts were to be taken last year, it was in the middle or end of March, and so when things were starting to shut down, we lost the opportunity to get really good baseline data. So that's one of our other requests of DOT is to research and to come up with some other options either through streetlight data or some other sources to be able to give us some good before and after on the pedestrian side. But that is a very big issue that we still need to address.
Thank you, Chuck. Chuck, to Commissioner Madden's point, can you quickly write us out an action item as it pertains to investigating that data in terms of pedestrian traffic that we can include?
I would say after the quarterly reporting of the data, that we also assemble or develop and assemble data for bicycle and pedestrian movements within the corridor, using sources available from DOT or others.
Good.
And I think that language would give us some additional leverage with the department.
All right, beautiful. Are we good with that? Thank you, Commissioner. Looking good up there, Chuck. All right. I see you come and leave and come and leave. All right. So we'll put a period on the end of that sentence. Okay. I see. No punctuation. Scroll on down. Let's put 11 at the top of the screen, if you would. There we go. All right, good. Commissioner McCarley.
Sorry, just a comment on target area 1 back to infrastructure. I just want to commend the staff that worked on that and had years 2 to 5 also under there, because that gives us a broader framework. So that was really helpful to me, and it's very, very thorough. So I just wanted to commend Chuck and his team on that, and everybody else who worked on it.
Very good. All right, scroll down for me, please, or scroll up.
Question.
Well, don't go to 2 yet. We'll stick with the bottom of initiative 1. There you go. Yes, sir. Commissioner Walker.
On the, I'm talking about now the commission design phase of Providence Road Complete Street project between Catherine Road and Griffin Road. My question to that is that I thought there were always some, well, I see it says in progress, starting 21, but 5 years, is that right?
For the different phases.
For the different phases to be completed? Excuse me?
Providence Road, remember, we're doing that in phases.
Right.
So the 5 years is for all the phases.
Okay, and no work has been begun as of yet, right?
Right now, they're in design.
Just in design, okay.
Yep.
All right.
Which is column F if you slide your sheet over. You know, if you just take that line 12 and slide it to the right.
Yeah, I see it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we can scroll up to initiative 2 under TA1, data collection behavioral shift. All right, initiative 3. And I'm going to say once again, in terms of dollar amounts, there's dollar amounts here, but that's not what this is for. The strategic planning is for visioning, and then again, when you come back into your budgetary cycle, you can pull up the strategic plan and then look at the budgetary dollars that have been allocated for any adjustments. Sean.
I just want to back up for a moment just for clarification to clarify, because it's a very good question by Commissioner Madden. So the question about Brightline, and you don't see specifically Brightline in the action plan, but as an example, under the infrastructure target 1, you don't have to go and follow, but on page 14, the third bullet down, It talks about the city's participation in the ongoing FDOT US 98 premium transit study. In that study, to your point, is, yes, where the advocacy for a bright line stop would be.
And even if, for our recollection, if there was a parentheses, bright line, that's what I thought that meant. But it would be nice to just, I don't know, if we want to name them because.
Maybe, right.
But if
Commissioner
it's a
Madden.
code word, that's what that is.
We need to pick up everything that you're saying. May I ask you to move your mic to the side of your laptop? There you go.
Sure.
Thank you.
So basically, I thought that's where it was and what it was alluding to. Of course, it didn't trigger immediately in my mind, and I know that Brightline, it's kind of like naming a private company, which is. So I don't know if we have code word for that for this commission, just so that when we look, we go, oh yeah, there it is, it's right there. Maybe that's just me that needs a.
No, I would concur.
I mean, the only difficulty, though, is that study includes,
Yes, everything.
a lot of things. And so I don't know which ones then we would,
Right.
call out. So that,
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
Are we at peace where we're at, or are you saying, I need some more information?
Well,
This-
it could just be that, in 3 months' time, I'm going, is Brightline on here again? I don't know. Hopefully I'm not. But I don't, well, maybe I'll just say it anyway.
But what I'm hearing is the
Say it, you'll
mechanism
see it.
is there for
It's
that
included.
data to be obtained, correct?
so
It's included, and so when she comes back
it's
3 months.
It's encapsulated in that larger
Right.
study.
Right. So my point is it's available. Okay? All right. Initiative 3, move as a city to become an early adopter for autonomous vehicle use and growth.
Both in progress.
You're looking at the action, you're looking at the year, and you're looking at where it is right now, whether it's beginning, whether it's in process. Initiative 4, if we can scroll up. All right. Are there any initiatives that you would like to see added? Commissioner Reed, I'll go with you first.
Thank
I
you.
said
Actually,
action
I had
item.
one on number 3, you just didn't see me. Are we doing anything about EV fueling stations?
What was the question?
The electric fueling stations.
Like electric is.
Sean, can you answer that, please?
Yeah, I mean, it is part of an initiative within Lakeland Electric, as Commissioner Madden is discussing. I mean, but are you asking about any specific?
No, just want to make sure that it's, I didn't see it per se, but I knew we were talking about that. But that's why I was just asking a question in reference to, I didn't know if it's going to be a station or it's going to be different places or just make sure it's addressed somewhere. I don't know if it's going to be a zoning issue or what, I'm not sure about that. But I just wanted to inquire.
Okay, if you all still, when we vote, we'll use green cards, but just for visibility, if you do your table tents, you don't have to stand there holding your cards, all right? So,
What are we supposed to do?
Commissioner Salvage, I know you were first, so you go ahead.
The yellow card means I got a question?
Or, I said green, yeah, with the lights, they look green from it. They're yellow cards. When we get ready to vote, you'll use the yellow cards.
Okay,
Use the yellow
thank you,
cards.
Mr. Reed.
Same thing, when you want a question, just turn your name up on its side.
Okay,
So you
all
go.
right.
Okay? All right.
I need help here. Age-friendly Lakeland, under transportation TA, listed 4 bullets of what they're recommending we include under transportation, one of the AFL domains. And I'm thinking we need to have either in one of the initiatives an additional narrative or sentence, or another initiative where we at least say that we are going to have services that enable older adults to get around their community. In other words, I'm not sure how we put that in there, but I thought Age-Friendly Lakeland made a pretty compelling argument that we needed to have in our strategy something about transportation and seniors. Can you help me out?
Well, you have the opportunity to come up with an entirely new initiative under infrastructure, under TA1, or you can possibly put it under the first initiative.
Let me see. Yeah, I prefer to keep it under the existing initiatives.
Okay. Commissioner McCarley?
Just to help with that, Commissioner Selvage, I think, and I could be wrong, but when we discuss multimodal, that's what we're talking about. So not only multimodal, whether it's bikes, pedestrian traffic, anything like that, I feel like from my work at Polk Vision that multimodal includes multi-generational as well. But I understand that you'd want to highlight it, but I would tag it under that first initiative if you wanted to create an action item underneath Initiative 1.
Maybe I just want to add multi-generational somewhere under.
Right here.
Well, one of the easiest things to do, rather than write in another initiative, would be to define what you have in the first initiative.
Yeah, I think we're there. It just that I think it can be strengthened by mentioning we're after multi-generational ease of transportation.
Chuck, are you right there? Would you define for us multimodal
And address
in this
the-
context?
I would say, in this context, I would say that multimodal, what we could say is essentially transportation for all users, with a special emphasis on vulnerable users, and that's kind of the industry term for kids, seniors, folks with accessibility challenges.
Right.
That's something that we've also put under the umbrella of Vision Zero as well. So it's really. Oh, go ahead.
No, I didn't understand your last. You say put it on the what category?
Under the umbrella of Vision Zero as well.
Okay.
Vision
The
Zero.
first initiative.
The first initiative.
Okay, that sounds good. If the commission agrees, I think that's satisfactory for that.
Okay.
I'm going to suggest that when you say including do the parenthetical after multimodal, so as to find your.
How about vulnerable?
Right.
She has
Vulnerable,
including vulnerable users.
So
Yes.
this is what I have.
Vulnerable.
Dr. Collins, if I may. It was my understanding that as we walked through this process, that we were going to hear from the commission any concerns, additions, deletions, suggestions, that then, kind of like last year when we developed these action plans, that then we will go back and include, make the adjustments, and then they will see that when we come back at the 6-month mark. And if we try to make all of these adjustments for all that we have to go through in these target areas, I don't think we can get it. I don't think we'll get through it today. So are we trying to
Keep in
adjust
mind-
on the fly here, or are we going to take, like I'm saying, the suggestions, comments, and the like, and go back? Staff will then work all that in, and then the commission will see that when we bring this.
That's how the commission decides, but it's not on the fly. You're most concentrated by all the data that you have collected is for infrastructure and economic development.
What I mean by on the fly is.
Let me finish, please.
But I'm just talking about, we're not trying to adjust it today.
You have two areas that are going to be very concentrated, quite concentrated in terms of time. If you want to have the plan and have it done today, then they partner with the action items, and then you go and then you report and you're done with it and come back in 6 months. If you want to come back and you want to share action items again today, then that's up to you all. And you say, yeah, we want to farm it to the city team, let them decide, and then come back.
I think we're okay
I do too.
to do it this way.
We're getting better.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first one's going to take the
It's a
longest.
slow start. It's the push to the truck at the
The
beginning.
first one's going to take the longest.
We'll get better.
We'll get faster.
So we're pressed ahead with.
And what was expressed to me was that we wanted to leave today
Right.
with the action plan. That was clearly conveyed to me, so that's where we've tried to formulate the process. And if we need to change, we can change it. we can certainly adapt to what you all want to do.
And so part of my point there is just like we saw with the first question about the study at 98. If we take that comment back, that gives staff the opportunity to say, oh, wait a minute, we don't need to break that out into an additional action item. It's already included in that plan. We're going to probably duplicate some things, but that's okay if we want to proceed and make the changes as we go, which is what I meant by on the fly, versus taking it back and having a chance to go through and see where we may already have it included.
And to your point, you may even have some overlap between TAs and initiatives. So, all right, so help me so I know how to facilitate. Are we saying continue on, or do you want to farm it back to the city team?
Continue.
Continue on.
Continue on, and if we have to go another day, we have to find that day in the future to still take care of it, as I look at it.
Okay, okay. All right, so you've got these 4 initiatives. We made corrections to the one text. Commissioner McLeod, you have a question?
I was going to go back to Initiative 3 about moving to become an early adopter of autonomous vehicle use and growth, and I might ask Chuck, I feel like we're missing something. There's nothing in there as an action step to me that I see as being proactive or moving to, we mentioned the TPO's 2045 long-range transportation plan, but I don't really know what we're doing to move that forward. Not the TPO plan, but just as a city, do we need more? Do we need another step that's in there that is moving us toward this? And I don't know if it's exploring what is available today and coming back with that, where cities are in this journey and how that relates to Lakeland. Chuck, if that makes sense, what I'm asking.
It definitely does. And Angelo here, past few months has been engaging other city departments to at least kind of do just that, see what other cities are doing and how we might be able to work this language into kind of our own internal processes and operations. One of the things that also kind of going back to some of our discussions about, for example, the US 98 or Lakeland Hills Boulevard or Memorial corridors is also we need to work with DOT to incorporate smart city or ACES infrastructure in the roadway design and alignment study processes. I don't believe they've really done that yet, and they've pretty much admitted that. So that may be another action item that, in addition to looking at how we can align different functions or activities internally to support ACES, that we also work with DOT and our funding partners to make sure that ACES infrastructure is studied and evaluated as part of corridor studies and roadway design projects. Just like we do with stormwater or street lighting, landscaping, that we bring ACES in as a critical element that gets studied with the overall corridor.
So I'm comfortable with it. I would just ask that we add a step and maybe summarize some of the actions that Chuck has just described.
He's wanting it to say, rather than just a statement, to say that makes define plans to include the ACES program when the TPO 2045, something to that effect.
Correct.
And so it doesn't say that there's no action of what we do there. I have another question in this regard so I think, Chuck, you know, if we can do that, make that point, define the plan, you know, on Initiative 3. The other question, Chuck, is Commissioner Reed's question on high-speed EV charging stations. Somewhere I've had a conversation with someone who talked about the fact we were thinking about doing those near I-4 for the 20-minute Tesla group of chargers that are proprietary and new that can, you know, that people can do along the way. Is there some portion of that plan, because along our I-4 corridor where we'll have the high traffic, it would be nice to incorporate that somewhere near the exit that would allow people to perhaps even shop while they're charging.
And there's a lot of movement on that front as well. There's been a second round of VW settlement funding or grant funding that's come out at the state level. And so Lakeland Electric has been working with AJ Jaffer in our office to look at candidate sites around the US 98 I-4 interchange, just because of the projects that scored high last year were in locations that not only had high vehicular traffic, but were also in close proximity to hotels and restaurants. So Lincoln Electric, and working with AJ, came up with a candidate site near IHOP, actually in the IHOP parking lot there in the northeast corner of US 98 and I-4. And so there's a lot of momentum on that front that's being generated internally. And then Brian Ruiz has been working with some of the other departments to come up with a review process for electric charging stations around the city, either ones that are being done publicly or ones that are being done through private development. So not only do we want to try to land on some locations that are going to get high usage, but also streamline our permitting process so that they can come through a lot easier, and make sure that all of our questions are addressed on the front end through the permitting, and get these facilities in the ground.
Should that be an additional initiative underneath, I mean, not an additional initiative, but additional point under this initiative?
Absolutely. I think that'd be.
Okay.
Can you word it for us?
I think that would also help. I would put it kind of as another statement that the city will continue to work with stakeholders and funding partners to identify additional electric vehicle charging station locations along the I-4, and I would even say even the Polk Parkway corridors, because that gets us near the airport. And we'll work with internal departments on permitting and review processes to expedite the implementation of these facilities.
And that you'll want to make, Stephanie, as a different bullet under Initiative 3 when you get it all done.
Do you need the last link? Okay.
And that kind of stuff you can get back to us later. Yeah.
Yep. Perfect. All right. Commissioner Reed.
Thank you, Chuck. I don't know where we need to put this, but I'm seeing a lot of information coming out on 1 and 2 passenger drones that we may need to implement something, but you're seeing a lot of 1 and 2 passenger drones becoming available for transportation.
Like what kind of drone?
I think
flying drones. Yeah.
Really?
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner McCarley?
I have something on Initiative 4, but are we ready? I don't know if we're ready to go to that.
Are we done with Initiative 3? Any additions? We're good. All right. Initiative 4, go ahead.
The only thing I would say on Initiative 4 is under the status update is over the next 5 years for CIP and city budget development cycle. I think we discussed yesterday, Chuck, ideas on when we were talking about, for instance, on 98, the 3 intersections on 98 of working at the people that are developing in that area, like whether it's Southeastern or Publix or whatever, that those new, and I can't remember if we were talking about crosswalks or what we were talking about, but we were talking about finding funding partners in those areas. I'm not being very articulate at the moment, but maybe a bullet point under here that we would invest. Yes, thank you, Emily, if she's typing that. Investigate the funding partners for projects that are coming to fruition quickly. Maybe there's a way that we can find new funding streams in there, since we talked about it yesterday.
All right.
Absolutely. And we're also, just so you know as well, on Providence Road, the city has submitted a funding request to the TPO for the construction phase to be funded through its Complete Street program. The total cost is right around $5 million. The request is about $4 million. And so that's something that the TPO board members will be seeing coming up in the spring and summer as they start to establish their priorities for the next work program.
Sounds great. Thank you.
And Emily, do you want to make that 98 north of Edgewood? Is that the corridor? You want me specific to the corridor or just broader?
I think it's broader. I mean, I think it's anything in the hopper we need to consider.
Okay. Leave it like it is. Yeah.
Commissioner Walker.
Just want to comment on what I just heard Mr. Bobby mention about Providence Road situation. So when we're talking about complete streets, We're talking about that expansion project along with sidewalks, et cetera, right? Did you hear the question?
It definitely is. The concept that's under design right now includes 8-foot wide sidewalks on both sides of Providence Road, turn lanes and landscape medians at strategic locations, and crosswalk improvements around Providence Reserve as well as down at 14th. So there's definitely a very comprehensive kind of reconstruction of the corridor that's being planned. And this was something that Ryan Lazenby had come up with as a concept that is now moving into design. But that's exactly is to try to make that corridor more aesthetically pleasing and certainly more functional for folks on foot or on bike.
So now how does that play into what, has been discussed about West 10th and Kathleen Road? Because of that challenge that we're having there as well. So they're both corridors are very neck to neck almost with each other.
And that's a great question. Really Providence is in itself is part of the project scope is being kind of handled separately. Although as we get down to 10th Street and Kathleen, there is a standing request with DOT to take a look at that area between 10th and 8th Street in particular to see what we can do to add a crosswalk in near the convenience store, to look at the intersection there at 10th Street to see what operational improvements can be made additional. I think with the North Wabash extension, and that'll be probably finished in the next year or so, that'll draw enough traffic out of the Kathleen 10th intersection where it may not need as substantial of an improvement as it would otherwise need. But DOT, when they've looked at it recently, that northwest quadrant needs some right-of-way acquisition, and so that's been the big issue. But we still continue to have a request. It's actually on the TPO's priority list still to look at that whole area from 10th down to 8th and see what we can do comprehensively. And then there's also a parallel study that is looking at Kathleen Road overall safety from 2nd Street all the way up to 10th as well. So Kathleen Road is getting is going to be getting a lot of scrutiny over the next few months. And then once North Wabash is completed, we'll also know what other things need to happen at the 10th Street intersection.
Thank you, Chuck. Commissioner McCarley, you had another question?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay. Mayor Mutz?
My comment is really procedural. Chuck, your comprehensiveness is wonderful. Providence Road, you want to make sure it's addressed. We want to make sure it's in the things, but we don't want to hear the explanations, I don't think, now if we want to get through it. And I think that was City Manager Strauss's concern.
Okay. Are we good? All right. So let's go on.
As long as it's in, right?
TA2.
In other words, I want it in. I'm just trying to read your face. I want to make sure it's...
I'm trying to be cautious about my face.
Well, I want to make sure it's in, but we just...
Yes. And I think he made sure that I knew that it's being addressed.
Right.
Yeah. All right. TA2, Category 1, increase area median income.
Is there a different page coming up on this?
Where's TA2?
You have to click.
You go to the bottom and you'll see a TA2 tab at the bottom of your screen. You want to click on that, and that brings up a second page. Each of these will be that way going across.
Got it. Thank you.
Are we all there? The first initiative?
That's a really badly written sentence. It should say from under 15% to a larger average wage, not to a much larger percentage of average. So you could
Take out percentage.
You could delete much and percentage of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
All right, and just scroll on up for me, please. All right, whoa. Stay there with the first initiative if we can. We'll get congruency on that. Commissioner Reed?
There again, I had talked to Jason. I thought we were going to go to 125% versus 115.
We did, and they came back and suggested to us that 115%, that their goal would be 125% kinds of things, but they would like to have some incentives at the 115, so, and beyond. So that's a matter of commission decision. What is the percentage on the one we just did?
Who's answering that question?
I'm sorry.
On Jason's recent the incentive just introduced.
Well, on the one that Jason spoke about, it was, the way that one was crafted was, in order to qualify, if you had a lesser number of employees at the 125, you would qualify at the lesser number. But the 115 is also included. It just requires a greater number. So it's an attempt to start to stretch toward the 125 by recognizing that we'll allow you to have less employees at the 125 than at the 115. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but. I don't know if does that answer the question, or we can ask Jason further.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Commissioner Walker.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at this, and I thought it was kind of discussed on yesterday between both Jason Wheeler and Mr. Cole Travis, that we were not looking at AMI, but we're looking at the annual average income. Am I saying this right or wrong?
Mm-hmm. You are.
So why do we have AMI here?
Because it was last year.
So do we need to change that?
Maybe so. That's Commissioner.
So we could be in line with what we're actually doing?
So now, Jason, maybe you'd want to weigh in?
Is he on?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Yes, I agree. Consistency is important. I think the first part of the conversation that Commissioner Reed brought up regarding 115%, the incentives that we talked about yesterday for manufacturing had three different tiers technically to qualify, but the first one did say 25 jobs at 125%. The second one was a higher job threshold that was just 100% because it was in manufacturing. The 115%, you heard Ashley touch on it a little bit today. That's kind of the state's threshold on the two-page chart that is average annual wage. That's their beginning threshold for QTI and other incentives that they would incentivize. So we historically have followed 115%. Because that was the eligibility requirement for the state incentive QTI that we participated in.
Further questions?
So should our initiative one not really say that we want to increase it, but rather maintain a 115% or more, because it would then be concentric with the state's potential future plans?
Well, I think we certainly want to increase that number as much as we can. I would worry with that program anticipating, the QTI program anticipating that would come back this year. I would worry if we locally set a threshold that was inconsistent with the state, if that would disqualify certain companies that were seeking that incentive.
So maybe we add the words "when possible" to the end of the initiative sentence?
Yes, sir.
And that gives us full congruency. So to receive incentives when possible.
All right. Are we in agreement? Commissioner Commissioner McCarley, your table tent was up earlier. Did your question get answered?
No, but it's okay. I'm good.
All right. Are we good to move on? Scrolling down. Initiative 2, investigate and further identify commercial public-private partnership opportunities. Initiative 3, leverage city resources.
Commissioner McCarley. Sorry, going into Initiative 2, when I'm looking at page 17 on our, and this was going to be my statement on page 16 too, and I understand infrastructure is an anomaly in that it takes a lot of detail, but in here, it does, I don't feel like there is as much detail, which in the essence of time is probably really good. But for public-private partnerships, for instance, I would assume that's always ongoing, and that's something, you know, that we've talked about, and we know that the economic development teams across the city understand that, but, you know, examples of ongoing Prethi partnerships are Lakeland, Chamber of Commerce, Springs, and Summit. But if we're in strategic plan, I don't know if anything was captured from us yesterday as far as new P3s that maybe should go in here. If we're thinking about stretching ourselves in strategic planning, you know, is there any more detail or anything in the futuristic that we need to know about or should be detailed in here when they come back? Does that make sense?
Comments from your peers?
Sorry, I
Commissioner McLeod.
couldn't get my card up fast enough. That's a good point, Commissioner McCarley. I was thinking about, and I don't know if we captured this here, but yesterday we did talk about potential partnerships with Florida Poly, innovation around that, the skill set of those students. So if that's something that we could explore or build into here, I think that would be appropriate.
In the status update, you have several. You have Bonnet Springs, you have Summit. They have, of course, the Lakeland Chamber, other ongoing P3 partnerships. Remember, Pam Page last year gave you an entire comprehensive list of P3s that they have with the city. So, Commissioner McCarley, how would you see that? What would you see being added under there as an action
I think
item?
what Commissioner McLeod just stated is exactly what I was thinking is, you know, the partnership for the Innovation District with CFDC along with Florida Poly would be one specific area we should consider as we move into the future, as well as, you know, this would even be that transdisciplinary action item again, where we think about what Chuck has in those partnerships on that corridor, you know, may not necessarily be reflected in here, but, you know, if there are other departments doing P3 outside of economic development, I might reflect them in here too. This just looks to me like nothing's going on when I, in fact, know a ton of things are going on. And so I don't want it to be reflected to the public that it's an ongoing, very generic term and doesn't really reflect the work that's happening, so,
Right.
or that is planning to happen.
Good point. Question asked, would you want to add Lakeland West in there as you put those different?
Well, yes, because when we get to number 4, I'm going to say we're going to tie arts into that would be my request. So yes, absolutely.
You meant downtown.
Downtown West, per Commissioner Walker.
If we were going to change that,
Downtown, DW, Downtown West. Yeah, I misspoke. I was trying to recognize you in that. I just missed the vernacular.
The term they come from me, the term was introduced to us last year.
So, all right, Downtown West. Got it. All right, anything else?
Yeah, Dr. Collins, I think so. To that point, under Initiative 2, if we were going to do that for the first bullet, that is line number 11, first we'd take the first N out of partnership because it doesn't really belong there, and then add a comma behind that would say something like, with emphasis in the Innovation District, comma, as developable, which would then make it broadly available
Ongoing, yeah.
and ongoing.
Say that again.
So it would be public-private partnership opportunities, comma, with
Commissioner Madden, I need you to speak into the microphone if you would.
So I was waiting for category 2 for Innovation District discussions. So there's a whole second category under economic development. So this is the first category, correct?
But remember how we talked about, even just a few moments ago in the dialogue, that some of the things would overlap? So
Okay.
what's most important between these is that you have to look at the purpose. If you're looking at P3s, then this is the place that you want it, but there will be a lot of laps, all right? A lot of crossover.
Okay. I mean, I just didn't know if, at first I thought that everything was consolidated onto this one page for economic development, and then I realized, no, there are 3 separate categories underneath economic development, and the second category is Innovation District. So I just, in my mind, was saving that, but we could do whatever we think is appropriate.
Commissioner Reed?
Thank you. And there again, it got a little bit away from me, and I didn't know where to put this. You know, we talked about the airport earlier. we talked about the master plan here, we've done infrastructure, but I wanted Chuck to understand, from my perspective, the protection we want to have around the airport. I assume he's still online, that he can hear us. That I don't know if it's going to be in the master plan of our airport or under infrastructure or community development or where it's actually falls within this quadrant. But the master plan for the airport's right here, so I thought it might be a good time to address the airport component there
Probably
again.
is. I think it is.
From my perspective, if there becomes too much outcry around our airports, assuming there's going to be a lot of residential development, they could really stifle, if they go with FFA, they can stifle our growth of the airport. It's my understanding. I may be wrong, but they're going to would like to discourage residential development along Mandela and Hamilton Road. So if there's any way, I don't want to put a moratorium on anything like that, but there's already houses. Most of the places are big acreage, or they're 5, 6 acres, or 40 acres, as a matter of fact, out that way. But I would not like to see intensified growth. And obviously, if there is going to be some, we need to make sure that the developer profoundly lets everybody know what they to expect when they live there.
So if you can help us, if you would write down exactly what you see.
I could get with Chuck and these guys and talk to them, but there again, there's got to be a consensus here.
The navigation easement
Yeah,
principle.
Yeah.
If it needs to be in the document, then we need to cover it. That's what we're trying to focus on. We're trying to get to the salient points and then move through this. And so if it's something that needs to be in because of previous discussions that you've had yesterday and today, then we need to do it. We just don't want to be bringing new topics to the table.
Chuck, Palmer might be able to assist us a little bit in that neighborhood versus.
Yeah, currently, whenever any of those lands out there in the vicinity of the airport come in for plating, we require as a condition of recording the plat that they record a navigation easement in the public records. It gets in the chain of title of each property that's sold out there. And the navigation easement says, you're in the vicinity of an airport and you consent to, all the noise associated with that and the overflights and that type of thing. So.
Well, I know that. And of course, again, it's the developer and the salespeople's responsibility, but they're not doing it. And we're getting complaints. If we don't have a better measure other than to say, put on the back page in the little tiny writing, they want to sell houses.
Mm-hmm. And from what I've heard, I think it's in that 1.5-mile radius is the navigation easement requirement, and the folks actually that I've had complaining are out into the 3-mile radius because of the new flight patterns. So I think that is maybe an object of discussion, what you do, how far you extend that radius, or maybe you have some other way of, folks know.
Well, the properties I'm referring to are basically the street center immediately adjacent to the airport property. Mandela and Hamilton, there's already development on on Pipkin, and they're doing fine.
Mayor.
The ones immediately beside it. So.
Mayor Mutz, did you have a comment?
It's cumbersome to try and find exactly where this fits in, but in order to accommodate it, and because we had the master plan in Initiative 1 of Target Area 2 Economic Development Category 1, and we have completed the airport master plan itself, I really think we need to introduce another bullet box that would say adopt development plan, if this is kind of what you want to capture, and tell me, for the Hamilton Road and Mandela Road arenas immediately surrounding airport to help define future development. So, right, so that we're really taking a new study, asking community development to take a look at it, talk about whether or not they just change.
Exactly. Douglas Community Development's aware of it, and our wish is that they can make our desires known, I guess you'd say.
So Mayor Mutz, would you read that again, please?
Reading it, yes, right now. Request community development, define a plan for Hamilton Road and Mandela Road properties immediately surrounding airport to protect or to define future development.
All right, you all can work on that. All right, now that is addresses a topic not only that Commissioner Reed is addressing now, but you all discussed previously. Just show me by yellow cards, everybody good with that initiative? All right, beautiful. I got you. All right. I'm going to say this once again because it's difficult for me to hear, but for those that are joining us virtually, it's very difficult. And so your laptops are in front for viewing, but your mics are off to the side. So I need you to pull your mics close to you when you speak or readjust them, if you would, please. All right. Initiative 2, Initiative 3. And again, you have the updates. This is the language for action items. Catalyst, looking at Initiative 4, remember that was its own TA, and then we dovetailed it here. So Commissioner McCarley, you, and then I'll come to Commissioner Reed.
So on the catalyst ideas, where we haven't, it doesn't appear that we funded that yet for that master plan. I'd like that master plan and renderings to include a cultural corridor idea in between here and Bonnet Springs Park, if we can, since we haven't done that yet. After that discussion this morning, I think that would be really important to see as we look at downtown West to make sure that it is inclusive of all the ideas we've heard so far.
Is it cultural and art or just cultural?
When I say culture, I infer art, but it could be either or. Mm-hmm.
Are we good with that? Yes. Let me see cards on that one. We haven't.
I have a comment.
Yes. Let me just clear. We haven't been for edits and everything. We haven't been addressing the cards because we're just going through that. But if we're having something that's really changing a paradigm shift, then I want to make sure we get some agreement there.
Well, in addition to what I just heard my colleague mention about the art and cultural situation as well, since the master plan has not been solidified, then I would like to make sure we can add to this connectivity, from our core downtown to downtown West. Mm-hmm. You got to have some connectivity because people got to be able to navigate, either walk across the we call our the major thoroughfare of there. How can we incorporate that to be part of being walkable to get from our core downtown into downtown West area?
Okay, you all just give me, all right.
I just wanted to reaffirm what my colleague is saying. I know we talked about that last year, about whether you're painting the orange bridge to say that's what we're choosing to be the pedestrian thoroughfare to downtown. So I was like, is that in that photos? But thank you for bringing that up, because obviously we want that to be included as, whether we use directional signage or art or something to tell folks that we are pedestrian friendly and how we make that journey from the east side of Hardin to the west side, going from downtown to downtown west.
Yes, how we connect it. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so adjustments, big adjustments to that one. Show me your yellow cards if you would, if we're good to go. Everybody, Commissioner Reed. All right, Tom, Professor. Okay, all right. Take out the E. There was 2 E's in connectivity, if you would, Emily. And the city team will go back and edit all this down the road. All right. So we just want to move as quickly as possible today. All right. So there we go. Initiative 5. Go down to Initiative 6. We just did that one. And then, so we're good now, correct? So let's go to TA2, Category 2, which is the Innovation District. Commissioner Madden, you have something to say? Okay, if we can scroll up, please.
Number 9, what do we need to do? Does that need more definition? Formalized committee to oversee. What do we expect that to produce is my question.
So I think we talked about that last year, Mayor, when you were talking to the various mayors and, just making sure you were talking to the CFDC or just to kind of keep us abreast of where we were on the development of the property in particular, since it was private land and we would not be getting anything from our staff with regard to that development, but if you had your ear to the ground and were kind of a part of a committee. I also then, it's like it says not started because we don't know what we don't know, but I mentioned also that, City Manager Strauss might have other opportunities, like you said, to speak to a developer. So, and then obviously with the hydrogen consortium idea, which, that could develop into something where there's just kind of an innovation sort of consortium that we would want a commissioner or the mayor or the city manager to sit on. So I think we don't have a formalized committee, but we want to always be ready to jump right on and nimble enough to be a part of that conversation as soon as possible. And it sounds like we're getting closer to some things happening so that they could formalize, but I don't know as there's a formal committee meeting.
Might I suggest something
Really?
here? So if you're saying you have a formal committee, then you have to have a formal committee, formalize a committee, all right? If you're saying, hey, we don't really need one right now, then it can be to conceptualize one or identify players, but it doesn't mean that you're pulling them together for such purpose.
I like that, identify players.
I just said that. I probably worded it differently, but we'll go whatever you.
To form committee.
Yeah. It doesn't have to be
maybe
active
comma
yet.
as if required.
So.
Because, whether or not we are I don't know if we could actually be the lead since it's not city land, it's not city,
Right.
you know what I mean? But we certainly, like Lakeland Vision, we have a city representative. Like TDC, we have a city representative. We do not want to be left out on any kind of innovation district consortium or.
What I heard yesterday was Dr. Avent and Sean saying, hey, we're all in and we want to partner with you in any way possible. And so, yes, Lakeland Vision, Polk Vision, even just meeting with them alone, which you all do individually and collectively. But you can have something happening from the city saying, yes, we want to have our ear to the ground and we want to hear firsthand what's connecting. And so if you choose to do that, that's certainly a viable committee to be formed and have ownership from the city team.
Well, I like it as she restated it, so if
They're
that's
required, yes.
right. You want to vote on that one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I got one card too. All right, we're good to go. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
That was like the Bucks cannon.
All right. Under this category, Innovation District, anything else that you want to see? Anything that's not been addressed? It's pretty comprehensive. I think you've done a very, very good job of addressing those things. All right, so let's go to category 3, education. I'm going to ask that you frame through the lens again, what can the city team be responsible for versus what you encourage? All right, so let's go back to category 3, education.
So the area that it does not address is adult education. So if we were trying to do some training on education for industry, for an industry or helping to incent a training program that might be required for adults for skill transference. Should we have that in here somewhere?
That would be quite meaningful, taps right into age-friendly, as well as, be mindful, yesterday Liz talked about, and I stepped outside and asked her, hey, is there opportunities to partner with the chamber for such purposes as well? But to be able to have it here, remember how she talked about the ability to work with training businesses so that they are accommodating senior adults. And what does that look like for our local businesses? That was a conversation from yesterday. So I think both of those could be blended in one.
North Carolina's done a great job of doing that as a model.
Right. So that's by itself. Do you want to add to it and add the business, professional learning for businesses to help accommodate senior adults? Do you not want to include that one? Do you want to add it with this one or have a separate? Okay. Are we good with this? Need to see your yellow cards for me?
Could you read that for me, please?
Explore opportunities to provide skill transference for adult education, partner with businesses for a broader reach. And you might want to consider changing that broader reach, because I don't know that it necessarily identifies strictly looking for, our age-friendly adults.
Including age-friendly?
Yes.
Adults.
And diversity.
And my great aunt Millie.
Craig, I'm looking at the mayor's 15 lists of yesterday, and with regard to economic development, he brought up minority business incubation. Is that covered at all in TA2?
It is not specifically that I recall.
Good catch.
The question is, within the strategic plan, how does the minority businesses specifically relate to the city team and their responsibility? Because one of the things that we also talked about is utilizing Lift Lakeland. So you also have the chamber that can be a part of that. But again, at the end of the day, you're going to say, this is what Sean and the city team is responsible for doing. What's their responsibility with minority businesses? But if you reframe it to include Lift Lakeland, and it might be emphasizing, advertising, working with community relations, Kevin Cook and his team, in terms of promoting Lift Lakeland, soliciting volunteers in different areas, then you can put it within that. But you just have to identify what exactly are the outcomes that you want from the city team before you put it in. And is it something that they are and can be responsible for? Sean, do you want to add anything to that?
Dr. Collins. I think that's an important distinction to specify through Lift Lakeland, working through and with the chamber, different organizations with this topic as a whole. As we've said, with education, it could read as if we're veering outside of the lane of what we have the expertise and the capacity to do as the city. So I know we all, I think, know that, but just so we clarify that in the strategic plan. So there's not an expectation for staff to be doing something that's really not within what they do.
There's power in these documents in making sure certain words are stated. And I would add female and minority incentives in some way. And so while we might understand that within this document, we certainly will try to incentivize everybody who wants to start a new business, it seems to me that we do need to put minority, female, and innovation in
I want to make sure I understand exactly where you're at, Commissioner Selvage. Where are you referencing to right now in terms of, because I heard diversity from Commissioner Madden, and then you're talking about women. I just want to make sure we're addressing exactly where you're talking about.
Well, I guess I'd ask the mayor what he meant yesterday.
Well, I think that we're talking about two different things. So I'd like to finish 12.
Thank you.
Which makes it, what do we do to provide, skills for adults that are out of school, for industries we're trying to attract, to equip them to be able to transfer. So I think we've got that pretty much captured in 4. Then I do believe you're right, Commissioner Slovich, we'll take a look at how do we combine entities, to Commissioner McLeod's point, to do that. But let's do that after we finalize this one. So, Dr. Collins.
Could I just piggyback on that point, Mayor? Because even when we were up on work with Polk counties for the airspace to develop programs that supposed to train middle school students, I mean, of course, I know because I've spoken to the, Nicole Travis and her team. People focusing on, the richness of diversity and, or do we need to specify within each category?
That's a decision that you all made. Last year, you spent a lot of time on diversity. You did some this year as well, but last year a lot. But age friendly is not the topic. So interesting enough, when we talked about diversity last year, we talked about all forms of diversity, but age friendly wasn't there. And then this year it is. You see what I'm saying? So take all of us out.
ownership is always included, that women, minority, businesses. It's always kind of captured that way.
All right, let me say a couple things here. Initiative 4, we said we're good with that one. While we're talking about diversity, I would suggest perhaps the city team craft a statement regarding diversity. Maybe it exists, I don't know, Sean. Perhaps you know that. But identifying what diversity is, because we're not even talking about culture, but I can, a white male standing before you, I can be a white male from one of our Scandinavian countries, and we're going to be entirely different cultures and customs, but still white. So culture, we didn't talk about culture, all right, bringing cultures together. So many ways to look at diversity. Initiative, we have support the intent of Lift Lakeland. Is that by itself? Do you want to give focus, Mayor Mutz, to key areas?
For now, I think that's probably
Yeah.
broad enough. Because it's broad.
Okay. All right. Anything else here?
So are we committing staff to defining something in number 4?
No, I think in number 4, yes, on the economic development side, let's just say we were working with a company coming to town that was going to do some key kind of research, and they said part of our coming is that we'd want a training center that can take, and prepare for us 200 individuals. We're going to want to take a look at how would we go about that. Now, that doesn't mean we fund them, but it means we have somebody designated to coordinate with the training, the educator themselves on a facility like this, that we might be our kick-in piece, something that creates a school. But we would be at least involved in the planning. But it's going to be a response to a need, a response to an identified industry cluster or company. What are your thoughts on that, City Manager?
Also, as an add-on to the adult education piece?
It would be because of the adult education. So exploring opportunities to develop skill transference means we're in a ready state to say, here comes the company, and they say, we have to develop. We're going to need employees that have these skills before we come. And we'd work alongside that company to help create that environment.
Okay, but Dr. Collins was talking about staff working on defining diversity and culture.
I'm sorry.
And so are we in 4 or 5?
That's really for 5, probably.
Okay.
My point, for point of clarification, was that I think it would behoove you as the city team to say when someone speaks of diversity, how do we recognize diversity? I can have a conversation with the mayor and on a specific topic related to diversity. It may be in terms of income and wages, right? I could go with Commissioner Madden and I may be talking about religion, right? And so, but how do we recognize when we use the term diversity, what is included in it? Because to Commissioner Walker's point, many people, when they hear diversity, all they think of is ethnicity.
Yeah.
That's it.
Can't go wrong.
And there's so many other things. And so, anyway, that's just my perspective. I think it would do well for communication down the road that you foster understanding to recognize when you use the term diversity, it has many, many tenets to it.
So Dr. Collins, then, when number 5 is support the intent of Lift Lakeland, is that then, is the definition then as applied to Lift Lakeland?
That's for you all to determine. I'm talking about identifying diversity totally separate. What I'm trying to get to with Lift Lakeland is for you all to understand what is it the commission is saying, hey, this is where we want to go, which clearly that was conveyed yesterday, and match with what you can be accountable for and implement. And that's what I hear the mayor saying right now. So really the conversation needs to be between here and you in terms of making sure everybody's on one accord in terms of what it looks like right here. All right, if you wanted to say businesses, minority businesses, then that's fine. But then when we leave the table today, you need to understand what you're being requested to do and they need to understand what you can do and what you cannot do, both of them.
That's good what I just saw come up.
Yeah, it's great.
That's good what I just saw come up. I guess, is that Miss Emily doing that?
She's a good typer.
Okay. She's wordsmithing for us.
There you go.
That's good right there.
All right? Does that capture what you want?
Uh-huh. That's good.
Okay. Yellow cards. All right, beautiful. I have to tell you, though, when the lights, depending on where you're seated, some look green, some look yellow. I'm just telling you. All right. So are we good with this one? We're going to move on to affordable housing?
Excellent.
All right. This is what we're going to do. You've gone an hour and a half. We're going to take a 5-minute break. 5-minute break, stand, stretch, get something to drink, whatever you want to do, and then we're going to come back and do affordable housing. You did not have an objective there, and so reached out to Nicole and asked her to work one for us. So if you're in agreement on this objective, increase the inventory of affordable rental housing units, then we will use that objective. We have action items. You came up with initiatives, but you did not come up with an objective. So I'm looking at the objective. If you can give me a yellow card up and say we're good to go, then we're going to move on with that one. I've got 1, 2, 3. I need one more. 4. Okay, beautiful. All right, action items under Initiative 1. Rental development program might
It needs
need a little bit more. Mayor, you were going to say something?
Well, on number 7, line, I'm using the line items for that.
Thank you.
On number 7, we have done a good job of getting that done with 50 of the 60-some lots, and we have some left over. We also have lots beyond that that weren't included in this list that we could do another round on, and that involves that Tampa developer that we took a look at their program. And so where maybe should we, if we were going to define creating a program which would ultimately be an RFP that would consider infill, expansion of infill lot development, does that kind of overlap what we're doing, City Manager Strauss, or should we create another one? But the emphasis would be, the goal would be to try and continue all of the infill lot progress that we have currently in place.
And so the question is, should we do another RFP to
Well,
find?
should we do another initiative? In other words, should we let this one be the one that is existing and in progress? And Teresa Mayo and I were able to visit a developer that had worked in Tampa. And so my question may be to Teresa is that should that be an additional development, an additional program to try and pursue?
On those infill lots, though? On the ones?
On those and others.
Okay. And so Teresa may be available. Did you want to?
Yeah, it'd be great if she's available.
Could I comment on that one in particular? So I think it's beneficial also to hear from CRA because they were doing similar grants, and it was very difficult to get the home constructed that was not heavily subsidized and then also still affordable. And so that's when they pivoted away from their grant structure that they had. They were doing kind of a down payment plus a percentage of the product plus give the land plus to where, and I think, Lincoln Square, the example of building new homes and the expense with the current construction costs, in my opinion, it just seemed to be that over the years it was becoming more and more clear that the multifamily was the most cost-effective, viable way to get the number of units we were looking for. But I'm not saying that we shouldn't. I think it would be good to have that CRA perspective.
Right, and I think it's important. It's been work to try and do it this way that we've done it. And whereas what Tampa found was someone that wanted to do these as large groups of, and so you do an RFP that anybody can play, but they had RFP'd for 90 houses and did 150. And they're in that kind of business, and they're missional in the way that they do it.
Bill, from
Commissioner
my
Reed.
understanding, excuse me, thank you. From my understanding, the program has continued to be open. I had a friend of mine inquired, and of course, they want you to take down, they want to make a multiple, an obligation for multiple lots as opposed to one. And so, from my understanding, if somebody wants to take down some of them, they're welcome to come do that. So the program, I don't think we need to do another RFP or anything like that, just maybe make it more available. But there are lots available if you have your financing and maybe you only take down 2 or 3 masons at 7, but a lot of them are committed for that somebody may want, and they may not get around to building that house for 6 months or 6 years from now, for all I know. And so I hate to have them get too many obligated to one guy and he doesn't get them built, when if you do 1 or 2, I can understand there's economy of scale if you can do 5 or 6 right side by side. But he needs to do 5 or 6 at a time or something like that. But it's my understanding the program is ongoing.
Okay, any other comments?
Teresa on.
Teresa on?
Nicole is.
Nicole is. Okay, great.
Good afternoon, commissioners. So Teresa is on vacation and well-deserved. So I'm going to attempt to answer this for you. And so, yes, we can do a second round of infill lots in a single RFP batch under the same action item that you have now. It just requires that the commission approves disposition of those additional lots. So we'll just bring that to you through your regular city commission meeting to do that. We did limit the first round of infill lots to 10 lots per applicant, and that really was because of the demand and the capacity of the people that were the applicants that we had. So we're still trying to get through the first round, but there is, we know that we have to do a second round. And so we hear your comments and we could accommodate and adjust based on the action item that you have listed right now.
Excellent.
All right.
So do you want to
That's good.
just go with?
That's good for, because the intent is that we develop.
Right.
Number 2, what is that about?
Rental development program?
You're talking about initiative 2?
I don't know.
Nicole?
Yes, I'm here. I didn't hear the question.
What is rental development program?
Oh, this is the financing for the qualified, hold on. This is the financing for qualified builders with the multifamily. That's the program that we're doing right now, where we provide a loan to these private developers to build. And so that's using the $250,000 that was given to us in general fund, as well as the CRA set aside, and trying to attract new development.
Okay.
So Swan Lake Village was the most recent one.
All right, and I think that clarification there that Emily just typed will work there.
Very good. Yes.
All right. So scrolling up. Anything else with that initiative?
Number 2.
We're going to go to Initiative 2, improve skills and provide training to enhance income of existing workers.
Question. Comment.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Walker.
In Initiative 2, as I posed a question on yesterday, I believe it was with Ms. Teresa Mayo, how can we, because I see again private developers coming in to infill areas, building homes, but I think this is where we can probably help support in some kind of way, providing some kind of training or some kind of piece to those prospective homeowners about maintenance, about upkeep, because invariably they're going to be eventually cited by code because of not keeping up the property. Things that are happening around the property, they can provide, they would encourage things that they're doing, and if they knew better, maybe taught some training kind of program, through some training program, how to not be cited by some code violations that are happening. Because I hate to see how these houses are being built. They're nice, but then boom, 6 months later, here's some challenges I see on that property and think, do they know they can't do these kind of things? Are they aware they should not take, should do these kind of things that could cause some challenge for them? So how can we incorporate improved skills and provide training, but how can we do it to help support what we're doing with these affordable housing situations to train those homeowners coming to take these houses or to buy these houses?
So why don't you word for us what you need in this document? Tell me what you need.
I need the training to be not for only existing workers, but training for those private, and we encourage training to our private developers for their home ownership persons. However you want to word it. I'm not wordsmithing here. I was telling you.
Commissioner, are you suggesting offer home buyer and homeowner education?
Good.
And under Initiative 1?
2. That's 2, isn't it?
Under Initiative 2,
Yeah, but I think it's a new
that should
initiative.
be its own,
Yeah.
own statement.
Yeah.
So, okay. Two is about enhancing the income, and we heard yesterday about the.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's 2. Okay, yeah, but I saw train, that's what spot my interest.
But I do think under 1.
Okay, yeah.
We could fit that.
Okay, good.
In fact, it would be maybe nice to put that in as an insert between rental development program and the leveraged general fund. And it would be something, require new homeowner education for financing and what are we talking about? Conditions, values, the neighborhood standards.
Would it just say sustainability? I mean, I think the intent is, from what I've heard from Commissioner Walker, is to, when you have a new homeowner or tenant, it's how can they maintain the property in a way that it's sustainable and, has the opportunity to maintain its value versus the concerns that you've expressed, which is it's not well maintained and therefore not.
It could impede upon some code violations easy. And that's what I know we don't want. But maybe they just don't know. Because I heard we do, and these are private developers who are coming in, building structures in infields in our communities. And we're not helping support that. I don't think, from what I heard Ms. Teresa said. But still, they're taking these properties, building these homes, and I just see some of the things that are happening around the homes. How can we help support providing that kind of education piece to those people, those tenants, those homeowners?
And so what you've just done now is you just wrote the action item as it would explore opportunities to support new homeowner education.
Okay. Is that what you got? Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Reed?
Thank you. And I think if you do Habitat for Humanities and SHIP programs, stuff like that, before you can actually get your home or get to build a home, you have to go through an educational process.
That's true.
What's home insurance? What's how to make sure you do a checkbook? All the different components of owning a home, and you have to take this class in order to qualify. So I think that's what you're really referring to. Is that a fair statement?
That is true for those particular programs.
You want to implement that?
Some of these are not going through those programs.
For those of us who know and love Annie File, she will take me around and show me, now see, you helped set these people up for this great home, and now they're not taking care of it. And I think that's part of what we're doing too. It's what happens after the fact and making sure people understand the responsibility they have to their neighbors.
Mm-hmm. Commissioner Walker, did you have anything else to add?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Are we good with this one then? Initiative 1? You've added the new action item there. So
Is that where we wanted it? I thought the mayor had asked.
I think it's probably really a variable outside of the initiative as one of the parameters down below as a point of action, because
Yeah, she has it up there highlighted between 8 and 9. She just hasn't moved
Okay,
in yet.
just hadn't done it.
She
Got
just
it.
hasn't done it.
Because I want to keep the same line numbers so that if I add it, then our
Got
numbers
it.
would be off.
Understand? Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Well,
All right.
I think we could make it more specific, because financially, mechanically, I mean, so homeowner education, after education, maybe adding the words, and a semicolon after education, financially,
Maintenance?
maintenance, and neighborhood standards. Something to that effect. Just so there's awareness.
Okay, so that's a new action item. Everybody's good with that? I take it by the interest. I got thumbs. Commissioner Reed needs something from you. There we go. Okay, beautiful. All right, thank you. All right, scrolling down some more. Whoa. There we go, right there. I want to stop right at Initiative 2 and just say, are we good with Initiative 1? Okay. Scroll up, make Initiative 2 the top of the screen for me, if you would, so we can see everything under it. Questions? Commissioner Reed?
Nicole, is that set aside strictly, why does it have to be strictly for Midtown? Because that's where the money was raised, or can we put it in any CRA?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's the money that was contributed from the Midtown CRA Trust Fund.
So we're not going to do that for other CRAs, communities?
Well, yes, we have it scheduled out for 2025 in downtown, because that's when we would be finished paying our debt service in downtown. So then in 2025, we'll start putting forward $250,000 towards affordable housing in that redevelopment district. In Dixieland, we just don't have that kind of increment, nor do we have that corridor in Dixieland is just commercial. There's no residential in that corridor.
Okay, any other comments? Are we good with 2? All right, moving on to 3. No comments? Moving on to Initiative 4. Now, a couple of you all spoke of the trust fund in the interviews. So, and speaking with Nicole, and I don't want to speak for her, and I'm certainly not going to speak for the city manager, what I got out of that is that, hey, yes, you want to look at a trust fund, but from the city side, I'm hearing, hey, they just need to tell us to move and what's the amount, if that's what they want, they appropriate the dollars. That's not in this time, but that's the conversations that I heard between the two sides. Initiative 5.
There's nothing for Initiative
There's
5. I
nothing-
just had written
okay,
that,
yeah.
and we weren't sure where we were going to add.
Okay. Thank you. Are we good? Affordable housing, we've covered it. All right, beautiful. All right. So let's go on to City Hall communication. And remember, yesterday I said some of the things that you all presented in the interviews, they wouldn't have presentations, but they would be arm-side conversations, or we would address them during the action plans. And so that's what we're going to do right now. You saw from your Lakeland View survey, you saw favorable feedback on communication and so forth. Your communication that you highlighted during the interviews was not about the external communication, it was about the internal communication. And so what you're going to hear from is you're going to hear from the city manager now, and he's going to speak on both. He's going to tell you what they're doing with the external communication as well as the internal.
Most of the internal communications, I think, was covered by Mark Farrington. when he talked about all of the different staff development, all of the different opportunities for employees throughout the organization to hear discussions about our mission, vision, and values, and about our culture and the importance of public service. And so that happens on a regular routine basis. I mean, everything from day one when an employee starts, the first hour of their career as a city employee is spent with the city management team and with the department directors, and covering all of that: mission, vision, values, culture, the importance of public service. And so it begins right there. And then through all of the different training programs that you heard about yesterday, and that was not even all of them, that was some of them. There's always those opportunities then to reinforce those mission, vision, and values. And so it's everything from what you saw with the 48 hours Invest in You training to the new to supervision training. We cover those things, as most all of you have seen, at the different awards and celebration ceremonies and events that we have. And so there's constantly that opportunity. There was an example that you may all recall where I had sent an email where we had an employee who resigned. And so the opportunity to reach out and to do an exit interview and to find out, what were the issues, what were the concerns for an employee who had a very short, tenure, that just, again, kind of goes to some of those internal communications that are occurring, so that we can learn from that and find out, if there were areas where we could have done a better job to retain that employee. So that's a lot of the internal. As far as external, some of the conversations that I've had with individual commissioners is, I think there is a good opportunity to possibly do a communications audit, to again see where we can improve with those external communications that occur. We heard some of the comments that were made yesterday about ways that we can improve that. We have had past conversations about our communication platforms being very spread out now. Over time, they've just gotten spread out, and I think there's opportunities to consolidate that so that we can hopefully come under a more unified message when we do send out those external communications. There is a lot of good coordination that occurs, and so what I'm speaking to is, as you know, we have communication efforts and platforms at both of our public safety departments, Lakeland Electric, and community development, in Parks and Recreation, and they're all kind of now separated and somewhat distant from our communications department. So I think moving forward and talking about that long-term, visioning and best practices, I think there's a case that could be made that we do look maybe back to consolidating some of that and improve those external communications that we have. So with that, that's just some of the kind of armchair comments that I would make, and look forward to hearing from you.
With regard to external communications, I would ask that we do address things like in our statement, our commitment to the sunshine, transparency, freedom of information, fairness, honesty. Those are things that we should always be proud of how we deal externally. And I'd like to see those words in any goal that you develop for external communications.
All right. So let's go and let's start at the top. Any questions on Initiative 1? Initiative 2, scroll on up. Commissioner McCarley.
So, of course, I'm excited to see Initiative 2 expanding the internship program, just because for a long time it was exclusionary to summer for when we have students who return home, maybe on summer break. So year-round, I think, is great, especially with all the colleges we have in the area, to expand that and the high school internship. To piggyback on some of the educational pieces that we've talked about before, underneath this internship program, I would even like to, I don't know if we can add it in, but I would like to catch, those middle school students, kind of like in the programming we saw for aerospace from economic development. Can we tag in some middle school lectures or speaking circuit? I know that at Lincoln Avenue Academy, there were enrichment Fridays once a month for fifth graders, and the city always had a presence there, whether it was the Lakes Department or a fire department, or somebody would come in when a volunteer would ask them to come in and talk about their career. So I don't know if that's a place that we could plug in even younger students, and things that I know are already happening within this city, that maybe we can do it beyond Lincoln Avenue Academy. Maybe some other elementary schools or middle schools have that opportunity to sign up, and maybe departments already know about it. I know Lori's really great about going out and talking to different groups so the students know about opportunities as they get older in career paths.
Thank you, Commissioner McCarley. I just want to point out on the action item, it says 3 city intern programs. It identifies the programs, but it doesn't identify what the action is.
Mm-hmm.
So were they already established? Are they established? Are you enhancing them? Are you growing them? Whatever's happening there, just so you know, again, what you're charging the city team to do. And then as you go to this next one with middle school engagements, all right, it could be, pursue middle school internships, however you all want to word that. But I just want you to focus on the action. But that by itself is not an action item.
Yeah, the goal
Enhance
there.
3.
The goal there really is to expose them
Mm-hmm.
to the city of Lakeland as an entity in jobs and professions and all that kind of thing.
So it'd be promote,
Right, yeah, perfect.
Mm-hmm.
To expose them to possible.
promote city intern programs.
Right. The other thing we don't do is quantify the number of interns.
Right.
Are you saying that's something that you would want to see?
I think we ought to know we ought to have a goal for it on an annual basis, and so that our expectations are aligned. You might have 5 interns and things. Well, we have an internship program, when really we ought to try and figure out a way to be hosting 30 interns
Right.
in the course of a summer.
So I hear 2 different things. So what I would encourage you to think about is the beginning, enhancing 3 city intern programs. Then you talk about the middle school programs. Those go in one action item together because they're both dealing with internships, mentorships. And then go to the second one of reporting out and the data and increasing the opportunities.
And just to, when I came on board in 2019 and I talked to Sean and some directors about the internship program and why it was limited at that time through HR for just summer, it was a budgetary constraint. Offering internship programs that actually don't pay or give community service hours is another way to be budget neutral. At one point in time, the former city manager said, well, that's not going to work, but I work exclusively with high school and college students and know for them to learn a craft or a method and a profession, learn about a profession they might be interested in, a lot of them are willing to do that. So I think we can keep it budget neutral.
I would encourage that, as well. Maybe not an internship as we look at it here, but at least that, we get our young people involved in knowing how city government operates.
Is that the program that you're referring to? No?
A different program.
Okay.
I think it's Youth Leadership Council.
Youth
It's in the
Leadership
Quality
Council.
Cities
YOP,
magazine
yeah.
right now. There's a highlight.
And they're interns within the city,
No,
or they're more
students.
exposed to the mayor and the city commission and the civics?
I think it's like civics and leadership programs. So I think
Exactly.
Leadership Lakeland, but just for the city and through Florida League of Cities. Does that make sense?
And for the youth or students in that particular town.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you want to?
So Kevin was saying we have a youth impact program that's similar to what's being discussed about FLC's program.
Okay.
Mayor Mutz, did you?
May I finish, please? Oh, shit.
We did not
I'm
know
cut
that you
off?
were finished.
My time is up. Okay, thank you.
No, we did not know that you were finished. I heard a period there.
Oh, I thought
Do you
my
need to
time was
finish?
up.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Walker, go
If we
ahead.
know these things, and maybe I'm not in tune, why are we not encouraging, or how are we putting it out there for our young people to take advantage of it? Am I saying something that's off kiddo here? Because I know about Citizens Academy, but I did not know it went as low as the age that has been shared with me today. And if we got, it's called Youth Impact, is that what it's called?
So,
How are we putting this out to our young people to know about it?
Sean, what's the means? How is that information
Yeah,
disseminated?
and that's, communications, advertises, and marketing those things, especially when it's time, to apply, to participate. But from what I'm hearing is we want more of that, and maybe more often than just, when it's time to apply, and then some of the follow-up during the program. Maybe it needs to become more of a year-round effort where we're just rolling out those outreach opportunities that the city has.
So maybe what you might want to think about is just communication as a whole in terms of how you go into hard-to-reach populations, because we do have citizens that they don't have the technology at home, all right? They may or may not have a cell phone, but believe it or not, there are many that do not have technology in their homes. So if it's being distributed digitally, then we have to be creative. How do we get our messages, not just in this, but in other areas, to all populations? Do we work through the schools? Do we work through the churches? That you disseminate the information to them and ask them to partner. Doesn't mean that you're not responsible for everybody getting the information. What you're responsible for is trying to make sure that you're targeting all populations of the citizens within Lakeland. So, are we good?
Again, I don't know whether or not my colleagues have an appetite, because if they don't have an appetite for it, I'm just pushing something toward you or that you don't even care about doing. Not saying that you won't do it, but it's like, I think it's an encouragement to know that we can get our young folk more involved with city government.
I agree.
And
I agree.
Well, and I think that.
Whoa. Mayor Metz is next.
If you're staying on this topic, let me hold until you're done with this one, because mine's a change on an initiative.
So I was just going to say that I do want to say that Youth Impact is, you know, it is an exclusive organization. You're nominated by your guidance counselor or your teacher to participate throughout the county. And then just like Leadership Lakeland, you're getting an application or a submission from your workplace or whatever to participate. And then they have replicated what they do for Leadership Lakeland for this youth organization. So it's not just open to anybody to participate. You know, I mean, Youth Impact is. You could advertise Youth Impact, but I think that's really Youth Impact's job. I think what I found out today, as you did, Commissioner Walker, is the Citizens Academy. You know, if we're already doing that, and it really is a great way to expose folks, you know, could that be that we did one a year that was teens exclusively, or, and then we could actually go in and get to know those teens, and then they could go with someone like Commissioner Walker on an FLC place. I mean, I have often gone to the FLC and said, wow, I wish we had a Lakeland, but I can't spearhead it. Right. I don't know if any of my colleagues could take, you know, the initiative and the time. I don't know if we have staff that could do that. So I think that's the difficulty, you know, when it comes to kids. Someone's got to champion and cheerlead and say, you know, I'll do it. Now, replicating this program or communicating to kids that they could participate in the Citizens Academy, I think is great. I hadn't heard that before. I think that's a great first step. But I'm with you. I love the idea of it. I just don't know if we have the resources or staff or personal you know, ability to make that happen.
Yeah, and I know we tried to do it, like I said, under former Mayor Howard Wiggs' administration. I think Commissioner Troller, because he was in the system, I think was the go-to commissioner that took the mantle, had the assignment, and even with him being in the system, it did not pan out. And I just thought I'd just put it back out there again because I think it's a good tool to have young folk get involved, and how we can make it happen, I think is important, whether it be through this program or any program.
Commissioner McLeod.
I like it. I think if there's opportunity from a directional standpoint to encourage bringing more teens into the government process to be able to see how local government works, connection to the mayor's office, the commission, then we should explore it. I would be curious to see what Florida League of Cities has and how that might fit, or maybe not. You raised some good points, Commissioner Madden, about resources, but I think if there are things out there, I just wanted to lend my support to what you're saying, Commissioner Walker, because I think there's opportunity to, as we're talking about this initiative, to include that, and would love to see what we could do.
All right. And so all 3 points are well taken. To yours, it was nice to hear that, hey, the guidance counselors working with those programs and so forth and identifying students. Having been a high school principal, elementary school principal, and high school, I had the best guidance counselor there ever was, ever will be, Leslie Chambers, I'll say that, okay?
Yes.
Okay. And so, you know, we would get all types of things where our students could be selected for, and we would target them. But many times, our parents or students would come to us knowing it was coming before we'd ever reached them because they knew about the programs and their parents had access to the information somewhere along the way. So I still say it has to be both, which is to your point there as well, okay? Recognizing, again, what you said, but there is another side to it as well.
Just for Emily, she's typing that. Okay, you found it. Municipal Youth Council is what the term is from Florida League. Sorry, I was behind on my text. But also, just so you know, you all, I don't know how much you know, but through our foundation that we run, we do a community classroom that is based on municipal government, and then we've pivoted during COVID to go from congressional classroom backwards. So we do now community classroom in the fall, and then we do, which everyone who applies is selected for that, and then we do capital classroom to Tallahassee, and then we go congressional classroom to DC. So all of these things, typically the guidance counselors that we work with, Leslie Chambers, her third shout out for the day, was always, if every guidance counselor could be like Leslie, it would be a great world. Typically the students do go to their guidance counselors and say, hey, this program's coming up, and just to echo what you were saying. But all of these things are good things, and I just want to go back really quick to what I said earlier, and then Commissioner Madden affirmed. I know the city is, I know the departments are doing a lot of these type of things to support our youth in the community, so learning about them and communicating them to us, whether it's that it's 16 years and up for Citizens Academy or whatever it is, it helps us to know. I know just because I'm a mom and I sat on the PTO of every school my children have ever been in. So I'm very aware of the city's fingerprint and on these things, and that they're committed as volunteers. So I just want to say that I'm always on board for Florida League and that youth council and how we can do it. I can't take it on. It would probably conflict a little bit for what I do, but I'm happy to champion it and do what I need to do to support it. But anything we can do to teach more civics and have younger people understand the process earlier, obviously that's been my career for the last 12 years. So I'm on board with that.
Okay, Mayor Mutz, did you still have something?
Okay, I'm a change of topic. I'm a super enthusiast
Okay.
of all that.
Okay. All right, so where are we at? Where are you at in terms of that topic?
I'm all board.
I think we're full. Yeah.
Youth council, I'm all.
So do we support the changes that she has up? Is that the
Yes,
question?
yes.
Yes.
All right,
Does it have
good.
youth
I got
council?
5, I got 6 of you. Okay, now, change the topic.
Change the topic. I want us to go internal on communications for a minute and to think about, there's 2 things that we talk about in here. Under initiatives, number 1 and number 3 are the ones that are internal to how do we communicate and grow our people. And so we had a discussion at Lakeland Area Mass Transit because of different locations. It was very difficult to get a common message out. So Tom Phillips started a weekly video message he did that was 3 to 5 minutes, as a tool that went out to all employees. And we certainly on our Insight have the ability to do something like that. And I'm not necessarily suggesting we replicate that method alone, but I think there's an opportunity for, when you have 2,300 employees, there's an opportunity to miss communicating and let people know little issues that come up along the way. So as they would occur, this became kind of the vehicle for which he would address, and then he'd talk about some other things. I wish, or I'd like to think, we have viral tools available to us that would be relatively simple and easy to utilize, that maybe a department head talks about some of the things once in a while that they're doing in their department for the benefit of other departments. Certainly City Manager Strauss could make some communications. These are short and sweet. They're 4 minutes, 3 to 5 minute range messages, but that just become a tool that creates more understanding and family along the way in an organization where you have people working at different buildings and different locations all the time. So I don't know what that is, but I think it would be nice for us to be in the process of trying to expand the ways we are communicating in a viral era where people are used to watching 2-minute videos all the time as a method of doing so. And then the second issue is, and we've talked about it twice, but I don't know that we incorporated it in here anywhere, what portion can 360 evaluations play as an evaluation tool? And I understand there's some difficulties with that, and I want to be sensitive to the ones that are there, but just making sure that we have people feeling well empowered to talk to their immediate supervisors about the way they work together as well. It's easy to lose sight of that because it gets difficult, but the relationship conversations can sometimes be corner turning.
All right. And so those edits there have been made under evaluation tool. Now, if you want a different one for the messaging, the internal collective messaging, you can look at, identify a systemic internal message. And do you want to specify that it's virtual? Think about how you might want to have that worded, and we can go to our communication expert.
Yes, let's do that.
So just a few thoughts. I could spend a lot of time talking about this topic, and I'm always willing and available to dive deep into it or have side conversations with staff. And those are good ideas, Mayor. And many times you're right, with organizations that are spread out in multiple locations, it's hard to get a consistent message out, and oftentimes internal communications falls on the back burner because of the priorities, getting the message out to the public and your external customers. I would recommend that as a first step, and Sean mentioned a communications audit. I'm a big fan of those, and that gives you a foundation for asking your employees, your audience, what it is that they're missing. What are their main sources of information today? Where are they getting that information? What are the things that they would like to know? What are things that they feel like they don't know in a timely method? And if that's done correctly and if it's well done, it gives you a starting point to be able to address those gaps and say, okay, we could do this video here from department managers, or maybe we do a podcast. Or a lot of times organizations start with the tactics and just start doing things, but if we really don't know what it is that employees are missing, we could put a lot of resources and effort into the wrong direction. So that'd be my advice on that. And then, like I said, I'm happy to talk more anytime somebody wants to about that.
That's good.
So just to clarify, Commissioner McLeod, you're saying to do the messaging and then the tactics.
Yeah, so I would, where are we, Initiative 3?
Yep. I just want to make sure I'm capturing what your intent is.
Yeah, so I would include a internal communications audit of what's currently in place. How are we communicating with our employees? And with that, we need to get feedback from employees on the topic of communication.
So would that be another bullet under number 3?
It could be.
Yeah, I'll do it as a separate action item.
And I'd also like to hear the concerns from City Manager Strauss on the 360 evaluation, because we may not want to state it just like that. I want to give you plenty of room for that.
Yeah, so on the 360 evaluation, and I know that was mentioned during the city attorney's review the other day, and you heard the comments there from Mr. Ross about that. I'm not opposed to that. As a matter of fact, I almost was kind of, it was mentioned, and it was going to be one of my surprises for staff, at least at the director level, because I plan to do that, and I've planned all along to do that, is to go to staff and create a way anonymously that they can evaluate me. I can't wait to say, look, get a Word document up, don't put your name on it, just evaluate me, what's working well and what is not. And we'll come up a way for that to be delivered to me so that, again, the anonymity is there. And so, I know there was a lot of discussion about that the other day. I think there's varying, opinions about that. I plan to do it. Now, where it goes from there, it will certainly be helpful and beneficial for me. Where it goes from there is really up to the commission beyond that. So that's just kind of my thoughts on the 360.
Well, and I see that less a tool for us, more a tool for you. Yeah. Our ability to watch you thrive from it will obviously be part of our measurement and evaluation of you. But it's just that we just to consider some things we haven't done that enhance the team, and that's all we're trying to promote.
Okay. Other comments, questions?
Is the blind 360 degree evaluation, is that intended just to be for the city manager and city attorney, or was it the commission's intent to have that go further?
To encourage that to be considered by the city manager as a staff strengthening tool.
So I think to her question, implementation is with Sean, how he sees that working within his department and so forth. And certainly there's opportunities within an evaluation instrument that's used for every employee. And of course, we have our HR expert right here. But to reflect the opportunity to work collaboratively with peers and, of course, their communication. Commissioner?
I'll just echo what Larry Ross said, that you should be very cautious how you start this. I just had a conversation with Palmer during the break. He told me how difficult it is to terminate somebody on this staff without being sued. I described an incident where we're letting an employee go who's been frequently absent, late, and he's suing. So I'm just saying that one of the things that can happen if you inject yourself into this process. So 6 months later, Sean finds himself terminating a department head. And somehow it comes out that that department head communicated with the city commission about Sean's poor performance. You open yourself up for retaliation, litigation, and so that's why I recommend that this be between Sean and his department heads, and don't get the city commission involved in that. We had a city commissioner recently who's a good friend of mine who routinely went to subordinates directly. And that created problems with the LPD, the police chief, with city managers. So it just fraught with a little danger. I'd be careful.
Dr. Collins, our HR director, Mark Farrington, just has some thoughts he wanted to share about the 360-degree evaluation as well.
Yeah, love to hear from you, Mark.
Thank you. I support 360 fully. However, the 360-degree appraisals cannot be done in anonymity. They are subject to sunshine. And back in the earlier part of the last decade, when LPD was going through their thing and there were some surveys done, the city got involved in some controversy associated with that. So let's walk down that path very slowly. I know there's value, but as Commissioner Selvas just said, there's a lot of tributaries that can go off that path if we're requesting information on an individual's performance, even if it's a subjective assessment, and we start going across the board. So thank you.
So where are we at on 360? Because I hear two different sides, and
Investigate.
yes. Because incorporate and saying we're moving forward without having all the parameters, that's, I would want to make sure we have the green light.
Just to clarify the sunshine issue, I would disagree slightly. I mean, if the employee puts their name on it, that can certainly be discovered through a public records request. But if it's submitted anonymously, then you won't be able to find out who submitted it. So there's no requirement that the employee identify themselves, is what I'm trying to say.
All right. And the evaluation instrument, Palmer, are they held for a year before they're available for public, or are they available immediately?
They're available immediately.
Okay.
Palmer, let me just ask to make sure, I mean, under what you just said, the employee who submitted it would remain anonymous. However, it would still be a public record.
The content of it would be a public record, yes. But there's no requirement that the person producing that record identify themselves.
Yeah, and that was my concern, Palmer, is that the content could be used to besmirch, diminish, destroy somebody's career when it's a subjective assessment.
Okay. Commissioner McCarley?
But Mr. Farrington, wouldn't that be true in any corporation? I mean,
No. Private sector is not subjected to that. You don't have to do it. It's a public sector ruling. It's a sunshine law. It's only something we have to live within the public sector within the state of Florida. So it's used very sparingly.
Okay. Other questions?
Move cautiously.
All right. So, I'm sorry, Commissioner Walker?
Move cautiously.
Yes. So, Palmer, going to ask that you weigh in on this one. When you look at the verbiage there, are you comfortable with that as it's written? Are there any?
Well, I can't read that very well from here.
I can read it for you as soon as that cursor goes. Evaluation tools to finely tune employee progress and growth aligned with the city's mission, vision, and goals. Investigate a 360-degree evaluation as appropriately determined by the city manager. Internal communications audit. How are we communicating with our employees and get their feedback to their effectiveness of it? We'll word that last one. Obtain their feedback.
I have no problem with the way that's worded.
You do or you do not?
I do not have a problem.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, are we ready to move on with that one?
Well, I just want to say that I really appreciate our city manager, Sean Strauss, for being willing. I think that that's the whole key. If you think you're doing a good job, then you know you're going to get criticism, and you know there's bad actors, and you know sometimes people are going to say really mean things. I get it every single day in my email box, and it's all public record. But I don't think that that risk is that if you are proud of what you're doing and you have the goal to improve, then you listen to the criticism and the praise, and you put it all together. At the end of the day, you become a better person because of it. And I think that we were asked to judge the performance of one of our two employees based on criterion that we had no information about. We have no idea. We're not in their offices. We have no idea how they treat their employees underneath their, authority. And I feel like it's, I know that, maybe the fear of, the public scrutiny or the transparency, but I'm like, don't we all already live in that world anyway? I think all of our employees do. And I think that, they might risk to say something constructive or, or criticizing that they might lose their job or something like that. But I just feel like to not go forward because of that's kind of like, always thinking about malpractice as a doctor and not doing what you really feel like is effective, as a doctor. With any of our chosen professions, there are risks. So I understand that there could be risks. I also think it's kind of more of, like a outdated, authoritarian, autocratic type of leadership that is top down and doesn't want to hear from their subordinates. I think it's a more modern, expression of how you're doing to know how your subordinates feel. And so I really am happy to hear that that's your approach. So whether we go forward with it or not, I just want to thank you for your willingness.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. All right, Initiative 4. All right, are we good to go? Commissioner Madd, did you have something else to say to that one?
And number 4?
Yes.
Yes, so we talked about that before, and I know that that's something that we have a new city manager and that he's working on, kind of what would be that new VIP luncheon, or what is it that can kind of rally support and show our appreciation. I did just want to say, because I think it was the one last year with that of Nancy Duarte. Craig, you probably read her books as well. She really talks about the importance of speeches and ceremonies and lexicon within your organization. And I know whether it's, other big organizations that meet annually for an awards banquet, we have a huge staff, so I don't know how we could facilitate something like that. But I am hopeful that we can have some kind of event, even some kind of a city superlatives awards, that gives people bragging rights, to lighten it up, to make it a little bit more fun in a way to make sure that we're not just gauging their performance on their hard skills that are delineated in their employment, agreement, but also the spirit of the culture. And I think sometimes the spirit of the culture are more easily recognized, nominated by their peers or whatever with those kind of superlative awards. And it could even be like, someone who's been to the Great American Teach-In, every year for the last 10 years, things like that we're trying to incorporate throughout these other strategic initiatives. Wow, that could become an employee award, because they're actually fulfilling our mission and vision and our strategic plan by doing that. So I'm kind of excited to hear if you ever want to brainstorm on, those ideas that you have for the
some kind of recognition or coming up with that speech and lexicon and ceremony, I'd be happy to talk to you about that.
Thank you. And I will say, the efforts in this area have been delayed related to COVID. I mean, there are some of these we're ready to roll out. One of the programs, we were going to actually have it here at the RP Funding Center and make it a much bigger program, but we just have not been able to get, everyone together in close proximity to do it. But we can't wait to be able to. So as soon as we get beyond the social distancing requirements, we'll be able to implement some of those.
All right, thank you. Initiative 5.
That's the new one that we just came up with today.
Yep. We're good to go. All right. All right, so let's go on to the next target area, Parks and Recreation. Identify future revenue sources that help to raise funds for future park needs. Initiative 1. There you go. Thank you. Good to go with Initiative 1? Yes. Okay, Initiative 2. Identify revenue streams.
Yep.
Initiative 3.
Is that something we want to keep? And partner?
Commissioner?
I was going to ask on that one if we can have an ongoing conversation with them, because that might be this year and next, but it might not be the following years. Like that may not be the end-all be-all statement. But I think it depends on the legislature and the other things. So maybe keeping that window open would be helpful. But I'm also okay with if we want to take it off for now, but just have it in the back of our minds.
I think, keep in mind, this is a 5-year plan. You're in year 2.
So we should keep it.
So I would recommend that you take off the parenthetical, because that's as of last year because of where they are financially and so forth. But partner, you could just say continue dialogue with Polk County School Board, PCSB. Continue dialogue with Polk County School Board to build parks near new schools. And then that leaves you the opportunity, as you said, Commissioner Matt, to report out, but it's not time sensitive. Mayor, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Perfect.
I did want
Commissioner
to just add, we do have Polk County School Board. I'm kind of reticent to just have it be Polk County School Board. If there's a new Montessori school or the new school, the academy that's in the old John Cox building, if they were wanting to have green space or soccer field, and, are there other partnerships that we could have with other schools besides just the Polk County School Board?
Less likely because they're probably private.
I think the liability part of that might be a little bit more of a hindrance for them, but I know that, I could totally be speaking out of turn, but from a county standpoint, at some point in time, when new development came into the county, they were supposed to set aside site space for schools as an area progressed. So if you look at Northeast Polk, some of those housing developments and different development that went up there is, and this is from Central Florida Regional Planning Council many years ago, but there should have been land set aside to help the school system that went into moratorium before the 08-09 financial crisis. So that's just something that I think when we brought it up last year was in the back of my mind. If we could have an ongoing conversation with them, when you have a place like Dobbins Park in town at Dixieland that is a great partnership between the city and the school district, if that can happen as we move forward and that dialogue continues, I think it's important to keep it on there. And things change, obviously. I mean, we're in a different time than we were 5 years ago, but maybe in 2-3 more years it'll look different again. So I just think private schools might, I'm not opposed to adding them in, but I also think their liability insurance might look a lot different than the school systems.
I just wondered about charitable dollars. So if you're building a school and you have charitable dollars and you want it to go towards fields or things, in close proximity. I know, different schools use different city parks for their lacrosse teams or their different teams. So I didn't know if there was any kind of mutual contributions to things like that in the past. But, it's not a big deal. I just didn't want to limit myself if there were other partners. We love partners, to everyone listening.
May I jump in? Dr. Collins?
Yes.
Or you have a comment?
I'm studying here. Just let me say one thing, if you don't mind, before I lose it here. But you have two different things. One is to continue the dialogue, which shows that you already have initiative. You have dialogue that's been ongoing with the Polk County Schools, all right, which is, as you pointed out, Commissioner, all right, is normally done. But at the top, your initiatives pursue opportunities to partner. Two different things. Pursue opportunities to partner with Polk County School Board, and you could identify, to the mayor's point and Commissioner Madden's point, other schools right there to co-locate parks with new schools. And then you get both of them. You're identifying continuance of conversation with the school board, and you're also saying we want to pursue opportunities with the school board and other schools.
You summarized what I was thinking, so we're good.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Good.
All right. Initiative 4. Commissioner Reed.
I wasn't sure if you were going to see me or not.
Yes. I'm falling between here, and scanning, so just give me a second. I get to you. I promise I will.
As we know, when you buy a piece of property in Florida, the seller pays dock stamps on the deed. The buyer usually pays some stamps on the note and mortgage. And that money is distributed to different agencies throughout the state. And then we have our big water districts, Southwest, St. John's, et cetera, which have their own means of funding, and they buy excess pieces of land they think of critical concern. And typically, those agencies have not been very good stewards of the land. And so in lieu of buying fee simple, they have switched to buying conservation easements, which example, I'm sure you guys know, but briefly, a guy has 1,000 acres out off Moore Road as farmland, and it's worth $6,000 an acre. They'll come in and buy a conservation easement across his property for $2,000. He gets to $2 million over his 1,000 acres. I don't think he pays capital gains tax on that either, or something like that. It's probably a pretty good deal for him. But he gets to keep the land. He's a steward of the land. He can run cows on it. He might get 4 houses on it. He may be able to cut sod, maybe cut timber, but usually those things are negotiated. And Don and I were speaking briefly yesterday because he made a comment that he would like some more open space within the city limits of Lakeland. And I mentioned to him that each summer I go up to Martha's Vineyard, which is Little Bitty Island. It's about Lakeland is 78 square miles. Martha's Vineyard is around 230 square miles. What they do up there is they put a 2% tax on the buyer of a piece of property. That money goes into a fund, and that fund is used to buy open space land. And this is not junk land. This is prime land. And what they do, then they'll let people have co-op farms. They'll allocate, here's a little 100-foot strip for you. There's a 200-foot strip for you. You get a neighborhood. And it's various paces, but it's to create open space. And of course, it's an island only, so they have to do something. They had to do something. But I'm not really endorsing this necessarily. But there again, if we ever wanted to do something like, we might put it on our referendum to see if our citizens of Lakeland want to put a 1%, 1.5%, or 2% price on the sale of a home that would go into a fund that would be acquired, and the Parks and Rec may be the ones that would identify the property, or we would identify, and they save up the money, and you buy $1 million here, you buy 200,000 there, you might get a bargain sometimes. We might get something through the tax deeds of the city of Polk County, et cetera. But it may be a vehicle for funding some of these open spaces. And still, again, this would be open to the general public. It's not a conservation easement where the farmer gets to keep it. You can't go on his land. It's not a big swiftmud piece of property that's in the middle of nowhere. It's probably a sensitive piece, and they're not very good stewards, but it'd be something that every citizen in Lakeland could use it, and ironically, people from out of the city would be able to use it. And then if they did so, if they wanted to do a little farming area, they may charge them $10 a month or something like that. But it's just another mechanism of financing that may get where we want to be. And of course, we have impact fees for county parks and stuff like that, or city parks, so it couldn't really be a part of our parkland. I don't want to commingle any funds like that, and I don't think it's fair, but I just want to kind of throw it up in the air, and sometimes it may bounce, I don't know, but it's just another mechanism. And Don mentioned that, I've mentioned him, he said, well, I'll bring it up today, so, and it works some places, it may not work here, but it's a potential vehicle.
Commissioner Selvage?
Tiger Woods speaks about conservation and land use. You better listen. And we're hearing from a guy who will fight to the death about raising taxes. And so he's suggesting that we look at alternate ways of getting our community to buy more public land. And it's been my experience that our citizens are willing to pay more if they know what they're getting for it. And this is a direct way to say, well, if you're going to live here, you're going to have to contribute to parks, ball fields, or whatever. So as Tiger said yesterday, we don't know if this Martha Benyon would work here, the model, but it's certainly, I thought it just got me, is this is the type of thinking that really comes under Initiative 2, perhaps, identifying revenue streams for parkland. But I think it's a neat idea.
So that is not something that's been proposed, talked about previously. Is that an action item that you want reflected here in your plan? Whether it's exploratory, collecting data, looking at other cities that follow such procedures? Tell me what your thoughts are.
Do we have the capacity to collect that?
Under Florida law, a municipality only has the taxing authority granted to it by the legislature. And I don't think you have that authority right now. I know the county has an environmental lands tax, but I think you probably need state action to authorize that at the municipal level.
We've been working on that at the state level with our legislative.
So maybe that's a side conversation. Thank you for bringing that topic up. But maybe Sean can, with his team, kind of bring that, and thank you for pointing that out, Palmer. And so just narrow that down, and at some time come back and just share out on that so we know exactly where. Very good. All right. Anything else with that initiative? Commissioner Madden?
Right, so I do know we've spoken about that before with regard to future revenue sources for the parks. And, this being the strategic planning, not the budget hearing, I think that, tagging that onto our budget process, for our next meeting to make sure it's a part of the discussions. Because I think that, last year we really said we need to do a SWOT analysis of our revenue streams. We can't make decisions without knowing that those are solid.
Mm-hmm.
We had the certificate of need removed. We were worried about the hospital lease,
All
things
right.
like that. I think that we've grappled with those things this past budget, and we feel a little better about where we're going and have some things in the works. But that doesn't mean that we don't have to have a discussion, because based on the things that we do between now and the budget, we might still have to do some cuts, or if people love these amenities and don't want to cut Parks and Rec, then we might have to raise taxes. I think part of the, you said in this process that our number one was economic, and the
Infrastructure
citizens
and
is number one, quality. And, you can tell we're all the ones that have to make sure it's paid for. So, if you really like parks and your property taxes don't even cover our police and safety, then we got to figure out and get creative, like our founders did in 1905.
start Lakeland Electric to be able to have an electric dividend, or to try to add broadband as a utility, which didn't go very far. But I think it is incumbent upon us to say, we either love all of these luxuries and we're going to figure out how to pay for them, or we have to cut some of these luxuries. And I think that, from the beginning, we've all said this, it is, I don't think it's communicated to the citizens. Most people are shocked, that their property taxes, don't cover nearly, our amenities that we provide. And so when they come to say, I don't want my property taxes to be increased, and you think, well, your property taxes are the same as the city of Mulberry, I don't know what to say. Like, you get to have the lowest property taxes for the best amenities, and we're not maybe going to have those other resources and revenue streams. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not magic math. Like, we need to have real math, and we need to know what the citizens want. And if they want all of these luxuries that Parks and Rec afford us, then I think that whether we need to get our legislators at our budget hearing, and we need to say, local legislators, we'd like for you to present to us and talk to you about, the situation that we're in, whether it's infrastructure revenue or park revenue. But I think that it's incumbent upon us to talk to whoever we need to talk to have the discussion to make sure that we're future forward on our revenue streams.
Okay.
Good word.
Yeah, it is a good word.
I just want to say, I've never known Tiger Reed to be a Martha's Vineyard type of guy.
I had that incongruency in my head.
Maybe an antique.
Oh, I can tell the day is getting late.
That's it. Not Martha's Vineyard.
All right. Anything else to that initiative? Anything that you want to, are we good with this? This TA in its entirety, the action plans, are we ready to move forward? I don't see anything else. Okay. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a 7-minute break. You've got 2 TAs left to do. Yes, we're almost done. All right?
Excellent.
So what I'm going to ask that you do is, if there's anything that you know that you want, an action item during this break, write it down. Write it down, because we're going to hone in and we're going to narrow down the discussion and go right to it. So when you look at these last 2 TAs, you have the updates that they have put in the plan there for you. If there's something else that you want, think about what that might be. looking at TA number 6, resiliency. And if we can go ahead and scroll up for me, please. So there we go. So we see those initiatives and action items there under Initiative 1.
Dr. Collins?
Yes.
It's me. Can I just say really quick, because I'm not sure where it goes in these initiatives for resiliency, but when Dr. Jackson was here yesterday and talked about the volume, if they get an influx of vaccine, how we can help them to provide that. I know we already have a plan that helped here at RP Funding Center with testing, so I think we have the infrastructure to help her, but I want to make sure that us as a partner to the Department of Health and to our residents to provide that service of vaccines if they get 30,000 or something for the county, that we can help. And I'm not really sure where that would land in these resiliency plans. So I just want to throw that up to my peers to remind everyone.
Thank you for saying that.
I wrote that as provide specific advanced plans to Polk County Health for immediate vaccination facility availability.
How's that for collaboration?
Love it. And I think, too, that helps with hurricanes and everything else. So when you look at resilience planning, not just because of the pandemic, I think it helps us to amp up for whether it's PPE distribution or food distribution or any kind of distribution in any kind of emergency or crisis we may have. So I love the wording. Thank you.
Right. So
I'll send it. Provide specific advanced plans to Polk County Health for immediate vaccination facility availability. And that facility availability could expand beyond one location. It might be,
right,
Coleman Bush and other locations.
Tigertown.
So I just want to, because we're talking about long-term planning and visioning and resiliency plans, I don't know if we want to make it specific to immunizations, but any assistance needed by our local healthcare providers. And, part of the difficulty there, as I mentioned already, is when we had the conversation the other day, and we have committed our support to them. The issues we're running into is in a situation like this, whether it be immunizations, hurricane, distribution of food and other items, is just sometimes the scheduling of it. So just like the immunizations and going to the multiple different facilities, what we've ran into is, one of the requests was, well, could we give them a location from March 1st to the end of the year? Well, we don't have a location where we don't have other events scheduled or rentals going on. So what I've talked to them about is, we'll try to get you in one location as long as we can have you there, but then we may need to move you from RP to the Lake Mirror Center or, to Joker Marchant. And so it's some of those logistics that get difficult, but certainly the resiliency plan should include planning for assisting those healthcare.
And I think having that plan be nimble like that is even better.
Yes.
To be honest, I think it's even smarter to say those things out loud, Sean, and to also plan for them and say, we know how to run it at RP, we know how to run it at Tigertown, we know how to run it in a small venue like Coleman Bush, we know how to run and distribute what's needed at all these different size and scope locations. So I think resiliency planning should include all those different things. I mean, that's what resiliency is for
Right.
any kind of crisis.
That was a really good point, and so thank you for bringing that out, because you're not identifying, say, this will be the place, because you can't guarantee, but you're saying we will. What it does mean is that the city team needs to look at different options. If you can bring it down just a little bit, so the ring, please. You have to make it so that the city team has options and so that you can move very, very quickly. You can't be creating it in the crisis. You have to be in front of it. And what what Dr. Jackson was saying yesterday was, hey, if we don't come up with something here in 2 spots here, especially recognizing our inner city folks and making sure that we are accommodating those citizens as well as a big hub. Give consideration to indoors because we're getting ready to go into warmer weather, but then it's going to go outside, the county is what it amounts to Tampa and Orlando. So we need to make that happen. So thank you for saying that. Thank you for writing that. Beautiful.
Dr. Collins, I just wanted to add, we have a meeting tomorrow with the community partners to talk about mega pod planning. So with LRH, with Department of Health, that's actually a meeting that's starting tomorrow that Dr. Jackson talked about. The city is actively involved in it, and we have a meeting tomorrow on it.
See how nimble they are.
Mm-hmm. And Commissioner McCarley, since you brought that up initially, let me remind you, last year you brought up this TA because of COVID. So now we're coming back to it full circle. All right, do we have the language?
I think we need to change something in the topic as far as the initiative, Dr. Collins, because the last word says pandemic. We're not just talking about pandemic. We're talking about any type of emergency situation, are we not?
Correct.
So we need to take that word out and put a word that would be reflective of any emergency situation. Crisis, emergency situation.
Well, my question is, can it go under the second initiative where it says continue to develop and share the multi-pronged and multi-departmental approach to emergency plans? Might it fit under there? Or are you looking at...
Well, I guess it could if we just talk about initiative.
It can go either one. It's just a matter of where you want it and then adjusting the words.
Well, because we do need the postmortem on the pandemic when it finally ends.
Yeah, and that was how that was placed on here last year, was when we look at our existing emergency management planning, there's nothing in there that contemplates something like a pandemic. And so that's why pandemic was used. But I do think we're probably at a point where, as much as we need to include pandemic as part of the emergency planning, everything that goes along with that also needs to fold into emergency planning, which is why you're saying we could really then maybe move it under 2.
That's fine.
What's your prerogative?
That's fine.
Excellent.
I think we leave pandemic. That's just my vote.
Okay.
Well, number one, I think we try to determine what happened as a result of the pandemic.
Yeah.
One would stay where it is, and put that under number 2, like you just said.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Where are we at? Emily?
Sorry, I was formatting.
Yep.
So are we finished with the first initiative?
Yes.
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 Go to the second. Yep.
You did already.
All right, you're good with those?
Dr. Collins?
Yes.
Thank you. My question is about the entire target area, and a lot of the items here are operational. So I just wanted to ask our city manager and team, is there anything that's not reflected on here that you feel like should be as you've worked through the past year of the pandemic and what you see, or do you think that we've captured it?
I would say that since we have brought Audrey Kane on staff at an emergency management position, she has been working on a review and a rewrite of the emergency plan because it was extremely outdated. And so it's hard to answer that right now because we're still in that review process to rewrite.
That's good to know that that's being done.
All right. Other questions? Thank you
That's
for asking.
actually number 14 then, wouldn't it be? Develop that plan. Is that part of the plan? So that gets it covered anyway.
All right. Are we good to go with resiliency?
Is this, however, did we decide under Initiative 2 is where we were going to talk about, providing the flexible or whatever word support to assist the healthcare community during an emergency?
That's what I was just asking, and I got that it was staying with the pandemic. I was trying to get clarification. Are we taking the action item as you wrote it and putting it under number 2? Because I heard Commissioner Walker say look at number 2.
Yes.
So help me.
So, number 1 is learning from the pandemic. Number 2 is the action item. But you wouldn't want to put something specific to this alternative as, if you wanted to move it back up to Initiative 1, it could certainly be lessons learned as developed from the pandemic, and then we could make it an initiative of that, because we've talked about this pandemic.
Well, it does say capture and share lessons learned on Initiative 1. And I think she's been on the fly capturing those things as we've been walking it out this whole year. So it'd be no different in us saying we'd like you to we'd like you to be capturing how we do these rollouts of vaccines this year, in this Initiative 1, and then it will be folded into Initiative 2 as a part of our ongoing emergency plan.
Well, and we also have the pandemic plan that's a living document. So the comprehensive emergency management plan is definitely just that, more comprehensive in nature. We also have the pandemic plan that is a living document and is updated as we go through the pandemic and lessons learned, right? Because you write a pandemic plan, and if you've never actually been through a pandemic, it's all theory. And we are living that now. So our emergency manager has been updating that with lessons learned captured since last March. So this could be a component of that.
And then the comprehensive plan that's being worked on will now reference the pandemic specific.
So then this would actually go in one.
Number 1, yeah.
Initiative number 1, and it'd be written like that bottom is stated there.
Is that doable? And then again, what you have to look at is the timeline ongoing. You would have to give, at least by Dr. Jackson's request, is some credence to timeline. Fourth quarter could be too late. You might not need it. And then again, it could be in the next month or two. So, all right, anything else with those? Do I have anybody else? I'm looking.
Do we want it specific to Polk County Health? I mean, what if
That's for
Lakeland
this
Regional?
pandemic.
That's for the pandemic.
That's us. This is for the pandemic, just this
No,
one.
but didn't Lakeland Regional reach out to us specifically for testing site outside of Polk County Health Department's request?
Well,
I
but
thought we liked the health stakeholder.
For the megapod planning, we're doing it with LRH and Department of Health, so it'd be in conjunction, but the majority of the vaccines are going to the health department.
and they're over them.
Commissioner Madden.
McCarley.
Excuse me.
You can call me McLeod. That's McCarley. All the M's.
It's the M's.
It's the M's.
If I call you Commissioner McLeod,
It's
I'll
fine.
just say, I think I'd crawl out.
I just want to, I know we're getting into the wording and where this lands for the next 5 years, but I think staff is clear that we all want to help Department of Health if this happens in the next few weeks. So I just want to clarify that point, that I think we're on the same page and that you are hearing what we're saying.
Absolutely, and like I
Okay.
said, I've had multiple conversations with many of them and pledged our support, and we'll have to work through some of the scheduling issues. And again, we've already, when LRH set up on Sleepy Hill to do their first round, they asked if we could help with traffic control, and we went. I found out about that the night before they needed it, and we were right there the next morning, and so we will certainly continue to do that. I do want to be careful though, and just go back to the point about Polk County Health versus some other term, community health care providers, because, we're also doing things with Watson Clinic, with LRH, with the health department, with other healthcare entities. So we're going to be as supportive of any of them as we can if they're, working on the immunizations and care and the like.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yellow card.
Are you good?
Yeah, yellow card.
Or yellow card. Okay, I love it. All right, very good. All right, moving on. Scroll down to Initiative 1 just to give a quick review. Look at Initiative 2. We've read that. All right, scrolling down. All right, anything else? I don't see any questions. All right, so let's go to our last target area, which is public safety. Questions or comments? Wait, clarification for recruitment and marketing. Emily or Sean, can you all add anything to that? Continuation of current directives for recruitment, hiring, and retention. And then I see recruitment and marketing. So I just, as an action item, I just wasn't sure if there was a separation between the objective and the action item. Is there a delineation, anything different there?
I mean, when it comes to recruitment, there's a big part of that is marketing. We have put out recently even social media posts and print ads, and there's been coverage in the local media about positions that we have available in the public safety sectors. So maybe is recruitment redundant? I don't know if that's what you're picking up on, Dr. Collins.
When I'm reading, I just want to make sure from the outside everybody understands exactly how it all connects. Is the marketing is one thing, the recruitment, is it a certain population that you're looking at? We're good. Comments, Mayor?
Well, we could talk about aggressively recruit and market to attain something, if you were trying to make it a more specific action item, or if it's just kind of nebulous. I mean, I think that's what the question is.
You've got the areas that you're focusing on, but it doesn't say what you're doing.
What to do with it.
There's no action. Recruitment and market, hiring and retention.
I don't know.
So, Mayor, you had it right there. Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you. I know last year we had fire chief and police chief here to give an update on these efforts. I think that would be helpful to have. It doesn't have to be a presentation every year at this meeting, but some type of annual look at where we stand as it relates to recruitment, hiring, retention. Is it changed from previous years? What are the threats in the future? That would be helpful for me.
In your guidebook, under this target area, both fire chief and the police chief have offered their status update as it related to that.
Yes, it shows the numbers and all, yeah.
Certainly, if you want them to elaborate or give us more information, we can do so.
Commissioner McLeod.
Sure. Just to follow up on that. Thank you, Emily. I'm skimming through that. I think what might be helpful, and I'm not, if it's in here, correct me, but just to see how do we stack up against other agencies and people where we might be losing to potential recruits or even existing personnel to go into other agencies. Just how do we compare with those agencies? That would be helpful.
Sure, and I know we have our fire chief on the line, Doug Riley, that could speak to that, and then I can contact. We may have our police chief as well, but we can certainly start with fire chief Doug Riley.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you guys doing?
Hello.
Are you having as much fun as I am?
We are now.
Yeah, right.
So go ahead and ask your
Okay,
question.
what was the question, Dr. Collins?
I'm going to ask him to repeat it for you. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Chief Riley. And I was just curious to hear how Lakeland, how we compare with other agencies, how we stack up in terms of recruitment, hiring, retention. You may not know, have all of that at your fingertips, but it's just helpful for us to look at how we're doing and, for the future, where threats might be, where we could do better. And so I would welcome your perspective on that.
Sure. Emily already mentioned that if you look at the breakdown in the packets that Ruben and I both went through and give a lot more information than us for your packet, so you would have a lot better idea of what we're doing there. But What you guys are looking at right now is kind of a blend of us and LPD, and you kind of have to separate those out because Ruben and I don't need to go into that. You know what kind of challenges that law enforcement is having nowadays with just getting people to want to be police officers. So fortunately for me, I don't have that problem. People still want to be firefighters, and in fact, we are going through the hiring process right now, and we had over 60 qualified applicants for our latest opening. So I'm not having an issue right now. I'm still, my big focus and the challenge for us is still diversity, and more particularly for African Americans and females. We're getting, plenty of applications in the other classes. Those are our two biggest challenges, and we continue to market and do all the things that we talked about last year in the presentation. And we are happy to say we are gaining some traction with our scholarship programs. We're doing an internal scholarship called a Focus Scholarship, where we currently have a very promising young African-American male going through that program, and we are certainly, looking forward to him completing all that and hopefully coming to work for us. And we also have another very promising young African-American male that I think our team is meeting with this week to see how we can help him financially through that program as well. We're also partnership with the Florida Fire Chiefs Association Foundation. We currently have a young Caucasian female that's in that program, and again, if she's successful with all that, the wish for us was that she would do well with all that, and when she got all of her qualifications, she comes to work for us. So, right now, we're doing very well. We're very blessed that people want to come work for us, and I credit the men and women of the Lakeland Fire Department and how hard they work and how they word of mouth out there. The reputation just makes people want to come work here for us, and I credit them with that, and very, very blessed to have that going for us.
Thank you. That's very helpful, Chief.
Similarly, we have our police chief, Ruben Garcia, on the line to speak to from the LPD side.
If I could interject before he speaks, if you don't mind, and that's because I know I over the years had endless conversations with both Chief Hazard, Assistant Chief Hazard, and Chief Riley, and even when he was Assistant Chief. And the challenge I have seen or have heard, or as I continue to hear, and I try not to even let it be known because I don't want to take it as a negative comment, is that sometimes I think it's the culture of what we have, and sometimes it appears it's not inviting, as I hear it. That's unfortunate. And I think you may have alluded to it even last year, Dr. Collins and I, strategic planning, and even now. We have to learn how to be more, and I guess I call it more inviting, culturally speaking, so it won't be a turn off to some of our other ethnicities because of how things are perceived. And it could be unfortunate. So I don't know where that's been a problem, as I'm hearing some comments in the community about, Lakeland Electric, fire department. I don't hear as much about the police department. And that's what I don't like hearing, and would hope that we're not there when it comes to those kind of things. So I know I've always had very, very pleasant conversations with both Chief Riley and Assistant Chief Hogsard about the fire department and how they do all they can do, outreach, where they're going to different areas to try to make sure it would be known that we're trying to make sure that our mix is good. But that's something, I hate to say, kind of a negative kind of comment I hear on occasion, but I'm not there, so I don't know how it is and don't know what that is.
And so hopefully some of those communication issues that you're talking about in training, I believe, have been addressed, because when we talk about communication within the city, then it's in all facets. So I'm sure our city manager will take heed to that. Commissioner Madden?
I did also want to have Chief Riley's response on that before we move to the police department, because I think it's true, what comes first, I think I said this earlier, the chicken or the egg. If you have, a predominance of any type of person, in a group, and especially a group that lives together and has intimate proximity with one another and forms kind of a, brotherhood or sisterhood, like I imagine you do with your team at the fire department, to come into that or to break into that as a newcomer, I think would be, kind of hard if you did not fit the mold or if you were different from the rest of the group. I mean, I think that would be intimidating. Think about like when you move into college and you move in your dorm and have to share showers and all those things. I mean, it's hard to break into that more intimate community. I think in which you culture and foster. So I don't necessarily, I'm not trying to say it would like Commissioner Walker saying that it would be that you're enforcing a culture that's not welcoming, but I think knowing that it's difficult to kind of break into that kind of intimate environment, I think then it's incumbent upon the leadership to be overly welcoming and overly using hospitality and to really, those first couple that you're working, these couple that you're working with right now, to let them feel, cherished and, just the group, how the group handles these two gentlemen, will certainly, I think, hopefully then create a snowball effect, Commissioner Walker, to where then people can say, hey, it was intimidating or difficult to break in as a newcomer at first, but, now I love being a part of this team. So, I would love, to hear feedback on that this coming year, especially with Lift Lakeland and a focus on diversity. So I'd welcome, to hear what you feel like. You're kind of like the father down there at the, at the LFD. So what do you have to say about that?
Yes, ma'am. So I think you're right that it is tough for someone to come into the fire department and to learn our way and our culture and who we are. But I think it's tough for anybody. I think it's just as tough for a white male to come in, even though, it's typically been seen as a white male dominated profession. And we're breaking those walls down. We're doing the recruitment videos. We're going out and visiting groups everywhere. I think, we have, obviously, as fire chiefs, I don't get to spend near as much time at the fire stations as I would like to, and neither do, my senior leadership. But we do have regular meetings with the company officers, the first line lieutenants, and other groups, and a lot of our committees. And I'm telling you, they're telling me that there is a culture of inclusion. There's a culture of embracing diversity, and that we have nearly everybody we have out there is out there trying to beat that drum and help us to diversify the best we can. Our hiring board, they're on board with my vision, and I can show you every time that we shortlist and we do interviews, there's always a really, really good mix of diversification in those applications. And the biggest challenge that we see whenever myself and my assistant chiefs and my team, when we're out there trying to talk to people and trying to recruit and get people on board and to get them interested in these types of jobs, the biggest challenge we see is the need for some financial assistance. And that's why we're doing what we're doing with scholarships, not only internally, but externally as well. And we're trying to get people lined up with the help that they can get to get in there. Once we get them in there and get them trained and then bringing them on board, they're very successful and they do a great job. And, I would welcome anybody to spend some time and interview and pick the brains of a cross section of our fire department to see what they think about the culture. But, what I feel like and what my team tells me and what the people we tell me that we meet with on a regular basis are telling us, that we probably have a better culture of inclusion than most fire departments out there.
Thank you, Chief. Chief Garcia is on there as well.
I just had a quick, sorry,
Go
before
ahead,
Chief Riley goes, and for Chief Garcia too. I just think it's important for us to remember as commissioners and as senior staff at the city level that we're talking about an elite group of people that run to danger when the rest of us are hightailing it out of danger. It's like 1 to 2% of the general population. So when we talk about recruiting, I think we need to remember that it takes very special people to work in the police world and the fire department world and EMTs and those two public areas of public service, just like the military, take very special individuals. So I do think Chief Riley works incredibly hard at trying to recruit as many as we can, but we're also in a generation, a very different generation than we've ever seen before. So I think all that plays into the context of recruitment. It's not just about how we build a department and where we're recruiting, and if we're failing at that, which I don't necessarily think we are, I think it's a very difficult environment in which to recruit. So I think we need just to remember that these are very specialized professions that need a lot of respect and probably a lot of nurturing, as Chief Riley just said, with financial support for people to go through the academies, and that's something that our fire department's doing right now very well, and I'm sure the police department has something similar or is considering that. But I'm very hesitant to pick apart recruitment when I know that out of my household, we have one veteran, but the other three of us probably would not be running into the danger. So that's 25%, but still, I just want us to remember that.
Last year, they really gave you an in-depth look at what they were doing recruiting, and you were very, very favorable. I'm going to push in for just a moment, all right? And, when we interviewed, we talked about the political climate, but today it really didn't surface like that. But I'm making some other connections. One of them being that you talk about wanting to keep homegrown. And I'm looking there through the updates and seeing the recruiting efforts both by our fire department and LPD and what they do with our schools and so forth. I can think about cities right now that I can name, and you can too, where they do not recognize law enforcement. The defunding is one thing, but they do not value them. I will say that they devalue them. So is there an opportunity that when we talk about culture, that we systemically value our LPD and our firefighters, and we build it in systemically? Well, what does it look like? I know the city manager has all these recognitions that he is doing and is going to promote more of. But what does it look like out in the community? If I have bias that's been inflicted on me by somebody else, or a circumstance that I had, maybe a bad experience, how do I move past that? How do I take things that I see in mainstream media and hold that in abeyance, that I do not take on those values? I think about Teacher of the Year, and every year there's a time of the year that every one of them, they're on a tray server in McDonald's. I don't eat at McDonald's, all right, but I just have to point that out, all right? Are there opportunities that we can do where we can connect our citizens with the face and the stories of our law enforcement? And taking all those things that you've been talking about, keeping our high school and college graduates here in Lakeland. We talk about the culture, we talk about the political climate, we talk about valuing, we talk about diversity and bringing people together. There's an opportunity there that hasn't been discussed that you may want to consider.
That's where I hope my comment was not taken to be negative, but I look at, I guess I look around the room with probably being in what we call that age of, I call myself, I don't call myself getting older, I'm just getting better, getting seasoned. I'm more seasoned. But when I came along, and grew up here in my hometown called Lakeland, I saw people like me in leadership in the police department. And that, that helped me to even be more, I can identify better. And I think it helps even as I think you alluded to somewhat, Dr. Collins, when you see those that look like the initiatives that we went to outreach, we were reaching out for and recruiting for even female people of color, their leadership, folk will look at it and say, okay, well, I can do this. I see that. And I know, I'm not saying we need to go handpick and get somebody there, because I want somebody that's going to be qualified and represent what we want them to be for that particular department. But I think that helps when you see that. We're making strides toward it. I know we are. But I think that would help even, with our process. Unfortunately, over the years, some of that leadership, retired, and they're gone now. But we got to continue to make sure that our leadership reflects what the community looks like in all areas. And I know you've heard me say this many occasions, but I think we need to work toward that even more because it would help those younger ones that are there that might want to stay here, might want to, say, I want to become firefighter, policeman, EMT, whatever. They can say, okay, I got it. But if you don't see it, they say, well, they can take it, especially with all the media mess we see, all the national media mess that we see, all of it. All that national media mess, I call it, that we see, it doesn't help.
So the visual and the story, and then we'll go to Chief Garcia. The visual and the story are so important. When you go into an elementary school and LPD, your law enforcement officers come in for career day or whatever, they are revered.
Yes.
They are revered. I mean, you could give autographs. Well, some of them do all that kind of stuff, get the photos.
Yes.
That's great stuff. How do we replicate that when they get older? What's the videography that we get? But I'm going to tell you from a behavioral science standpoint, a lot of our children spend time on social media. Social media is framing our ideologies. They're framing how our children think. That's where they go to get their information. It's not always positive. So you have to think about that in your planning. How the term I used yesterday was demystify the myth. How are you going to do that? And here's an opportunity for you. Chief Garcia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Good
Yes,
afternoon.
We're seeing very much some of the same stuff that the fire department's already discussed. We have picked the garden, so to speak, of all the available officers coming from out of state. As we talked about before, they're a pretty quick turnaround. If we can get them to an equivalency program and pick them up, that's about a 60-day out on the street and working, as opposed to hiring them, putting them through the academy, 7 or 8 month turnaround to get them on the street before they take their first call by themselves. But that garden's been picked, not just for us, but for all our local agencies. I was just talking to the academy, and the next academy is full of all sponsored students from Lakeland, from the sheriff's office, from Winter Haven. So we're very much having to go back to the very basics of bringing up young folks, hopefully, that are already here, invested in this city. But the sponsorship program for now is certainly where we're at, and it is a very competitive market. Our recruiters don't look much different than you would see high school sports recruiters out winning their hearts and minds, trying to get them to come to this team and play. But our guys have done a great job this year. They've put 30-plus people through the process. Of course, the other side of the pipe, about 22 of them leaked out the other side through a variety of reasons, retirement, other jobs, getting out of law enforcement altogether, unfortunately, one line of duty death. But that is where we're at. That's kind of the landscape, not just for us, but for law enforcement in general. We're going back to where we haven't been in a while, and that's having to sponsor people green, bringing them all the way through the academy, through the field training program, and then out into the street where, like I said, you have about a 7-8 month window of getting a workable police officer out on the street. We're certainly recruiting and marketing with an eye towards diversity, and all of our numbers came up this year. Real pleased with the staff for that. All those small increases, we'll still celebrate them because they are increases. And that is pretty much our state of recruiting now.
All right, questions? Any questions, comments? All right. Commissioner McLeod.
Thank you, Chief Garcia, for that update and for everything that you and your team do every day. Question about the 22 lost in 2020. Is that fairly consistent with what we've seen in other years? Is it higher, lower? I'm just curious for how that compares to other years.
That is about constant. we have not seen the few that we've lost to other agencies in the past. That's a new, I don't want to call it a trend yet. I'll call it a spike for now. But that is new for us. We haven't suffered that in the past. Obviously, our one line of duty death, we hope never to have again. But the rest of them, the normal retirements, the normal resignations are about the same. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Chief Garcia, are 4 people leaving law enforcement altogether pretty typical on an annual basis out of that same number?
No, sir. That is not particularly. We actually interview everybody that leaves for the most part, and that these 4 had opportunities with family businesses and so forth, and it had quite a bit to do with the national conversation with law enforcement that the family was pressured. The family pressure was higher to come home than our pressure was to keep them here working.
And then a second question is, if we were going to highlight or showcase officers doing things well more effectively, what are some ways you would recommend we do that?
Well, certainly social media is a big platform, and Ms. Tillett does a great job, her and her staff, of doing that already, but there's certainly more opportunities there. A lot of the hands-on stuff that our SROs do, our PAL officers do, as well as some of our other officers that volunteer in youth activities. They're really trying to get the message out to these kids early on. If they want to get into law enforcement, the 2 biggest things that knock them out of our hiring process is drug use and social media activity. So they're really preaching that strong to them as they have that interaction now. But I would just say more of what we're doing. We need to continue to be out in the community, and we're very fortunate. The community sings our praises quite a bit, and we're proud of that. But we can certainly keep pushing that social media platform, I believe.
When you talk about social media, my mind goes immediately to like Spectrum. You know, we highlight the athlete of the week. Why are we not highlighting, and this is no slant to Spectrum, I'm just saying to all of our mainstream media, why are we not highlighting our law enforcement people, our firefighters, our healthcare professionals? You know, healthcare professionals, I see them do it collectively. Right now, you know, there's a window for that, but certainly then I think we can reach out to our media outlets and do some of that.
And maybe it's not of the week, but maybe it's some frequency. Is there anything adverse from your perspective to doing that? Chief Garcia?
From the police department, no, sir, there would not be. But as most of you know, because many of you attend, there's quite a few civic groups that recognize our officers throughout the year. So certainly more of that would be welcome. I don't think we can tell these guys thank you enough. So anything we can do in that respect would be gratefully appreciated.
Great, thank you.
Other questions, comments? We have one other action item that's been placed in there, in which, again, some of the things are already going on that you heard. I want to emphasize, when you talk about social media, if you're going to change the culture, you've got to go down, all right? So think about children. Enhance social media and community outreach to showcase the great work of our public safety professionals. Very well worded.
Hey, Dr. Collins.
Pardon me?
Chief Riley.
Dr. Collins, this is Chief Riley at the Fire Department. If you don't mind, real quick, I just, looking at that last line that you guys wrote there on the social media outlet, just wanted to recognize the efforts that our PIOs are doing with Janelle Vasayo and Robin Tillett over at the police department. I think they're doing a really, really, really good job of showing the great work that our firefighters and our police officers are doing every day. You know, we can certainly always look for ways to enhance that, but they don't want to miss that, the point of the job that they're doing out there now.
Very good, and true. Thank you. Mayor?
And I would agree with that, Chief Riley, on both parties' parts. My concern is that that's only valuable if people are watching those and subscribed and following. So what do we do that takes it out of there and goes to Lakeland Now, goes to the Ledger, goes to LAL Today, and other people that help to broadcast some of that? How can we craft some stories a little more effectively, capturing people doing things well and right that it gain the excitement of our citizens? That's kind of the next step.
All right. Commissioner Madden.
For Chief Riley, I was just curious if they did paid advertisement on their social media handles. Do you take, I know obviously, I think you're fantastic. I mean, I love your social media feed, and of course I'm a follower, and I like it, and put my own stuff on your stories. But, to the mayor's point, do we buy ads so that goes outside of the followers and into the general public? Like, how you put it in the, radius of Lakeland and to, this age group, like your demographic that you'd like to join the force. Do we do that, like as a recruiting mechanism, use those dollars on Facebook and Instagram for paid ads?
So, Commissioner, I'm probably the least qualified to answer that question. I'm certain that we're not spending any money on any ads to put any of that out there. But, I'm blessed to have Janelle and the rest of the team that helps her with that stuff to do a really great job with that. But I don't believe we're spending any money outside of what she's able to do in-house with that.
Because she already has great content, and that's half the battle. And so if you can get it to a wider audience, Kevin Cook was talking about the communications department. You really pay relatively little on those ads, and you just get, if she's going to be posting those pics from that event anyway, you might as well get it to, thousands and thousands of folks who may, see that than just the followers that are currently on your, following your page. So she may be doing that, but if she's not, I would have her look into that or talk to Kevin.
Certainly will. Thank you.
All right. Other questions, comments? All right. Thank you, Chiefs. All right. So with this last one here, can I just get a yes with the yellow cards and tell me you're good with that last action item? Good. All right. I see you going for it. All right. Anything else? Anything else under public safety? Yes.
So I do know that, I feel like it's a little bit of the elephant in the room with regard to public safety and the year we've had. Certainly we've wanted to really be sensitive and focus. I think it was, the George Floyd event, I think, happened when we were having, our strategic planning meeting or something.
Mhm.
I mean, it was very close right there, happening the day before.
Mhm.
So that became a big, national movement, to kind of make sure that we were being true to our mission, of diversity right there on the blue flag, and really, tackle it and have conversations and do the Lift Lakeland. In so doing, you don't want it to be like now you're focusing on the diversity because maybe that's, been left behind a little bit, and then that means that you are not supportive of your law enforcement. And so, I feel like in Lakeland, Florida, we love our law enforcement. We've, felt like we, here in Lakeland, I like how Commissioner Walker says Lakeland is different. We are special. We do have, a lot of things going for us with regard to diversity and appreciation for all of our citizens. But I don't want to be remiss in not asking Chief Garcia, and I don't know, that's the trouble with our publicly called meetings. Everything is, of course, in front of God and everybody, recorded forever. And so sometimes it's hard, I think, to tackle tough subjects. But, we've had some, folks in LPD say that it's been difficult to recruit because of their pay. Or we've had, discussions on body cameras and, the cost of, not only the cost, but also how logistically that, or even if they'd like to have that accountability. And part of, in the last 3 years of going through the budget cycle, I feel like I was approached by folks in the LPD like at the last minute, like, we've got no more money. Like, we've already gone through the 8 months and the budget is set, and now we find out that they need additional funds. I feel like we've been able to have this conversation. Certainly, I don't think anyone really wants to have the conversation after COVID because no one got across the boards. No one is doing anything extra. I don't think you heard any of us ask for any, money to be added to, the budget considerations this year.
that being said, I don't want to be insensitive that just because we've had COVID, that we're not listening, that we are not appreciative, to your point, of our law enforcement. And I had thought earlier on, before COVID, it would be nice to kind of hear from them, you know, sooner or earlier in the process, to just kind of say, okay, you know what, I feel like this request is, we don't have this money. And we've had, I think in 3 years, we've had really fiscally focused commission. You know, it's like, no one was like, let's spend a lot of money. It's like, let's not raise taxes and let's not spend money. So, but that doesn't mean that you're not looking towards the next decade of recruitment and best practice and, you know, what do we think about public safety. So I don't think that having that conversation, even though it might be a little tricky, means that we can do it this year or even the next year. But I think that if there are things coming with regard to public safety, and I'm speaking specifically with the police department, you know, that I would rather hear about it and talk about it, even if it's a harder conversation. And it might not be. Maybe, you know, maybe I'll be pleasantly, maybe they feel wonderful and they feel supported and they don't have any backlash from this past year. And, you know, but I don't know what I don't know, and I don't get to talk to them, you know, a lot collectively and hear their voices. And so I would appreciate maybe, you know, hearing from them a little bit more, you know, going into this budget cycle in a way that is maybe as transparent and as authentic as possible, you know, especially with some big decisions I think that we might be looking at, you know, with regard to body cameras, or, you know, whether or not, you know, that expense eclipsed the ability to give them a little more pay to recruit, you know, just all of those things. I think that's a big budget consideration that I'd like to think about strategically heading into the budget.
Okay, all right. And so I know that our city manager and Mike will be, they heard everything that you said, besides it being on record. Those are really important points. I know Mike's glad that there were no major initiatives that said we need this, you know, happening. But what you said is quite profound, and we need to capture and appreciate our law enforcement and all of our firefighters. Absolutely, absolutely. So, all right. So you have a strategic plan now, right? So wonderful. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. So what should happen is in 6, I feel like, you know, doing a headstand or something here. But what should happen is in 6 months, they bring it back. In August, they give you an update. Hey, here's where we are. And your job is to just kind of, you know, test the temperature of it and see where everything is. If you need to make adaptations, not do this process. What you're going to be keying on is that last column, in progress. Okay? Budget, you do with budget, but you're going to be looking at that last column. That's what they're going to report out to you. Okay? So, is there anything that's absolutely burning? We want to close. Is there anything burning that absolutely has to be said? I'm going to start this way, this way, this way. Okay. All right. So what I'm going to do is just say how much it's been privilege, both personally and professionally, to work with you. I admire you. You all have given so much in making this process meaningful, and I'm grateful to work alongside you in that initiative. I'm going to turn it over to the mayor, and Mayor, before I do that, and then when you finish, if you'll turn it over to our city manager. But I want to recognize the city team has been terrific. You've seen them. You've heard from some of them. One you've not heard from is Carol Borders. And so the template that you have up here, she created that on Excel, a working document that you'll be able to use from now on, and did a beautiful job with that. So, Mayor?
Dr. Collins, we want to thank you on behalf of the commission for the facilitation you have done. I think we have shared with each other that this is the best strategic planning session we've done, and I want to certainly applaud Emily Colon, our assistant city manager, who helped to get it all aligned. And we work in the same hallways in terms of seeing all that getting done in the preparation for this that's in the background. And for our city manager, Sean Strauss, and his yes orientation to be able to work with. We are a blessed commission to be able to have the team that we are able to provide some governance to. And so we thank you for the great demeanor that you provide and the leadership that you gave us in this whole process.
Thank you. Thank you.
Same to staff, certainly Emily and the OMB staff and all the departments just throughout that work so hard to really create a more robust strategic planning effort here. And to the commission, thank you. I think hopefully I certainly feel like we've accomplished what we set out to do with the opening comments that I made, and we appreciate the long-term visioning. It helps us set a course toward those paths, and so we thank you for accepting this change in the process and for staying on point with that throughout this process this year. I look forward to future years, and certainly to Dr. Collins as the facilitator did a great job, and we certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
We're done.
That's it.
You are done. Thank you once again.